this regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat in the boardroom with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area in the building. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority has deemed the jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask that all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks, will not be tolerated. If you engage in disruptive behavior interfering with the orderly process of the meeting, I will issue a verbal warning to cease the disruption immediately. And failure to comply with the warning will result in your removal from the boardroom by law enforcement. Removal from the meeting by law enforcement will be for the duration of all meetings on this day. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all of our participants, and thank you so much for your cooperation. Board Member Pham will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'd like to first thank Principal Christy Rippo and the second grade teacher, Ms. Janice Brown of Nova Eisenhower Elementary for having their students recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us today for the meeting. They are from the Nova Titans Summer Camp, which is K through 8, and students will now be reciting the pledge. Thank you.
Of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Effort counts.
Thank you so much. At this time, Board Member Leonardi has requested a moment of silence for a retired teacher from Crescent Park Elementary. Mrs. Leonardi.
Patricia Ann Escamani devoted over 37 years of her life to the education and betterment of others, as she truly believed that children are the future. Patty was an exemplary professional, as well as an inspirational role model to both budding educators and her students. She was beloved by her kids, as she affectionately called them, and their families because she taught with love and kindness, believing these to be the most important lessons a human being can learn. She will be missed dearly, but her impact will be everlasting. Thank you.
Board Member Pham has requested a moment of silence for a fourth grade student from Nova Eisenhower Elementary. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to hold up this photo because I don't see it on the screen right now. This is Zalamara Zalahudin, and I'd like to request a moment of silence for this sweet fourth grade little girl. She's from Nova Eisenhower Elementary, and she recently lost her battle with cancer. Her parents shared the following statements. On May 18, 2021, our little warrior Princess Zamara was diagnosed with osteosarcoma in her right leg, just above her knee. Over this 3-year journey, our daughter and sister patiently persevered through countless needle pricks, numerous x-rays, CAT scans, MRIs, and 8 different surgeries that included the amputation of her right leg. Although the cancer conquered her body, it never touched her mind, nor her spirit. To the very end, Zamara remained a happy, well-balanced 10-year-old little girl who enjoyed learning, playing, dancing, and helping others. Osteosarcoma didn't define her. It was just a matter of fact. We appreciate all your prayers, flowers, phone calls, and visits from you since Zamara's courage and courageous battle with osteoarthritis came to an end on June 27, 2024. Her light touched so many people, and at the end, all walks of life. If you met her once, you would know for her for a lifetime. So our deepest condolences goes out to this family and for the devastating loss of this beautiful little child. Thank you. I just ask for one moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, and God bless Samara.
Mrs. Hickson has asked for a moment of silence for Mr. James Jones, longtime principal from Blanche Ely High School. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. In 1955, Mr. Jones relocated to South Florida after being recruited by the late Mrs. Blanche General Ely to teach mathematics at Ely High School in Pompano Beach, Florida. And over his 37-year career with the Broward County Public Schools, Mr. Jones served as a classroom teacher for 12 years at Blanche Ely High School, a guidance director at Everglades Junior High School, now William Dandy Middle, the dean of students at Plantation and Pompano Beach High School, and assistant principal at Blanche Ely High. In 1980, he was promoted to principal at Blanche Ely High School and served in that role until he retired in 1992. Mr. Jones was actually my first principal when I started working at Broward County Public Schools. He was 93. He lived a great, wonderful life, impacted so many people, students, adults, and mentored many. So I ask you to please take a moment of silence to remember Mr. Jones and thank him and his family for all that they've done for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we are committed to ensuring everyone counts. Our culture will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. May the chair have a motion and second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. May 21st, 2024, regular school board meeting. May 29th, 2024, special school board meeting. June 18th, special expulsions.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Minutes are approved. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting. It is published in the school district's website on July 16, 2024. The chair finds, pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes, that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider H3, followed by any other H items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the H items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. Board members have notified staff of the items they wish to address. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. The following consent items have been indicated. Mr. Alston, do you wish to pull any items?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'd like to pull H4, F3, and O1.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham, I have H4, H17, A1, F3, O1, O2. Thank you. Mr. Fogenholy, H4, B2, J1, O1.
Yes, Chair, and also, yes.
Ms. Hickson, do you wish to pull any items?
Yes, thank you. H2, H4, L1, and that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Holness, you have to pull any items?
Yes, I submitted my pulled items. Did you get that submission?
Yes, so I have H3, H8, H10, H11, H12, H16.
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi, H4.
Yeah, that's it.
Ms. Rupert, do you wish to pull any items?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Ellen gave it to Andre, but I'll give it again. H2. It's H3.
H2 and H3?
H2, 3, and H4. II1. Have we done the doubles yet?
Nope, not yet. We'll come back.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, I have A1, F3, J1, J4.
Thank you, Chair.
Aladef, H7, H8, H13, B1, E1, F3, L1. Is there anybody from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Please come to the microphone if you do. Seeing none, at this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman.
Second.
Second by Fogelholy. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The consent agenda passes. Board members have also notified staff of open items they wish to address. Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, good morning. GG7 to abstain, PP6, PP7, PP8, RR2.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Can you go back to your PPs?
Double letters? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the PP. Sorry.
All right, you got, so GG7, PP6, PP7, PP8, double R2.
Thank you. Ms. Pham, I have AA1, BB1, DD2, DD3, DD4, JJ1, 007, 0014, 0017, 0022, 0023, 0028, 0029, 0033, 0034, PP2, PP3, PP8, RR2.
You nailed it.
Mr. Fogelholy, DD4.
Board Member Pham's trying to be here till 9 o'clock. DD4 and
9 o'clock tomorrow.
0022.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. BB1, FF1, JJ9, 003, 005, PP1, PP3, PP7, and RR2.
Can you do your PPs again? Sorry, PP,
Sorry.
137.
1,
It's too many pages.
1, 3, and 7.
1, 3, and 7.
Dr. Holness?
I submitted mine as well, Madam Chair. If you have those, that's pretty much what
Okay, hold on a second, Dr. Holness. I have PP1, PP2, PP3, RR2.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi, PP1, PP3, PP6, DD2, GG2.
I didn't have GG, so I had PP1, PP3, PP6, and DD2.
Okay, not GG. Okay. Okay. Ms. Rupert, double letters?
Yes, II1, JJ1, JJ5, JJ8, JJ16, and JJ21. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman, HH1, 003, PP3.
Thank you, Chair.
Aldef, BB1, DD2, GG2, PP7. At this time, may the chair have a motion and second to pass the open items that have not been indicated to be pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of approving the open agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Items are approved. As we begin to consider today's agenda in accordance with Policy 1020 and Robert's Rules of Order, please, each school board member has the right to speak no longer than initial 5 minutes and 3 minutes for rebuttal per motion. When a member's time is exhausted for that round, the chair shall ask the board member to conclude their remarks within 1 minute. School board members and the public have access to all written agenda comments related to today's agenda. The next item of business on the agenda is H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 2023-2024. May the chair have a motion and second on H3.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It is moved and second to approve H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 2023-2024. Is there any public comment? You can come to the microphone. Staff, is there anybody signed up to speak?
There's no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there any board debate? Dr. Zeman?
No, ma'am. There are just 2 people signed up to speak, I think, from the board, Dr. Holness and Ms. Rupert.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for item H3, page 12, I have some questions on the recommended candidate for the position of coordinator of suicide prevention. When I was going through this particular recommendation, I was wondering what's the requirement, the minimum requirement for suicide prevention coordinator? And I did notice this candidate previously was an ESC support compliance case manager. For me, suicide prevention is really important, and I am hoping that the person that we've selected, and I don't know this individual at all, I just saw that this is the most qualified person for this position. So if the superintendent could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azzarito, if you can provide the qualifications for the position if the candidate actually adheres to those qualifications.
Yes. Good morning, David Azzarito, Chief People Officer. I don't have the job description with me. If you want to give me a second, I could pull up the job description, but I can assure you that the candidate does meet the minimum qualifications and is the best candidate for this position.
Okay, so can you explain how the background of being an ESC compliance person would support the position of coordinator for suicide prevention?
That I may need to defer.
Ms. Hudge?
Ms. Hudge, there she is.
Good morning, Betta Hudge, Executive Director of Student Service Initiative. So an ESC specialist oftentimes deals with students who have mental health concerns. Not to say that all students with disabilities have that, but a lot of their experiences as they deal day to day with families and with students are some of the same strategies that we use when we're dealing with students that may have needs around mental health. So that alignment of the day-to-day operations of what they do as an ESC specialist crosses over into those spaces. In addition, those individuals are considered mental health providers as well. They are some of the individuals that we have out providing those services of mental health services.
Okay, so if you could stay there, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
So students with learning disabilities, is there any evidence to suggest that those students, based on what you just said, are prone to suicide? And would that then support that a person who was an ESC compliance person would have had a significant experience in students who were prone to try suicide or commit suicide?
So I would not say that students with disabilities are prone to suicide.
Okay.
I don't want to categorize them and say that all that. I think that would be a misstatement. But what I will say is a lot of the strategies of de-escalation, a lot of the interactions with families, as mental health providers, we do have to oftentimes elicit the ESC specialists to intercede with their expertise around that area when it comes to mental health. So their experiences oftentimes puts them in front of situations that are aligned to mental health concerns or care that families and students need.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure Mr. Azzarito was going to come back with the minimum requirement for this position. So I want to put it on the record with the minimum requirement for this position that this individual, because suicide prevention is a really important area in our school district, we have to have the most qualified person in that position. So if Mr. Azzarito, if he doesn't have it now, he could come back later and tell us what the minimum requirement is and ascertain that this person have met that requirement.
Correct. And I would say also, Dr. Holness, as we look through the resume, we do look at experience. We do use the rating sheet in order to determine if the individual qualifies, and then HR backs us up by reviewing it after we have submitted the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we do have the job description, Dr. Holness. So earned master's degree in mental health counseling, social work, psychology, counseling, education, public health, or a related field from an accredited institution. He does possess a master's degree. Minimum of 3 years of experience in mental health counseling, social work, or educational and related field. So he has the minimum qualifications as well. And experience.
Okay. So with all of that minimum qualification you mentioned, this person has met all of that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert? Mrs. Rupert?
I'm sorry, did somebody say me?
Yes, H3.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
It simply is a congratulations. I wanted to congratulate our new principal of Norcrest Elementary, Maximo Castillo. So welcome to District 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other board member comments on H3? Those in favor of approving H3, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. H3 is approved. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. If you could have all staff-based and district-based appointees please stand. We'd like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. Dr. Hepburn, can you please introduce the new leaders for a few remarks?
Yes, if I can have Mr. Maximo Castillo come forward and also Dr. Angela Fulton to come forward. New principal and also our new deputy superintendent of teaching and learning.
Did you say my classmate? My classmate?
Good morning and a happy Tuesday. First and foremost, I would like to thank the superintendent, our board, and then also the senior leadership. Today, I stand on the shoulders of great leaders, and I want to thank you all. Northcrest has been around since 1957, and it is truly my honor to continue to lead. And we continue to serve 4 pre-K classrooms, 6 special programs ASD cluster classes, and it is also my honor to continue to lead as we strive for excellence. And most importantly, make sure that you have a Tigerific day. That's right. Thank you.
I have been a fan of Max, Mr. Castillo, for a long time, and I'm very proud of you. And I know without a doubt that you're going to lead Norcrest to the next level, and we're glad to have you. So congratulations. So good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Fulton. I'm very proud to be assigned as your next Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. I promise you I didn't bring him here. So I want to thank the board and thank my boss, Dr. Hepburn, for entrusting in me in this wonderful role. Education has always been my passion. I have been driven by a spirit of excellence in everything that I've done and every role that I've had in education. I remember being a teacher, being driven by a spirit of excellence, going on to be an assistant principal, a principal, principal supervisor, regional superintendent, and now moving on to a deputy superintendent. That doesn't change. I look forward to continuing to move this district to the next level when it comes to teaching and learning, and to ensure all students, and I'll repeat that, all students are receiving a high quality education each and every day in all classrooms across our district. And our mission of 100% of our students reaching proficiency is definitely in reach. So I look forward to this challenge, and I look forward to leading and serving in Broward County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will now take a 3-minute recess for a board photo with newest staff appointments. The board can go up here. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back. This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Please quickly exit out of the room. Thank you so much. We are going to continue with our regular school board meeting. May I have a motion and second on H2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment on H2?
No registered speakers, Madam.
Thank you so much. I have Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate the 75 instructional retirees. Thank you so much for your service to Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Please exit from the boardroom. Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert.
This H2.
Mrs. Rupert. Thank you so much for quietly exiting the room. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now?
Ms. Rupert, if you could speak a little louder.
What happened?
Ms. Rupert?
All right. Could somebody just tell her what I wanted to say? It might be faster.
Nora.
Yes.
Nora is speaking. The room is too loud.
Ms. Rupert?
Okay, now is that better?
Your comment on H2?
Okay, I'm just going to talk because.
Yes, just please speak. We hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Is that it? It's not you. It's not you.
Ms. Rupert? Ms. Rupert, do you have a question on H2? Okay. We're going to call you, Ms. Rupert.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Do you have a question?
Can I just talk and it's a comment anyway? If you all
Yes,
can hear.
please just make your comment.
All right. I wanted to say thank you for all the years that the band teacher had taught at Lions Creek. Thank you for all his kind-heartedness and patience, for all the music students who benefited from his teaching, his mentoring, and personally, thank you for teaching my two sons, Jared and Dylan. You will be missed, but what a fabulous career that you've had, and your students and our whole district have benefited from the love of music that you so beautifully helped them discover. So thank you so much, and I wish you a happy retirement.
Thank you. Security, can we please shut those doors in the back? Security, please shut the doors in the back right. Thank you. Any other comments on H2? Seeing none, all in favor of H2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H2 passes unanimously. Okay. Now we're going to move on to our committee reports. First up is the Audit Committee.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the District Audit Committee, and apparently I should have brought my own podium. Let me see how this is going to work. The Audit Committee passed The Audit Committee passed a number of motions that are related to items today, one of which is the fund balance policy, which is PP6. I sent you all on yesterday an email with a matrix because on our last meeting on the 18th, the 4 accountants on the Audit Committee could not make heads or tails on the language that staff is proposing. That's the accountants, and there was concern expressed about what would happen when it came to the board, because if it ain't clear to us. So what is staff doing? We recommended that they incorporate the Manatee County Public Schools policy language to the language being proposed. Where they seem to differ and struggle to adhere to that is on the 5% assigned and unassigned. They're trying to strive to achieve a 5% balance at a time when you've got to pay charter schools. They're below 4%. It's right now 3.89. There is nobody on the Audit Committee that thought that requiring a 5%, you can plan. But to say that once you get there, you have to keep it, what the Audit Committee is concluding from this is we're trying to move that $53 million out of committed and into assigned so that we can use it and then put it back, which sounds risky to the group. So the other concern is the lack of clearly and concisely established roles and responsibilities as it relates to the school board versus the superintendent. All the responsibility seems to be falling on the school board, which is only acting on recommendations from the superintendent, even on the budget. So understand that the language is being purposely written to put all of the blame on you guys if something goes wrong. They don't want it, the superintendent doesn't want to take any of it. That's how it's written. And third, again, with the lack of clear and concise language in the BCPS proposed policy revision, that's in the matrix. So you have a couple of choices. You can either push this policy back, you have another meeting on the 30th, and review the matrix and either agree or disagree. We're advisory in nature. You don't have to take our recommendations, but we make them over and over, and then if something goes sideways, we did our part. So that's on fund balance. There's an entire matrix. You received it. We had motions passed on the 20th for the roofing, RSM roofing follow-up audit. The motion, we had motions on that. We had 2 on that and 2 on the HCT intercom audit, which I'm not going to have time to get to clearly. We moved to transmit the RSM roofing process analysis follow-up, expressing concerns on the following: the length of time to implement a replacement for ISS, going from manual to electronic. The auditors cannot confirm what is being procured. We would recommend the board review the justification for a non-competitive solicitation for the electronic plan review system. We recommend updating and or expanding district design standards, part of the long-range planning process, and encourage the district to ensure coordination and verification of the findings and analyses from both the roof asset management consultant and the facility condition assessment in the development of the long-range plan. This is in support of the RSM recommendation. The other one was that we recommend the school board have the chief auditor read and explain our motions and related concerns at school board meetings. And then on the HCT intercom audit, we had 2 additional motions. We request an update from legal on the recovery of funds on monies mismanaged during this project, passed unanimously. And we recommend the board determine the functionality of each fire alarm, intercom, and emergency communication system in every school by 7/15/24. That also passed unanimously. We also had feedback on the chief auditor. The audit committee is in favor of the current chief auditor, Mr. Rhodes, being the permanent chief auditor, which we haven't changed our position on the job description. But if the only way to get that is a waiver or to change a job description, I don't see you getting pushback. But he has earned the respect of the audit committee in the months that he has served. So I'm just letting you know that as a group, that's what everyone is in favor of. And we have other things, but that's why I signed up to speak. So I'll just cram them in then.
Thank you so much. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Landon Spellberg, Student Advisor to the School Board. I was not here last month, so I'd like to start off with a moment of personal privilege and give a huge shout out to alternate Student Advisor Alana for holding down the fort and also doing some amazing work when it comes to surveys that you will hear about later in the meeting. As I wasn't here last month, I'd like to give a big shout out to the athletics and student activities team for an amazing job running graduations in beginning of June. And a special thank you to Jennifer Hamilton for all the work that she did to make sure that graduations went well. The South Florida Leadership Training Camp, which is sponsored by the school board, had 175 students attend this year. SFLTC, as well as Camp Eagle, is an amazing leadership experience that many students across the state of Florida are able to come into Broward County, make new networking connections with other students, and gain valuable leadership experience that they then bring back to their schools. So a big thank you to Xenia Santiago for all of her work that she does to put into SFLTC. There was really some life-changing experiences there. Regarding committee appointments, the student advisor has the opportunity to appoint students to various school board committees. New this year, we will be able to offer service hours to students who go to the committee meetings, as well as explain to students at their school what they've been able to learn and get meaningful feedback from students. We're really working this year on ensuring that students that do serve on committees are not just representing their opinion, but also representing the opinion of students across the county, in line with our goal of this is not our position, this is a collective position. Regarding weapons detection survey, the board members and staff were emailed feedback. We had over 100 students that completed the survey regarding the weapons detection system, and I encourage the board members and staff to take a look at this feedback. There were some great comments shared, things that will really make the process go smoother, but overall, a lot of good student consensus that this is something that students want to see and will make them feel much more comfortable in their schools. In addition, we did a survey that went out on cell phone restrictions. We had over 150 students that completed that survey. And we look forward to going into detail on that feedback during the Student Code of Conduct policy. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs. Broward Education Foundation. District Advisory Council.
Me again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Yes, I am the chair this year of District Advisory Council. And I'd also like to point out that all of your school board established advisories, including the student advisor, are all in the same spot on the org chart. The student advisor got a podium. The rest of us are down here trying to manage without anything to put our notes on. So I'll continue. That's called disparate treatment, Madam Chair. All right, the first thing, PP5, I don't know if someone pulled it to speak to it, but you were sent an email because we have tried to bring this to staff and to the board's attention. District Advisory Council for years has complained that it is pulling resources away from District Advisory Council. But this was never looped through District Advisory, even though DAC is required to have a seat. So the request is to have the superintendent remove PP5 from the agenda or vote it down until the area advisories and DAC are able to discuss and make recommendations to the school board at either our August or September meetings as it directly impacts DAC in the areas. We've had discussions about the task force during DAC policy review subcommittees and this summer, because we don't have regular meetings in the summer, so we can't vote. Those in attendance have agreed with creating subcommittees at the area and DAC levels to specifically address those functions. Again, since we won't meet until August or September, we can't vote to codify those. There are additional considerations not mentioned in PP5 in the executive summary, so please delay any vote until these issues and the policies in number 5 can be reviewed and recommendations brought forward from DAC Title I and Diversity. The reason there is no policy for the Parent Community Involvement Task Force is because the group was created via a board item from former school board member Lori Rich Levinson. And it was meant to be temporary. There's a link to the establishing documents. It was a board item that created it. The functions are already covered under School Advisory Forum, School Advisory Council, Area Advisory Council, and District Advisory Council policy, so there would be no loss in functionality from incorporating the PCITF functions into the area and DAC subcommittees. The membership mirrors DAC membership, so there would be no stakeholder loss from incorporating it into the area and DAC subcommittees. And then some of the functions being performed by unpaid PCITF volunteers are actually staff functions. You have a department that's called Family and Community Engagement. These are all they are the ones that do Parent University. So there are in addition to School Advisory Forum, Council, and District Advisory Council, there are 4 other school board policies that are meant to directly support parent and family involvement. School Board Policy 1165, Parent-Family Involvement, last updated 2007. School Accountability and Improvement, last updated 2010. Communication and Public Engagement, last updated 2007. And Standards of Student Services was repealed in 22, but is actually tied to the CCC condition number 7. So it would behoove the board to have a look at all of those rather than approving this policy today. That's one thing. We're hoping to have an August meeting. With the transition, there's been a lot of uncertainty. We're not sure where we're meeting in a month. Staff has responded. We're trying to get a location. So if we can get some help there, because I believe that tomorrow's the deadline, but we don't know where we're meeting. I barely know I don't even know who the liaison is. That booster club motion asking the board to create a policy for booster clubs, that came from DAC, so it looks like we may have to pass that all over again and have discussions at the school level about that. And we at the audit committee asked for an audit clause. And then finally, the investigation of the SIU detective. At the roundtable meeting, it was asked about the investigation. That was a month ago. I know that people are busy. I know that it's summer and it's BCPS. But when is this investigation going to happen? Because, again, you hired somebody, and it was the best $2,500 this district ever spent for a professional who found that the volunteer did nothing wrong. So when is this investigation happening? That's all I have for DAC.
Thank you. Diversity Committee.
Morning. Happy summer. Hope it's been productive for all of you. Just one thing, and I don't know if you guys pulled it. I was rushing to get over here, child. Had to get the kids out the house first. But on your L1 with the communications, I think this has to do with committee motions. There is a slight discrepancy here. It's stated for our diversity that we recommend the board to adopt the following, but that's not what it was supposed to be. We all agreed in the group that we were changing these items, so this was just to kind of inform the board, not necessarily ask you to adopt it. We've all agreed that we're changing some of the indicators to make sure that we are in line with how things are changing. So this was not a recommendation for the board to adopt, more so just to give you guys a heads up that we've done some changes with the indicator. So that's one thing. I was at a oversight committee thingy for the district, for like I think the municipalities or something like that. There was something that was said and I may have misunderstood it. I probably try to clarify it with Dr. Wands again, but my mind be fried. So it was something to the effect of redefining where there was going to be one meeting in different locations at the same time. If that is the goal, I would strongly suggest that the board have serious discussions on that, because I don't think that that would be beneficial to the district if we're having one meeting and it's simultaneously in different places at the same time. I think it would be better that all board members are there at the same time, having that discussion, making sure we do the right thing for the district. Other than that, I ain't got nothing to give y'all because we haven't been meeting, so we'll see you on the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. BTU. BPAA. ESMAB.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Hepburn. My name is Pete Tingham. I'm the Executive Director of ESMAB. I would like to begin with some good news. This morning at our monthly meeting of ESMAB, we voted to award 4 1,000 scholarships to current and active members of ESMAB to their offspring. And those will be awarded in the next month as ever. But each year, ESMAB tries to give scholarships to their current and active members. The next item I'd like to talk about is the referendum dollars. The referendum dollars were equitably distributed last year to all employees at 5.5%. The property appraiser has indicated the new property tax rules increased the property value by 7.28%. I would hope that the school board would consider awarding referendum dollars of 5.5% or more to all employees. That action, I think, would be a good idea if you would take that in the very near future. I also request that there has not been an addition to the salary schedule for ESMAB since January of 2023. The salary schedule has remained the same. There has been bonuses of $1,500 and the 2.2% this year, 2.26, excuse me, but that has remained constant. There's been no change in the salary schedule since January of 2023. The last item I'd like to address is morale. ESMAB employees are on an annual contract. They are employed with an annual basis. You have the right, or superintendent has the right, to non-renew employees, and their job ends on June 30th. Prior to June 30th, 4 employees, long-term employees of 19, 20, 24, and 35 years were non-renewed, which you have that right to do. Where I have an objection is law enforcement was sent to their offices, they were packed in their bags, and they were walked out like a perp. And I don't think employees with that much experience and that much dedication to our district deserve to have that done in front of their colleagues and workmates. That practice I deem unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to invite all school board members and the superintendent to meet with ESMAB at a time of your choosing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pope? Popa? EBA? ESC Advisory Council?
Hi, and I have a sheet to give out. Can I give it out to maybe
Yes, staff.
Mr. Sullivan? Thank you very much, Jackie Loscombe, Chair of ESE Advisory. So I want to kick off by thanking all staff who served students over ESY, the extended school year, for students with disabilities. There's been some good feedback. There's also been some negative feedback. It would be good to crunch that down at our first ESE advisory meeting, which is August 22nd, with staff. That I know that staff were somewhat hobbled, or a lot hobbled in some cases, by the decision to close EdPlan before ESY had started and begun. there were some situations and some difficulties and challenges that should not have been foisted upon students and staff, and that lack of foresight or lack of understanding that our students needed that was met with some dismay. It would be good to have comparative data from this year to previous years regarding the number of seats offered in ESY, the number that attended, the number of total hours offered versus hours taken, and comparisons to previous years, so we can see if ESY is being eroded, if it's being attended well, attended not so well. I've had feedback from parents who said that their kids were offered, say, just an hour and a half at ESY twice a week, in which case there's little point them going. In their opinion, and I think situations like that do need to be addressed. I do just want to say something about collaboration. We are here as an advisory body and as a tool to be a bridge between you and the community. And collaborating only after the fact, or only telling us stuff after we could have helped provide some opinion or some feeding thoughts into a process, I think is something we could look at and improve upon. We're here to help and collaborate, and I think when we're carved out of processes, it does lead to a little bit of tension. One of those things being the AM/PM speech programs is a language-based half-day classroom model for providing age-appropriate experiences to enhance vocabulary, Q&A skills, social use of language, and pre-academic concept development for certain students. And it's being reduced in the district from August, or has been cut out now, in 13 out of 16 schools. The map should jump out at you as a glaringly inequitable situation. We only found this out by default from staff tipping us off to it after the decision had been made. And all protests about the fact that that is just so inequitable, the distribution now of schools that will be providing this program. Being told that only 3 parents were upset, I'd like to point out that parents weren't even given an option whether to be upset or not. In most cases, they were just told what was going to happen to their children being moved out of this program because it was no longer going to be available. And because you don't hear from people doesn't mean that they're not upset. And because people are told this is what is happening to your child, and they don't get a choice, I think judging whether something has been successful or not in terms of revising a program or getting rid of it shouldn't be judged on how many people called the ESE department. I can tell you more than 3 called me. I know there was a lot of upset among staff, and I still haven't even got the figures of how many students were in this program, but I think it's around 200 odd. I think there does need to be a look at what we've done there and maybe more equitable distribution of that program. We're told teacher vacancies are well filled this year. That's good to know. I would urge you that though you look at who those vacancies have been filled by. Have they been filled by qualified, certified staff? I know in some situations I can cite one in particular of a support facilitator who's being made to become an ESE teacher and just does not want to be. And if you're in a situation where you're going to lose a member of staff or can keep them in a job that they've got veteran wisdom and experience in, please retain them. Don't let our ESE community lose great, experienced, qualified staff. Great news on the DHH project front. If it's going to be implemented by the first day of school, we're told it will be in place, but we still lack protocols for implementation, a training plan and timeline for both staff and students and administrators, communication to parents and staff as to how it's all going to work, and any overview of the assignation of duties and responsibilities as to who's going to be operating the system. With metal detectors, I'd like to urge that interactions with students with disabilities at these metal detectors, it's crucial to have a script, to have a proper training of people, just like we did with Wanding. Again, we were involved in helping to formulate those protocols. We've heard nothing this time around, and EdPlan was a devastating decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And if Dr. Hepburn, if you can give the board a follow-up in regards to the AM/PM classes closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will do.
Thank you. Spam?
Madam Chair, point of order. I just wanted to advise the board that I had done a public records request on the discontinuation of the AM/PM program, and I had it and I have instructed Mr. Sullivan to go over and give it to Ms. Luscombe that might share some insights she might be interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. ESOL Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the Facilities Task Force. So the Facilities Task Force has not had regular meetings this summer. We have had subcommittee meetings this summer on Teams, which means we can't vote. You'll be getting today, and we will be voting on this at our August 8th meeting, provided we have a location. The very first thing on this, though, is Long Range Facility Master Plan Steering Committee. I believe at the last workshop we asked about a date for the next meeting, and the response would seem to be PP1. But what we've been talking about on the task force is that the committee, and by extension any of the function of long-range facility master planning, would fall under the board to ensure the highest level of transparency and accountability in light of the SMART bond. So, we haven't had a chance to develop language, but this would be yet another reason to vote down PP1, which is on school boundaries. Understand that that policy was not looped to the facilities task force. So if we're going to hit on a topic which is now more than one subject per rule, you would think you would bring it to the task force that deals with facilities, but no, we did not. Staff did not. There was another policy we've discussed, which is the lack of a school board policy requiring project budgets and scopes to comply with the CCC by being driven by standards in the State Plant Survey and SREF, and that's caused budget rather than district standards to drive project scopes. There needs to be a rule development workshop to initiate policy. So there's a whole laundry list of concerns. Many of these have been on a list from before. But I just wanted to highlight long-range facility master planning because we seem to be in PP1 saying long-range planning as a way to circumvent the steering committee and any other, and have the superintendent be setting the rules instead of the board. And then if something goes sideways, like it did with the removed board, because that last grand jury report was all about the SMART bond, who's on the hook? Who can the governor remove? The board, not the superintendent. So you want to make sure you're in the driver's seat. I guess we're going to have to just keep having this discussion. Markham Elementary is an example of what happens when you don't have the policy I just mentioned. Your current superintendent was advised that Markham currently, and for the past 2 years, violates SREF, which means it violates the CCC, and is causing the architect to be in breach of contract. I shared this with the superintendent on May 15th. We keep talking about this, and that's an email that's coming. But there was a bullying complaint, and I hope we don't have this coming year. I had to file a bullying complaint against the former facilities chief because she was withholding staff from our meetings and withholding information. And then to touch on, because we haven't actually discussed this, but one of the people that was non-renewed is the former executive director. Actually, I think she's still the executive director of capital programs because she hasn't actually resigned. So we will be discussing this because that is the person with the highest level of technical expertise in the district and a registered architect who understands SREF. So there are implications and concerns about getting rid of the person with the most knowledge about what you should do to be in compliance with laws. That person was initially non-renewed and then told that they renewed her, but if she doesn't resign, they're going to non-renew her. And they hot-footed her resignation to an H4 item when Marte, I still don't see her on a board item, but she's had a plaque and a going away party. So that's going to be an upcoming one. So boundary policy, Markham, long range planning, and the laundry list for your DEFP later today. And intercoms, we talk about safety and security every August at FTF. So all the discussions we've had at audit, we've had some this summer with FTF on that intercom project, and it's going to be all about standards and codes and what's an emergency communication system and what's not, because even your new fire chief has said the Roland Borg Telecenter U is not an emergency communication system.
Thank you. Gifted Advisory Council? Green Advisory Committee? Human Relations Committee? Multilingual Advisory Committee? Parent Community Involvement Task Force? Small Business Advisory Committee? Microphone.
Good morning. All right, there we go. Good morning, Superintendent, Chair, Vice Chair, Board members. My name is Shahira Jarrett Gallen. I am the Chair for the Small Business Advisory Committee. I'll just give you a little update with what we've been up to. I do and did attend the Reimagining Broward Schools meetings for the District Advisory Committee chairs. I did share my ideas on how to connect with the community to obtain feedback on concepts for redevelopment and reuse, and emphasize the importance of the community gaining a full understanding of the plans and not feeling like they're an afterthought, kind of being told what will be done. I also attend the goal-setting meetings, which I will say with the new leadership has been very productive. I feel in the past there's been a really big resistance to putting small business goals on the contracts, and now we have a process by which the new team is a bit more assertive and we're getting goals. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of the numbers given this new attitude and new push. Our Vice Chair, Brian Farrell, is actively participating in the Superintendent's Roundtable meetings. One key challenge for advisory committee meetings that keep coming up is quorum, and that issue is shared across the committees. I would ask for board members to check in with their committee appointees. At our last meeting, we literally had 2 folks at the meeting, myself, the chair, and the vice chair. So if you would check in with your appointees to see if this is still a board that they can participate on, it would be greatly appreciated because we have business to conduct. Our EDDC officer, Denise Mincy Mills, and the staff gave an update on the department's 2024 goals and initiatives. I am very happy when this new team came in. We reassessed our goals, make sure they were SMART goals, had timelines, and the new team has been very amenable to that. Notably, the certification reciprocity with Broward County government started in May of this year. That's something that we had been pushing for a few years. And now there are over 50 Broward small business enterprises that are now certified with the Broward County Public Schools, which is critical because as a small business owner, it can be very cumbersome to go from agency to agency, and we have 31 municipalities giving the same information. So we're thankful this goal was met. The EDDC is in the process of developing a 7-part business excellence program beginning in mid-October, designed to engage and support local and small business. This is something that we recommended as a board because in addition to ensuring that policies and procedures are small business friendly, there is a reputation for the school board not being small business friendly just based on what has happened in the past. And so we wanted to make sure as a committee we recommended things that got the school board out in the community engaging with our small businesses, and that's exactly what is happening. And now they're indeed inviting folks in to participate in this 7-part business excellence program. As of July 1st, EDDC launched a partnership with the Business Support Center to promote utilization of small businesses for school-based purchases, which once again is critical. We've talked about the engagement with Business Support Center, but also EDDC engaging with the department heads to ensure that they understand the importance of utilizing the program. And I'll just highlight a couple other things on the notes. As a topic for the Business Excellence Program, we recommended including the topic of how to price your bid properly. And for the program, the committee will be helping in identifying speakers, facilitators, and community presenters and sponsors, just so that it is really an all-hands-on-deck project. I will say in my last comments here that we are excited about the new hire for over procurement. We look forward to meeting him, and he kind of slid through our meeting this past month. I think he had been here for maybe 2 days. So we're looking forward to him coming to a meeting to have discussions about some of our concerns from the past, so they're not concerns in the future. And I would invite our superintendent to our meeting to hear specifically from our small businesses on the committee. I love our committee because it's made up of small business owners who've bid with the district, who have won some contracts but maybe have not been utilized. And I think those concerns should be heard directly at the top, so we can continue to progress in the manner that we like to see our businesses utilized. Thank you.
Thank you. Technology Advisory Committee. Okay, that concludes our committee reports. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker will be allowed 3 minutes and are reminded to address matters of relevance to the public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Therefore, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. Persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet, at his discretion, to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address their concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. So first up, we have Trudy Juranovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Juranovich, and I'm bringing you excerpts from an article I read recently. Project 2025, the policy agenda for one party's potential year back in the White House, published by the far-right conservative Heritage Foundation, has been making waves recently. Some of the many destructive proposals within the agenda include the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education, along with the elimination of federal education funding, any civil rights protection, and the diversion of public money to private school voucher programs instead. Make no mistake, the goal is to end public education. But dismantling our public schools isn't just the plan if Donald Trump is reelected. It is already happening here in Florida. We are on the brink of a new wave of public school closures, another step in the decades-long project to divest and dismantle the institution of the public school. Disguised as school choice, federal, state, local, and private actors have prioritized paying for private and charter schools, hoarding educational resources for the haves, and depleting resources for the have-nots. The policies that Project 2025 plan to prioritize, government payments to families sending their children to private school, and creation of new charter schools that are run like businesses, have expanded in the last few years, starving public school districts that serve all students of already insufficient resources. In the 23-24 school year, at least 70 school districts announced permanent closures of public schools, impacting millions of students. These districts are resorting to harmful, discriminatory, and ineffective so-called solution of closing schools, especially in Black and Latino communities, stripping those communities of their local public schools. That was from an article from Time Online. I want to say that now is the time for contagious patriotism. This election is about freedom in so many ways. All candidates should be aware of the dangers outlined in Project 2025, and they should outline how they will fight against these ideas once they are elected. The ability to have the kind of real public schools which have made so many contributions to this country for over 160 years is on the ballot in the August 20th election, as well as the November 5th election. Be sure to vote for candidates from the party that has shown its commitment to saving our public schools. I'll just remind everyone to become a public school voter. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Kite.
My name is Kelly Kite with Goldstein Kite Environmental. My partner, Michael Goldstein, spoke at the last meeting 30 days ago. The item I'm speaking about is that we've submitted an offer, a contract in writing since the last meeting to the school board to purchase the property located at South Hiatus Road and West Broward Boulevard. As some of you may know, the property has environmental contamination issues. That's what our company does, is specialize in acquiring property that has environmental impacts, remediating them, and bringing them to closure, and then using those sites for beneficial reuse. At the last meeting, I believe staff was going to meet with Dr. Hepburn regarding this issue, and we'd like to go ahead and negotiate a contract to purchase the property. No financing contingencies required. I believe you all have a copy of the contract, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding it.
Thank you. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning, Dr. Florida. So I did not have time during the audit committee report to get into the HCT performance audit of the Intercom enhancement bid 19-123E, but this audit will be discussed at the August 8th audit committee meeting and then transmitted with any additional motions or concerns. Now, normally, the board chair is the one that communicates with the chief auditor. There is a problem with that here because this current chair has a board member follow-up from 2019 asking about Roland Borg Telecenter U, and it represents, from my perspective, a conflict of interest. It does. And we've been discussing, because the issue that occurred with this Intercom project happened in 2018-19 when the MSD parent that is also an employee of Roland Borg went to the MSD Commission, talked about Telecenter U and Roland Borg, and then the Safe Havens report came out, and then came this rushed RFP, and then came a legal directive to change the specs. You even have the General Counsel's office rewording motions from the audit committee so that they could provide answers to questions that we did not ask. We asked for a technical expert to review the scope of the RFP so that we had an understanding of emergency communication systems, not for the fakakta reason that they're providing, which is, oh, well, you wouldn't recover the money, blah, 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 blah. It's a contest today to see which memo I just saw, the one on long-range planning not being a problem, when in that item for boundaries, staff struck the language before and is now trying to snow you guys into believing that, oh, we just consolidated language. So I don't know what's going on. I think one of this district's character traits is honesty. But that does not seem to be peppering itself throughout your staff, because we have two memos. I mean, I read the audit committee motion and contrasted it with the question that your legal team, which they're bound by professional ethics codes and all of that stuff, The question that they then posed is not the question we asked. We didn't say, should you get a technical expert? We straight up said, get one, because we can't make heads or tails of this. So I don't know who changed the questions and who's the driving force, but that's a problem here. And the boundary policy, I may have to stay with you all day. I'm going to go sign up to speak to that because it wasn't looped, and the long-range planning language was struck, and now they're trying to put it back.
Thank you. Philip Shaver.
Hello, my name is Philip Shaver. I've been a certified teacher for 21 years, 19 in Florida. I'm a former Broward Schools employee. Subject matter experts are useful. Don't leave them out of the process. I resigned in August 2021 as the coordinator of district attendance. Since leaving the district 3 years ago, I've been working in education on the other side of the district's budget. 4 months after I resigned from BCPS, I was hired by Student Services as a consultant to onboard the next coordinator of district attendance. The district paid me my new hourly rate of $300 an hour, $48,000 over 6 months, about 20 hours a month. Thank you, my company, and I appreciate that. For the last 3 years, I've been able to save money and invest in retirement, something I could not do as a teacher or coordinator. I'm here today for a few reasons. Why did I resign? I was ordered to delay the compliance of state and district policies for the first week of school in 2021, so I resigned that day. I received my evaluation from July and August 2021, 2 weeks ago, 3 years after I left the district. All 7 ratings were marked effective. Highly effective is the highest you can get on your evaluation. That included professional and ethical behavior. The highest level of ethical behavior I've exhibited in my professional career is resigning because I was ordered to not be compliant for the district. I saved over 200 principals from being non-compliant. I couldn't turn to my supervisor for intervention because they were out of the country for vacation that week. Is it standard practice to send evaluations to employees 3 years after employment? Letters sent to me and at least 5 other colleagues who left that year. How many people got evaluations from more than a year ago? Is it standard practice? My evaluation arrived by certified mail at $9. That's a waste. I live in Pompano Beach. When I called the director of employee evaluations, she said, "We hoped leaders were doing evaluations." Imagine if I hoped people were taking attendance. Has the district come up with a plan to monitor the evaluation process? 2 chiefs left the district in 2021. How many former employees got an evaluation from a stranger that they've never worked with? On another note, why do teacher vacancies renew every 4 to 5 weeks? Is it to make it appear like the district is filling positions? Using substitutes instead of full-time certified teachers is wrong. And finally, as a member of the community, I do not support the termination of a parent or IMS from Monarch High School.
Thank you so much. Narnique Pierre Grant.
Morning. So I signed up because, and I also signed up to talk on PP1 and PP2, but it's very disheartening when advisories and community members spend countless hours and time with staff going through policy reviews only to see the final product be presented with none of their input and none of their time that they've expressed to do so. So with the boundary process, the boundary policy that is very upsetting. I sent out an email, you guys sent out a response, and I literally got the memo yesterday, right before this meeting, which I felt like was a little bit disingenuous because didn't give me enough time to kind of figure out what I was going to say today. However, I am always in the mindset of being collaborative and also knowing that the board members are listening to those who voted them in. So the ask and the question, the request and the consideration, I'm asking that you all either reloop the 8010 or give us an explanation as to why you guys the staff has taken this stance to add on things and really remove input from community members, because when you look at it on its face and how we interpret information or how people will read and interpret it, it feels like we're not being part of the process. It looks like we're just sprinkled in the process, and words that are used with staff about if it's warranted and all that other stuff gives the driving puts the staff in the driving seat, and we're just passengers, and then we're just like they are sitting out there. Input or not. So I would please humbly ask that you all reconsider, and also some of the things that were put in, I was told I read in the memo that it stated that this was already in there, but those were stricken out in the beginning when it was doing the looping process. The board members hadn't had an opportunity to even discuss those portions. So my request is to consider the May 29th version versus this version today. And hopefully you all will have some robust discussion on it, so maybe staff can kind of tweak it a little bit. So that is my ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nicole Morse.
Good morning, Nicole Morse, Coral Springs. I am going to echo the sentiment of Mrs. Grant. We spent countless hours and days, and I don't mean 2 hours on 2 days. I mean hours and days, in teams meeting, North area, South area, Central area, diversity, DAC, and we had, Mr. Beck was wonderful to come and speak with us, and we made a lot of changes that we agreed on. There were portions that were unanimously struck out at DAC that we were obliged. We were given a highlighted version that I sent to you all with these changes, and then when it went to workshop, it was there. A couple of weeks after, I had a conversation with Mr. Beck about changing something, and he said, I cannot make changes post-looping. That's not fair to the advisories. And then when I pulled up that policy a couple of days ago or a week ago, it was 3 pages longer and drastically different. It was not the policy that we had went over. Community input was removed and replaced with stakeholder, with a definition that doesn't include the community at large. So if you're not a parent, PTA, advisory member, it doesn't give clear language that the community will be in charge. This is not selfish for any of us. This probably won't affect most of our schools, but this is going to be the blueprint for how redefining and repurposing and closing schools is done. So the way that it's removing diversity, equity, guardrails, community input, it seems like it's the blueprint, and you can see what they're going to do by looking at it, and it's going to be lopsided for some. They're taking out language that guarantees equitable education. They're taking out language that says the community will have input on what will happen with the schools that's closed. Mrs. Hickson, I don't know if I'm supposed to say it out, but call out names, I'm sorry. But she had said, maybe we'll close the school and we'll put a senior citizen home there. And that's a great idea, but the community should have a say in that, right? And they're taking out language that says that they will have a say in it. Mr. Fogan-Holy has suggested if they close Olson Middle School, those students that they were going to move them to an elementary wouldn't have a soccer field. So we had advocated for that language to be in there, that they wouldn't lose anything. They struck that out. Again, we're not asking for, this is not selfish. I'm not asking for chocolate ice cream at Coral Glades. I am here as a parent and a community member, and I'm speaking for the parents who don't know the policy, who aren't reading the policy, who don't understand the guardrails that are be taken away from them. And I know the schools that it's going to affect and the communities that it's going to affect. And, it's really unfair. So I hope that you all will, I know there's no schools being closed this year. So I would hope that if this is going to be the blueprint, that it would go back through looping, that the community would be able to come back to the table and agree on something that is palatable for all of us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Rayner.
Good morning, board members. Michael Rayner. I had the honor to chair the 2011-2013 Broward County single-member board member redistricting committee. And during that time, we as a board worked very hard to make sure that we fixed the school board member districts which you're elected, single school board member districts which you're elected, to undo the gerrymandering that had existed in this district for quite some time, and to make sure that we complied with guiding principles as part of Amendment 4 and Amendment 5 that were passed at the state level. This morning I was alerted and alarmed by some campaigning and texting and things that I think are rather concerning, questionable. You know, we first went about making sure that all small cities were kept whole. And that was something that we stuck to because we wanted to make sure that small cities weren't lost and had strong representation to be able to go to the 2 at-large and a single member. I was a little bit concerned by a text message that goes out attacking an opponent, and the one remark is this seat was specially created to have a black or Hispanic voice. And in language like that, I find a little concerning. You know, we created and helped make sure that we changed the boundaries for District 2, and I believe even District 1, I'd have to have the numbers in front of me, which I don't, to make sure that there was greater minority access for representation. But that representation is based on minority communities coming together in a coalition to elect a representative of their choice. We also made sure that in other districts throughout that we did away with some of the bleaching that occurred in other single board member districts back in 2013. And thankfully, those maps that we created were upheld and then actually used as the framework for the county commission to do their redistricting. But I am concerned with some of this. And when we talk about communities and representation, it's also the values of individuals, why people are electing certain people. And I ask that people don't take too much into when you hear these text messages that come through, and really think about candidates' positions and the values of public education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next item of business on the agenda is H4. May the chair have a motion and second on item H4.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It's been moved and second. Public comment on H4.
Madam, we have registered speakers.
Okay.
As I call your name, please come to the closest microphone. Ingram Ford and Chris Nelson.
Good morning, Superintendent. Good morning, board members. I'm here this morning in full support of Superintendent Hepburn, recommending the termination of the information management specialist at Monarch High School for violating Florida state law by allowing a biological male to participate in girls' sports. This is not only a violation of state law, this is a violation of common sense, this is a violation of science. Male and female were created by God in the first place, are distinctively different. They each have different chromosomes that separates and defines a male from a female. So when there's when a corpse is found or a decomposed body is found, a chromosome test is used to to find out or ascertain the identity of the biological sex of this corpse. And that test is called a chromosome test. Therefore, there's no, let's follow the science carefully. There's no medication, hormone therapy, puberty blockers that can change a chromosome from a male to a female. Male are biologically stronger than females based on the science and do not belong in girls' sports. We need to embrace these children by creating a category for them. We need to embrace our transgender children that we love by creating a category for them. But biological science says that men are stronger based on their chromosomes than female. And so this is not just a violation of state law, it's a violation of science, and it's a violation of common sense. And it is unethical to violate state law. And those board members who vote to violate and collude to violate state law should be recommended to the Ethics Committee for disciplinary actions. Thank you.
Next we have Michael Rayner and Kristen Ferretti. As they get up, the next two speakers are going to be Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh and Jackie Lepsko.
Madam Chair, Kristen Ferretti is going to waive her time.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Ferretti, and I'm going to waive my time so Mr. Rayner can speak.
6 minutes.
Thank you. And I apologize. I'm having to sit down. I tore my meniscus on my knee on both sides, and there's no accommodations otherwise here. I want to begin with the item. And first, I believe, Madam Chair, you alluded to the fact that you may have mentioned the core characteristic traits of this district. Kindness, being helpful, thoughtful, caring, compassionate, and considerate. Respect, showing consideration, understanding, and regard for people, places, and things. Self-control, having discipline over one's behavior or actions. Tolerance, recognizing and respecting differences, values, and beliefs of other people. I start that way because I've spent an agonizing number of hours reviewing the investigation. And even before I go forward, if I could just ask board members to give a show of hands, did the superintendent provide you with the supplemental report that was an interview of former Superintendent Runcie? I see one hand raised. I don't see any others. Okay, I see some going up. You probably just got it today, I'm gathering, or yesterday. And so I don't know how timely documents were given, and that document was probably only given because I called several of you to say, where is it? And have you seen it? And the answer was no. You know, back in 2014, I worked closely with Dr. Mark Strauss to establish the LGBTQ Superintendent Roundtables with Superintendent Robert Runcie. And it was an opportunity for the LGBT community, organizations, parents, teachers, and others to come together to hear in a safe space and forum of things that they didn't feel safe attending meetings to voice their concerns. I was at the February 21 meeting, and I'm not certain if I was at the May 5th meeting that occurred. I'm not sure if I had a conflict or not. But I do have the emails that actually had our agenda for those meetings. And in those agendas, one of the items that was included was transgender employee-dependent health care programs. And it was a space where we got to actually explain to Superintendent Runcie how the district's policy back then excluded gender-affirming care for employees, their dependents. And we shared the story of two people, one who was an employee going through transition who was a teacher and had to put $15,000 on their mother's American Express card to do the surgery because this district discriminated through its insurance policy back then. The other was an employee who had a child transitioning and had no support financially from the district through its health care plan. Superintendent Runcie listened and during the renewal fixed that. But the other topic right after that was commentary and report from parents of transgender students and families, parents of transgender students. At that meeting, Jessica Norton attended. Jessica Norton asked the question that she basically reported to SIU as asking. I recall hearing her testimony and how moved I was, because to me, I leaned right over to the person next to me and I said, this is exactly what this meeting was for, to create that safe space for dialogue so we could begin to look at the issues of marginalized youth and figure out how to address situations and support all children. So when we say all children, please don't give me the footnotes of who's not included when people talk about equity, inclusion, and all other aspects in education. I want to see those footnotes listed next time. You know, so this did occur. The conversation occurred. And actually, it occurred again on May 5th. SIU claimed that these meetings never occurred because they couldn't find any evidence. But in their own report on pages 64 to 67, they included Superintendent Runcie's calendar that included all the emails that actually talked about the meeting. They came to false conclusions. They provided you the evidence, claiming there was no evidence. I was horrified to also read how Mr. Cecil thankfully showed dignity to the student, but yet SIU failed to demonstrate the characteristic traits and continued to call the child a male, continued to call the child it. How would you react to your child being called an it? An it is a rug. An it is the microphone. An it is the seat. An it is not a living, breathing object. There was no training to SIU, and this is a concern we have raised time and time again. And I'm sure there'll be motions on this, and I'll finish my comments then. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
As she's coming up to the mic, Vicente Thrower is the final registered speaker, if you want to make your way to the mic.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I am not in favor of terminating this employee. You need to separate politics from whether the person did something wrong or not. And because I trust Scott Travis's investigative skills more than I do SIU, I am convinced that she did not do what she's accused of. I believe you have a professional standards committee that recommended suspension, not termination. So I am confused as to why this is even a thing still. But no, not in favor of termination. And I think if you vote to terminate, it's going to come back to bite you. Thank you.
Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs. I'm not confused why this is up here at all. It's up here because of politics. And I'd urge you not to play into politics. Keep politics out of our school board, please and thank you. We all know that this wouldn't even be on the agenda if it wasn't for the nature of what it's about. And I would like you to just please consider that given the fact that I've been at the microphone so many times bringing to your attention egregious cases of professional misconduct in our schools that have even involved staff assaulting students, and we still can't get them out of our school system, but you want to take action, or I'm hoping you don't, of this nature against this particular employee. There are other ways of dealing with this. I would urge you to grasp them. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Vincente from Pompano Beach. I'm speaking on behalf of the brothers. I'm here on the item with Dr. Shaw. to the superintendent and to the chair to the superintendent, we would like for you to reconsider this position, Mr. Superintendent. Dr. Shaw has been a wonderful asset to this district. First of all, she took a demotion not one time, but several times under the previous superintendent who we got rid of, who is I can't say no derogatory stuff about her, but I'm going to say it to the board. Dr. Shaw is a wonderful lady. And when a woman, in particular, an African-American black woman, and I ain't going to talk about politics, but I could go there. How do you all make an African-American woman feel this way in this type of situation right now? It is, to me, it's like picking on my sister or picking on my mother and saying that we're going to use the system to bully somebody. This board has a responsibility to look out for its employees also, in particular those who we want our other little sisters and mothers to want to be one day. Why can we not reconsider this to the chair, to the superintendent? Because when you do stuff like this, you tear down somebody's confidence. Now today I'm here, but should this move forward today, I'm going to bring some pastors and some brothers down here the next time, because we don't like seeing when our sisters are being bullied, when the system is not working to give us justice and making sure somebody is being treated right. I'm asking and appealing to you all today that I think you all should reconsider what staff is recommending. And Mr. Superintendent, I'm appeal to you. I think you should ask the board to pull this item so you can do some further research into it, because we're asking that. I'm speaking for the brothers in the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is all the registered speakers we have.
Thank you. Board. I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Dr. Carlita Shaw-Roll, and I'm here to speak on item H4. I have been a loyal, dedicated employee of the school district for over 30 years with an unblemished record until August of 2023, where I was saddled with not one, but two investigations for bullying and harassment. The first one came around July, which I responded to very effectively because it was one person. Though I was not given the name of the person, I was able to decipher who the person was and respond with details and with a variety of emails and things of that sort. Before I could get a ruling on that one, I was saddled with another one, as well as 3 accusations from SIU and then another 3. It was very evident from the statements from these people that some of them as much as 10 years old, 12 years old, from when I was a principal at Attucks Middle School. There was no corroborating evidence. The investigations took over almost a year to conclude, and statements were taken from children, from people who actually brought the accusations forward. The manner in which that it was held, there were people who came forward to speak out on my behalf, but nobody actually interviewed those people or took their statements. I'm here to appeal to the board about the process by which this investigation were done were not in accordance with school board policy. I was not afforded due process when I asked for an appeal for the bullying, the second bullying complaint that I was found guilty of, without even knowing there were about 7, 8, or 9 people who wrote statements. I was never told who they were. Once I was found guilty, I was given the statements, and I was looking at them, and I said, I haven't talked to this person in almost 15 years. The bullying policy is clear that anything over 90 days is not even considered. When I was a principal supervisor, there were people who filed bullying and harassment complaints. And I was told at that time that these are not going to go forward because they're more than 90 days old, but they took things that were almost 15 years old into consideration and found me guilty. And even after they found me guilty and I asked for an appeal, I have never gotten an appeal. I have presented a document, several documents that outline who these witnesses are, why they had motive, and why I was found guilty, not in accordance with policy, but I'm here today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Board debate, Mrs. Leonardi.
I had some questions. I'd like to go later if that's possible.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I guess directed to the superintendent, if you could address a couple of things. One, there was a recommendation for a 10-day suspension for the IMS. Can you explain to us why your recommendation was so much more severe? And then a second question based on public comment, could you explain to us if due process was followed and the procedures were followed in the I don't know what word I want, punishment, I don't know if punishment is the right word, but in the consequences of the speaker that was just in front of us?
Hi, in the audience.
Can't hear.
Oh, they can't hear.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson, for the question. First, I'm going to defer to Ms. Batista because I know this issue is currently in a lawsuit or litigation, just to make sure what we can and can't talk about.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So as the school board considers the level of discipline to impose on this employee or any employee really, but it applies obviously to this employee as well, it's just important to remember that the actual due process, there are two levels of due process. One was during the investigation process, and then the second one occurs after the school board votes on the discipline, and then the employee has the right to file a grievance. If the person is a non-certificated employee, file a grievance and then ultimately go to arbitration, and that's where the due process occurs. The board today is not sitting here in a quasi-judicial capacity, so while you are able to discuss the item, this is not the place to weigh evidence or accept witness testimony or anything of that sort. So I just wanted to put that on the table to give you some parameters. The attorneys for the superintendent that represented the superintendent during the discipline, they are here, and I think they will be able to respond to any questions related to due process.
So is anyone able to explain to us how it went from a 10-day suspension to a termination? And my other question is, based on the state law, does the state law say what the consequences have to be if someone doesn't follow this particular law?
Ms. Batista?
Yes, so this is Fabian Ruiz, and he's labor counsel for the superintendent. Just to answer one of your questions, Mrs. Hickson, the law that you are referring to, I think, is the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which is Florida Statute 1006.205. There is nothing in that statute that would give any type of discipline based upon the violation of the statute. It's not in the statute.
Okay, so can someone speak to how it went from 10 days to termination?
Microphone.
Come on, guys. Good morning. So and
and I think Ms. Batista touched on this, in terms of a question of due process, for example, there is a grievance process. It's provided for in the collective bargaining agreement. My understanding is that the employee is part of the FOPE clerical unit. If she decides to exhaust her administrative remedies, that would go through that process.
So my due question process wasn't for the Fairness in Women's Act. It was for the second employee that they were publicly speaking about, Ms. Shaw, Dr. Shaw. So that wasn't my due process question. My question for this item is there was a recommendation by a committee for 10-day suspension, and then it came to us as a termination recommendation. So I'm just wondering how that changed, and I think that's really a superintendent answer. Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. Just confirming I can answer that. So pretty much my determination for termination was solely based on the findings from the report, investigative report from SIU. Pretty much a willful neglect to follow the law as an employee.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is to the superintendent. Can you explain, because we've heard that someone wasn't given full due process, and we've gotten a couple of emails. So in the second employee's demotion, can you explain to us, was there an investigation? Was due process given? Did we follow all of the procedures in that instance?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, for the second employee, we can confirm due process was followed. I can have Mr. Azzarito adding additional information if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hickson, do you have anything else?
No, that's it for now.
Okay. Mr. Foganoli?
I think Ms. Leonardi is ready.
It's whatever.
Mr. Foganoli?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. The first questions I do have, I think with Dr. Shaw-Roll, and I looked at it because comparing to other employees, and we looked at multiple things, I looked at multiple things, and saw the track record that people would have, right? 2011, called a child ugly. 2011, pulled this on a parent. 2012, it just goes on, and the list goes on, and somebody is suspended 2 days. And for me, I saw this situation, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm missing something. So when it comes to that, Dr. Shaw-Roll, what was the history before? What was her history before this situation happened? I think I'm going to point to this a little bit more because she was one of my principals, so I want to make sure we talk about this and we're clear.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, and I'll ask Mr. Azzarito to help me out here with this process, but I can't speak to historical references. I've looked at previous trends for many of the employees as those items come forward and looking at historical references of how employees have been disciplined in the past, but my determinations are solely based on the current investigation that is in front of me at the time, not looking at standards of previous discipline handed out to employees over time, because from my recollection, I've seen some variance in how we've disciplined employees in the past, and so I'm using my best knowledge from the investigative reports, checking in with HR, checking in with investigators while they're going through this, just to make sure everything is factual and determined to be true, and then come up with a decision point from there.
Understood. So I think and it's going to tag team Ms. Hickson's question, because it's how was your determination to go from point A to point B, to make a decision from here to 0 to 10 days. Where does that determination lie? It feels like there's no consistency when it comes to it. And that's what I have an issue with. We talk about our school leaders, when we talk about principals, we talk about our teachers, we talk about people. It shouldn't rely on personal relationships, right? Because for me as a principal, anytime that she called me in, I was just impressed, not only with her, but staff. But not only that, students. The last time I went to Lanier James and visited Dr. Roll, she pulled in students to speak to me. It wasn't even her to sort of say, look at my track record. Kids were coming in and talking about how great the school was, how they could see improvements, right? We've seen change. We would like to see this and that. I just think comparing, it doesn't line up to me. So I think I'll speak more on that, and I think we'll come back to that.
Can Mr. Azario speak to that?
Oh, yes, please.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So for Dr. Shaw Roll, the original recommendation from PSC was a 10-day suspension. There was 2 investigations. SIU did one, and Employee Labor Relations did a second one. So it was a 10-day recommendation from SIU and a 3-day from Employee Labor Relations. So it would have been 13 days total. So in discussion with legal and I believe with her attorney, we went down to the 5 days because of previous achievements, previous records, previous things that came up or did not come up. So we settled with the 5 days, and that's when the employee executed that stipulation to suspension agreement. So she agreed to the 5 days and signed it.
Okay. And again, also one of the situations too, and I'm going to go talk to the other one with Ms. Norton as well. But I'm going to talk about even Dr. Roll, Principal Cecil, multiple leaders in our schools. When this whole thing goes down, when things happen like this, how long was she not at Lanier James when this started happening? When she was pulled from the school, how long was she not there?
Mr. Azario.
Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the background information that was sent to the board members, so give me 1 second to scroll through this. I believe it was August, but I'm not finding the exact date.
I appreciate it. The point is how long they were away from their schools, right?
Yeah.
So you want to speak on that, or?
Well, just a quick comment. It's not about expediency. It's about doing a real thorough investigation to get it right, to get all the facts. I know SIU and HR, they take their time. They're interviewing personnel, possible parents, students, whatever the case may be, but it's about getting it right. It's not about doing it fast.
Of course, and I understand that. And I don't think it was the speed, but I'm talking about the impact of when that happens, right? Yep. When an investigation happens and leaders are pulled from our schools, Principal Cecil's in the middle of the school year get pulled, the inconsistency and the disruption to kids' environments and their learning of when that happens. Going back to the situation, I think the way things went down were just so bad. Of how things are so quick, our kids are affected. But before I get into that, I do have questions because I do want to talk about Ms. Norton here. And I read the article in the Sun Sentinel. And in the article, coming into this meeting, I feel pretty clear of what 3 or 4 board members are already thinking. And so I guess the question is to General Counsel. I think in another situation, if we ever look at it, is the writer in the situation of the Sun Sentinel, the article that came out, were they acting, could I say they were acting as a conduit between board members sharing action and opinion on a vote that will be taken today?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is not a violation of sunshine when a reporter, a news reporter, reports on comments that were made to him through an interview process, unless you can show that it was as a liaison between, school board members or council members or whatnot. So in this particular case, just the fact that there were interviews that were conducted between the news reporter and board members, and then the news report came out, the article came out with that information, does not violate the Sunshine Law.
Okay, because case law speaks to that. It says if somebody's shown as a conduit sharing official action between at least 2 officials, it's a violation of Sunshine Law, correct?
That is correct.
So what you're saying is media or newspaper would be exempt from this?
Not necessarily, but you would have to show that the reason or part of what occurred was as a result that the media person was actually a conduit between the board members, and I don't believe there's any evidence of that here.
Okay, so let's change the situation. So if I had my cousin, which is a blog writer, come up and say, hey, met with me, or actually put it out and said, I met with board member Alston, and board member Alston said they don't agree with this and they are going to do blank. So-and-so came out and this board member said they don't agree with the situation and they want to make a motion and they want something to change and do blank. Put it out on a blog post. I mean, what you're saying, it seems like a loophole. All we need to do is get a blog writer and they can come up and then violate sunshine all day. Just see what everybody else is thinking, but it was in a media release. So I'm not talking about my colleagues here, because this is what we get asked all the time. We get asked, sure, this is I'm in favor, I'm against. It's not against us. But my thing is, for me, it just felt wrong reading the article, because I'm coming into this meeting pretty well versed on how people are feeling. And that to me felt like a violation of sunshine. Even reading an article and saying, I know where people stand. I know that people think are wrong, not in favor, making a motion, changing things. This is in a newspaper article. So that's your opinion, that it's not a violation of sunshine law?
Well, my opinion is based on the Attorney General's opinion. There are opinions from the Attorney General and from the Sunshine Law manual, which I'm sure you're reading from as well. And that specifically says, it talks about just exactly what happened here, right? When news reporters make questions and ask questions of elected officials, and then that information is published in a report, in an article, that is not a violation. So if you want to call it, a loophole, or you want to call it an exception, or whatever, but that's what the law says at this point.
I'd like to make a point of order, the General Counsel. Are we permitted to take a survey of who actually spoke with this reporter? Because I didn't speak to anyone. I didn't advise any opinion, didn't respond to any messages I got, and that was very misleading, I thought, because it appeared like everyone had been spoken to. And I also think that the link in this one is one sole person. This information from this entire board is passing through one person who's then holding it out and exposing to the group. And I think that's manipulation. And I think that is an attempt to violate sunshine law, to communicate what other people are doing, or to mislead people as to that other people have already communicated and their minds are made up. So
Okay,
can you
thank
please...
you, Mrs. Pham. We'll come back to you.
I was going to say, shed some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you very much, General Counsel. So back to item here. I have an issue, and I think, with this whole situation. So, General Counsel, I think one of the things in the article, actually, talked about, I don't think the issue is that people knew, right? Or they didn't know. Because people knew, correct? It's very clear that people knew. There was a lawsuit. General Counsel, you're very well versed that there was a lawsuit. So how did that happen, that it passed through that? Okay.
Please put 1 minute on the clock for Mr. Fognoli to finish up his comments.
Thank you very much, Chair. So how did they let that pass to allow a child to play sports or to be on a team when this whole thing was going on? How did that allow it not to be seen or be caught that was going on? And it would violate something. The child played sports, but they had the lawsuit going on at the same time. How did we not catch that?
Bautista.
So the item before you today really has nothing to do with lawsuit. We have the attorney here that represents the district in that case, just to make sure that there are no issues that come out through this process that should not be discussed at this point because of the pending case. So I will defer to Ms. Anastasia Proto-Papadakis, and she may be able to answer that question.
Microphone.
Hello? Okay. Good morning, Anastasia Proto-Papadakis. I do represent the School Board of Broward County with respect to the DN versus School Board of Broward County lawsuit, which is pending before the federal court, and there's a confidentiality order, so we cannot discuss any information about what were in communications that we've had with school board counsel, nor the discovery process in the lawsuit, nor the motion practice in the lawsuit, because there is a pending confidentiality order, and I believe the item before you is the discipline or termination of the employee, has nothing to do with the actual lawsuit. So I'm sorry, we can't discuss that because of a confidentiality order that's pending. And I have a copy if y'all would like to see it.
Understood. I would like that, but so I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to say, Chair, this whole situation is literally putting on one sole person of what multiple people should be held accountable for. It feels like you are using one person as a scapegoat in this situation, and it feels wrong. Totally wrong. Law was broken, things were done wrong, sure. But for me, if it's not done equally and actually held everybody accountable, it's like 9 people rob a bank, you catch one person. It's fine, you did it. Congratulations, fine. And you just let 8 people run loose. I think that's wrong. So for me, it's looking at a bigger picture, but it feels like one person's being held accountable for a number of things that went wrong. And I know my time is up, so I'll stop there and then wait for a motion, I guess. I don't know. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Chair.
Mrs. Rupert? No? Okay. Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you. So I have a series of questions. Who has jurisdiction to enforce the Fairness in Women's Sports Act? Does our SIU have that authority?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the law is supposed to be followed by the district, and there is no, that's the answer. The law is supposed to be followed by the school board and the representatives of the school board, which would be, of course, the employees of the district.
Okay. So if someone is in violation of that, what would be the appropriate body in the school district to address that?
Batista?
So it depends whether there is a violation by an employee, then it would be through the superintendent and the process of discipline.
And if it was not an employee?
If it was not an employee, then the Department of Education would have the jurisdiction over the district.
Okay. So I think that part of my issue is...
Or in this case also, I think the Florida High School Association had some jurisdiction over some portions of this.
Got it. In the wake of some of this legislation in the last few years, I think it's been very unclear who enforces these things, what the process is, what's allowed and what's not allowed. And I think it's very important, and I'm going to say this to my, 6th superintendent in however many years, that we need to put information out to our employees and to our community about these things. We need to be very, very clear, and we have not been historically. If you fill out a form incorrectly in your role as a parent and it enables your child to play sports when ineligible, does that normally subject you to discipline as an employee?
Dr. Hepburn?
No. There may be some instances that may affect the kid, but it doesn't affect the parent.
Okay. I'll give another scenario. If I, as a parent, lie about my home address when registering my child at a school that would allow her or him to go to a school they're not zoned for, would that subject me to discipline as an employee?
Dr. Hepburn?
As an employee, it may. If you're an employee and a parent at the same time, it may.
Okay.
Wait, Ms. Batiste, can you speak about breaking the law by doing that? By falsifying your address to go to a specific school?
Right. So that would be, yes, breaking the law, and the parent is held accountable for that.
Right, but I'm talking, so I know as a parent that there is, legal issue, right? There's a legal side of that, but as an employee, one would also be disciplined for breaking that law, correct?
Batista?
I don't know what the history is with the district. I cannot speak as to what investigations or how that has been done.
Okay, but just so I'm clear from Dr. Hepburn, I'm hearing yes.
Yes, you're falsifying records as an employee, yes.
Well, what I'm saying is if I as a parent falsify my child's records, I can be held accountable as an employee, correct?
Let me get this right. If you are a parent and an employee at the same time,
Correct.
and you enrolled your kid at a school and falsified the records for the address, yes, you would.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear on that. There is an allegation that policy was violated in 2017 when the parent registered or had their child's gender changed in terms. What policy was violated? What policy was on the books?
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti, I don't know if you have that information at hand right now.
Jamie Alberti, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Ms. Leonardi, can you repeat the question, please?
What policy did we have in 2017 that having a child's gender changed in terms would have violated?
Do not think the policy took place in 2017, ma'am. I think the policy changed later.
Okay. Okay. That is in conflict with what was in the investigative report. Were any other employees besides the one that is up for discipline today aware of this potential violation of the law?
From my recollection, from the implementation of this law in July 2021, no other employees were in violation.
Okay. All right, I have a motion I would like to make, but I don't know if now is the appropriate time.
Yep.
I'd like to separate Jessica Norton from H4.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Leonardi, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mr. Olson?
Yes, could I offer a substitute motion to separate number 4 and 5 from the remaining of the full item?
Leonardi?
Well, I don't need her as a substitute.
Oh, second? Second. Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment? Okay, 4 and 5 are separated out. So let's vote on everything else except 4 and 5. Mrs. Batiste, do you want to speak to that?
I feel like your mic is off.
Microphone?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Okay, let's vote on everything else besides 4 and 5. All in favor of everything else besides 4 and 5?
Madam, I had scheduled to speak.
Yeah, we're going to get back to 4 and 5. Did you have to speak on others besides 4 and 5?
No, I have.
Okay, then let's vote on that, and we'll get back to 4 and 5. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
All in favor of everything on the list besides 4 and 5, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Everything else passes. Now we're back to 4 and 5. Okay, so Ms. Leonardi, you're done? Or do you need more?
I had another comment, but now I don't remember. So
Okay. Ms. Rupert? Oh, I have you on the list. Ms. Rupert? Oh, okay, we're going to come back to Ms. Rupert. Okay, left to speak, I have Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions on number 5, item 5. Was the child at any point referred to as it in any verbal or documented conversation?
Ms. Batista, Dr. Hepburn?
In the investigative report, yes.
Okay, so in an investigative report is by SIU?
Can I correct that for the record? No, and I'm going to actually ask Detective Tello, who actually performed the investigation, if she can come to the podium to answer some of your questions, Dr. Holness.
Okay.
Detective Holly Tello, SIU. No, the child was never referred to as an it in the investigation or during questioning. There was an issue during questioning where the mother and the legal team did not approve of us referring to the child as a he. At that point, we made an agreement to decide to call the child your child for the remainder of the investigation, which we did. It was misconstrued. We started talking over each other, and then once we stopped talking, we began our conversation again, and the first word was it. No, the child was never referred to as it.
Okay, so for the record, there's no part of your conversation, no documentation showing that the child was referred to as it?
No.
Okay, so I'll continue. Did the state proceed to consequence the district for what occurred at Monarch? And if so, for the record, can you tell us, Mr. Superintendent, what was the consequence?
Dr. Hepburn?
Currently, the consequences were a fine for athletics. I think the fine was over $10,000.
$16,500, is that correct?
I can't, don't quote me on that, but we can follow up with the exact amount. But I know it was over $10,000. And I want to say they are also on probation, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can, we'll confirm that. But
when we say they,
the
Superintendent?
the athletic teams.
The athletic team?
And coaches.
Okay, so that would be the actual coaches, and who else would be considered part of the athletic team?
Just a second, we're grabbing that information so we can provide an accurate follow-up.
Okay, so while I wait for that answer, are we required to have, is there any further requirement by the state for the district to proceed to consequence the parent?
Dr. Hepburn?
I wouldn't say required, but it's an expectation that if somebody is breaking the law or any specific wrongdoing, that we go through our process to discipline an employee.
Okay, so the state consequenced the school with a fine of $16,500. The child was removed from the team, and are you saying there's an expectation by the state to consequence the parent, or is that a subjective opinion?
There's an expectation if an employee, as we deem based on our investigation, has done anything against the law or any wrongdoing, to go through the due process to come up with the correct discipline to address the matter, so it won't be repeated again.
Okay, and for the record, the expectation is okay, for the record, is the expectation by the state, to be clear, or is that expectation, whose expectation are we referring to?
District, I don't want to quote anything based on the state, but as far as a district, BCPS, we have an expectation that we're going to go through due process with our employees if they commit any infractions.
Okay. So what is the district's process in collecting information from any parent?
I have Chief Alberti and Mr. Azarito, if you two can go over through the rigors of an investigative process.
Dr. Hepburn, not the investigative process, but the process for collecting data from any parent regarding a child enrolling in any school. what is the district process in collecting data from parents?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah. Can you be specific, Dr. Holness? Is it
Okay, so
enrolling a student?
Correct. So whether it's enrolling a student or for whatever the reasons may be, if they're collecting data for new students, for students being determined to be in, say, an IEP student or whatever it may be, what is the process in ensuring that information is accurately collected from parents, regardless of whether they're new enrolled or they're enrolled in a specific program offered by the district, or whether we're determining if they're gifted, if they're ESC? What is our obligation in ensuring the accuracy of the data?
Okay, so for example, enrolling a student, the parent would simply go to the school and work with whatever clerical or administrator that's been designated to enroll that kid through a process, collecting information for addresses and the like, just to make sure they're at their right zone school. For other circumstances, when it comes to identifying gifted or special needs, those are other evaluations that are performed by staff just to make sure that student meets that criteria to be gifted or requires any special services due to special needs concerns.
Okay, so does the district have an obligation to ensure that the data is accurate through document verification?
Correct.
Okay. In this case, did the district follow that procedure in ensuring that the documents presented to ascertain the gender of this child was accurate?
Correct. From the two schools, in this case, they went through their process to verify information.
Okay, so when the information was collected on this particular child and a particular gender information was provided, did the district verify through documentation that this was accurate?
Correct. The documentation that was provided was deemed accurate at that time. As much as I can say about the documentation that was provided.
Okay, so would you say then the district has an obligation to ensure the accuracy of documentation of identification?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. So all of us, in my opinion, have some lessons to learn from this. I believe that the district has an obligation to accurately collect data. I also believe that there is some moral obligation of our incoming parents to provide accurate information. Do I believe there should be some degree of consequence to this parent? Yes. Do I believe it warrants termination? No. I think we must all consider the impact that all of this is having on the child. Have we ever thought about, even at this very moment, how this particular child is feeling? The impact that this is having on this particular child. It's not just about the parent. We have, as a board, an obligation to look out for the interests of the child as well. And whatever decision we make with this family is going to impact that child. And I believe that based upon, I believe all of us dropped the ball in some form or way. We needed to collect information accurately. We needed to follow procedures with fidelity. And I'm not sure we did that. The parent needed to report accurate information, and I'm not sure they did that either. I don't believe termination is the right consequence. I believe that's very harsh, that's severe. I believe that will be impactful to the family, to the child. The child is already being significantly impacted, and I'm sure. So I think we should move forward with this. We should move beyond this. We should provide some level of consequence to the parent, but certainly not termination. And because of that, I would like to make a motion that we have a 5-day suspension for the parent and not termination.
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Go ahead. Microphone. Keep trying.
Check. Oh, okay. Hi, Phil Shaver, Pompano Beach. On this motion, I think the recommendation should be no action taken on this employee. Enough points have been made that several people were involved, several people knew, and this employee has been through enough. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the motion, Dr. Holness. I think that's fair. And appreciate that you took the time to ask all the pertinent questions. I appreciate the district trying to do the best they can based on all the laws that are provided, and I know that you guys are trying to navigate yourselves, but I think it's best that you do provide not termination, but some other form of consequences. Thank you.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I appreciate the not terminating, but I think it doesn't go far enough. The SIU investigation itself needs to be investigated. Thank you.
Madam Chair, is it 1 minute we have to speak? Or 3 minutes?
1 minute.
It's 1 minute? First, I don't know if SIU committed a crime. I believe that when you testify before a school board or any governing body in the state of Florida, you have to speak truthfully. I will read from line 23, Detective Thomas Nonan. You had no idea that it was a biological male that you were dealing with. Line 28, you didn't know that it was a biological male. SIU lied to you, misrepresented it. I believe this item either needs to be tabled or there should be no discipline at all. I have no faith or trust in SIU's investigation. I feel that there's problems already with this investigation and the credibility of it, the credibility of those who spoke, and I believe this is a political problem and you're coming up with a political solution. I want to support Dr. Holness, but this is a political issue. This is not a real issue. You know, this school board has failed to address protections for all students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public speaker? Board member comment on the motion? And I just want to make sure it's on Jessica Norton, number 5, that you're speaking to.
That is correct, Mom.
Okay.
Madam
The
President.
employee.
Jessica Norton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
I'd actually like to make a substitute motion. You said 10-day suspension?
5 days.
Okay, so I would like to, the suggestion was a 10-day suspension, and also that the employee isn't able to work with records anymore, because based on what we read in the records, I just don't believe that she understands the severity of what happened when she decided to do what she did, and would not feel bad doing it again. So I appreciate a mom fighting for the rights of her child, and I appreciate that. This really crossed a lot of different lines. Other people did know, as was mentioned, but her protecting her child, her daughter, affected so many other people and children. As you just heard, they were sanctioned by money, so their athletic department lost money. Students weren't able to play any sports again. So if we continue, because it is a law, whether we like it or not, it's a law, and it affects other students. So it's really important that we make a point that we can't continue to do this. We may not like the law, we don't all maybe agree with it, but unfortunately it's a law we have to follow. And we are models for our students. And if you choose to break a law, just like when you drive, if you're caught speeding, you get a speeding ticket. And if you continue to speed, it goes progressively like that. This is her first discipline issue, so I think we should go based on what was suggested. But I would also like to suggest that she not able to hold a position that can change records on students. I don't know what that would look like. I'd also just like quick make a motion, also just a comment. The information that was given to the reporter wasn't given directly. It was an interview for endorsements through the Sun Sentinel, and he happened to be sitting in on them. So that's why you had some people and not others where he had quotes. It was not us giving an interview to a particular reporter. It was a question that was asked in that interview, and that's where that information came from. Thank you.
Can we get back to the motion? I think I heard a motion. Can we repeat the motion? Because I heard a whole lot more.
So, yes, the motion is
The substitute motion.
Substitute motion to suspend Jessica Norton for 10 days and also not allow her to continue to have a position that she has access to changing records.
Okay. Mrs. Pham, do you want to speak on the motion?
Yes, actually. I want
Wait,
to.
hold on. There was a second? Who seconded it? Okay.
No one.
Is there a second?
I thought she said something
Sorry.
else.
I'll second for discussion, Chair.
Okay, it's moved by Hickson, second by Foganoli. Ms. Pham?
Okay, and then I'd like to make an amendment to that motion. First of all, I think it's ludicrous, the statement where they're trying to shift the burden to the school board to say that this is somehow their fault or they dropped the ball. I think it's completely financially impossible for the school board to investigate every student's birth certificate. That would require us to investigate all kinds of certifications and licenses, including driver's license, students driving up to school. We would have to check all the court records to see if the parents who really had custody or how the shared custody went. We would also have to check arrests to see if the student had prior arrests and they were not disclosed. We would have to investigate vaccines. We would have to go back and analyze and contact all the doctors. Did you really give this, or is this falsified? So, and it would even come down to identity. Is this child really the person that they're presenting themselves? Do we need to go through fingerprinting? I think this is an impossible task. Not only it's financially irresponsible, I think what happened here is that we were lied to, and we relied on what we were told, and we believed them. Until someone gives us the reason or the doubt not to believe, why would we shift our gear and say, we don't trust you, we're going to investigate you, and flip this whole thing into an investigation of every parent that has a child in our school district? I think that's absolutely ludicrous. So the fact is here that the law was broken. It has nothing to do with how the student feels. It has nothing to do with that. When masks all were broken, did you ask how the students felt before you marched them out of the school? Did you not refuse to teach them? Did you care about that they wanted to be taught? They didn't want to be at home isolated and on their computer. They wanted to be present. So you cannot just keep moving the pendulum when it's convenient. You have to be firm, fair, and consistent. And that's what this district lacks, is objectivity. It's ruled by emotion instead of looking at the big picture and applying facts to a situation. I'm going to go into other things, but at this point, I just want to say that to this specific motion, that if we go down this road again, then we are going to have to investigate everything and get ready to get your checkbooks out, because it's not going to be a free ride, because we can't afford it. But can you afford it? And do you want us digging into your background to that level? Not because you did anything, but because someone else did it. And their word wasn't honest. It wasn't forthright. And therefore, they created suspicion through the whole county. I don't think you should be, parents, penalized because you've done nothing wrong. I'm not trying to hold you accountable. You had nothing to do with this. The fact is, this law exists. The fact is, this family knew the law was this. They were involved in a lawsuit. I looked it up. They had 5 different law firms representing them. And they come here and say, well, I just didn't understand. I just didn't get it. This isn't my fault. Well, guess what? Anyone else would file a lawsuit against their different law firms for legal malpractice. And they would be making a bootload of money for it if they said those attorneys never informed them. They didn't tell them. They didn't understand. When they walked out of the courtroom and their lawsuit was dismissed, we didn't know that meant something. So that doesn't make sense. And if those attorneys did that and you were blindsided, you never saw this coming, that you had to be honest, you had to disclose, they never discussed this law with you, which was on the books, to explain it to you, you never took the time to look at it or investigate on your own since you were already involved in a situation that is geared for, then go sue them
Ms. Pham,
and
please
become
speak
a
to the
millionaire.
motion.
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, a miracle. Okay, so we're on the motion for a 10-day suspension for Ms. Norton and how I feel about that. I'm going to save my comments for when the item comes back for the whole item, but I'm not in favor of a 10-day suspension. But I'm also not in favor of terminating either. So I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other board member on the motion? Mr.
I
Olson?
have a question. Mr. Superintendent, have you injected politics in any of your recommendations on item H4?
Dr. Hepburn?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Because I think I heard some very extreme, partisan, mean-spirited individuals under the guise of fighting for the community and children. Give me a break. Second thing, did the school board vote in 2021 to oppose the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, Mr. Superintendent, or council?
Dr. Hepburn?
I defer to council since I wasn't here in 2021.
Ms. Batista?
Neither was I.
Ms. Batista?
I believe that it wasn't a vote against the law per se. They said that they were going to follow the law, if I recall the vote correctly. And I think I spoke to it as well. And the vote was that they were not in approval of the law, but that they were going to follow the law.
So was there a resolution that was passed by the board in 2021?
Correct.
What was the title of that resolution?
I do not recall.
Can we ask the school board clerk or someone that has that information?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, give us a minute to pull that resolution.
We can wait. I'll wait for it because it's a very substantive point. And I know that it's clearly available. I can get it in 10 seconds if staff can't pull it because I have it here.
We'll just need a few minutes and we'll be able to pull it.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
I still have the floor, Madam Chair, because I still have a series of questions. I'm sorry, Dr. Holness.
I understand. I was just asking a quick question in lieu of waiting for that information that you need.
You know what? I defer to you. You can go right ahead,
Okay.
Dr. Holness. Sure.
I just need clarification of the motion, Board Member Hickson. With regards to the second part of the motion to not be in the current position, are you implying a lateral move to another position with the same pay?
Mrs. Hickson?
I would defer to the superintendent to decide what that is. It's a clerical position, so I don't have a problem with that. The issue is being able to access and change records.
I understand, but I want to make sure that we are not speaking of demotion, that we're speaking of a lateral move that would involve the same pay for its parent, because then that would add a different component to your motion.
Yeah, I didn't say demotion. So.
Okay, so it's a lateral move.
Okay, Mr. Olson has the floor, and we're waiting for staff to.
Got it pulled up, Chair, if you want me to read it.
No, I want it to come from an official neutral party, which I thought was a school board clerk or a parliamentarian or our chief of legislative communications, someone who's a neutral party to this.
I do have the resolution in front of me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I still recognized
Yes,
for
go
questions?
ahead.
I don't know if this is taking from my time because I'm asking staff questions. If you could just clarify, what was the title of the resolution that the board passed in June 2021?
The proclamation declares the School Board of Broward County, Florida opposes the Fairness in Women's Act, which bars certain transgender students from playing sports.
Got it. Did that motion pass, Madam Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
I believe it did.
Do we know the vote count on that resolution that the board passed in 2021?
I do not have the vote count in front of me.
Got it. So, Council, the board corporate took a vote back in 2021, clearly sending some direction out to the universe. I think your answer is it probably has no binding effect, but clearly the board took some action. What does that mean when the board approves a resolution? Because we do it regularly.
Ms. Batista?
The resolution has, it shows what the beliefs of the board are.
Got it. So the beliefs of the board in your position, was that to support or oppose the law?
The resolution opposed the law.
Got it. Okay. So subsequent actions that individuals took was in support of what the board position was at the time? Is that your perspective?
I'm not sure that I can really answer that question.
Okay. So I think the results also show that clearly former superintendents Runcie, Cartwright, all and folks under were aware of some of this information. I think our current superintendent is aware because there's an item today that he did not inject politics on. I think there was a comment before that a superintendent before you was not aware of any of this information. Do we know if former Superintendent Licata was aware of any of this information? Because it looks like 3 were aware, but I think the statement that was made to the board was one superintendent wasn't aware. So I just want to understand that.
Dr. Hepburn?
Aware of this specific concern that we're discussing? Yes, as when the tip came in, Dr. Licata and I rallied our team to start taking action as far as due process and investigation.
Got it. So that's counter to what former Superintendent Licata told this board. Is that fair?
I'm not sure what the specific question is on the follow-up.
All right, so I'll make the statement.
Yeah.
So Superintendent Licata was very firm in his public statements to the board and to the public that he was not aware of any information, any prior actions, activity by the district and or the school board. So I think based on the information that's in the public domain today, I think we're very clear that this has been going on for a while. Is that a fair statement, just kind of generally?
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Licata, but with my interaction at that time, I don't think either one of us were aware of the resolution and past board action.
Not referring to the resolution, but clearly you are aware of clearly what has taken place when you were deputy superintendent all
Correct.
the way to now.
Correct.
So my assumption is if you were deputy superintendent and everyone else under you, I also have to assume that the prior superintendent was also aware, because I think everything I've read showed that Runcie, Cartwright, and now Hepburn clearly were aware. Is that fair?
Correct, that's fair.
All right, just want to make sure that I'm clear on that because that was a key point that was made. Is the motion taking action on a child, Madam Chair?
No.
Okay. Do we know if any other employee violated state law? And I think you already answered this question, Ms. Superintendent.
Dr. Hepburn?
No, from my review of the investigation, from the implementation of that law, no other employee violated state law.
So in your view, how did you determine that the employee, and I'm assuming we're talking about number 5, violated state law?
Dr. Hepburn?
Simply willfully neglected to provide accurate information about their child as an employee.
Okay. Does the recommendation before us reflect similarly situated individuals in the same situation? Now I'm asking a partial legal question and partial HR question.
I would say this is probably unprecedented since it's because of this new law, so I can't compare it to another case because this is something different and separate.
So let's separate this new law. Has the school board disciplined any employee for breaking the law?
I defer to Ms. Batista.
Yes, the school board regularly disciplines employees for breaking the law.
I thought that was the answer. So, for all employees, and hopefully HR is listening to this and approaching the podium, we know that there is a series of employees that have broke state law over a period of time. As we look at that pool of individuals, of employees, is this a similarly situated recommended action based off of all the information provided?
Ms. Batista?
So for something to be similarly situated, that means that all of the other employees had to be under the same circumstances and acting in the same manner, and there are no other employees that fall within that purview.
So let me ask the question differently. We just acknowledged that there are employees who have broke state law and that the Broward School Board has disciplined in the past. Of those group of employees that only you know, because the board doesn't get into operations, or at least we shouldn't, of those individuals, does this recommended action by the superintendent, I'm not referring to any other action, does that fall in line with those employees in that pool? I'm looking at you both. You two would know the answer to that.
The best way I can answer that question, if I may, Mr. Acerrito, is that we have just heard previously the superintendent, and I think HR would concur, that when you have a parent who is also an employee and, for example, violates the law where they are not truthful in where the residence is or whatnot, that the employee is also disciplined for that. So in that, that would be similar in that sense to what is happening here.
All right, so let me ask a very data-driven question, because I'm actually Board Member Fogelholy. I actually don't have my mind made up, but I know how to read as well. So the reason I ask the question is because I love for the board to actually see a list of individuals who have broke state law before, what those actions are, or the action that the board took, versus what was the recommended action from the district. Do we have that ready and available for the board to make an informed decision today?
Go ahead. Mr. Acerrito.
No, we do not. We'd have to, of all past employees that have broken the law that have had a discipline, it's not readily available. We'd have to follow up on that.
I get it. So the reason I'm asking the question, we're being put in a position, and I'm ready to make a decision, but to make a decision on an unprecedented action, quote unquote, based on one prior law, but there are many laws that are clearly been passed that we all took an oath to. I think all 9 of us did, whether you're elected or appointed. So for us to make a very data-informed decision, I, as a board member, would love to see all employees, even just in the last 5 years. How many employees have broke state law before? Are they administrative? Are they clerical? Right? What's the type or nature of the role? The authority given to that type of position, right? We're talking about all those things. What was the action from the administrative side? What was the subsequent board action? That's a very simple request that could be provided to the board. So for me, not knowing that, everyone's already made their conclusions about what's fair. Actually, what's fair is when we have data that would actually show it. I have not made a decision on what's fair, quote unquote, what's equitable, quote unquote, and what's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is actually to get the data so we know as a board. So what I like to do, which is probably not popular, Mr. Superintendent, because I actually don't believe you injected politics today, and I don't think you have since you've actually been superintendent or deputy superintendent. So I like to, unfortunately, and I think I have the right, to offer another substitute motion because we don't have enough information today, unfortunately. think we can do this. I'd like to table. Am I cut off, Madam Chair? Because I've been talking to staff. I haven't been talking. Thank you. I'd like to table number 5 so staff can bring the appropriate information for the board to consider, all the things I referenced and probably more, and we bring this back to the next meeting. And I'm going to defer to the superintendent to figure out what that next meeting should be. If it's next Tuesday, if it's our meeting in August. But we should not be rushing on this type of decision if we all, quote unquote, want to be honest and fair.
Second. Been moved by Allison, second by Aldaf. Public comment on the motion. On the motion.
Hello, school board. Chris Nelson. Glad I could stop in. See, we're having a normal day today, huh? So, yeah, I agree with Board Member Alston's motion to table this. And also, I brought a copy of this proclamation that you guys did back in 2021. And I remember Ms. Hickson, you were there.
Table
and
please. And
who
please
else
speak
was
to
there?
the
Ms.
chair.
Leonardi, you were
this
there.
This is your warning, Mr. Nelson.
My warning. You guys are sending signals. Hi, how are you doing today, Chair? You guys are sending signals. In this proclamation, the city of Fort Lauderdale issued a resolution opposing this harmful legislation. This was a protection of women the Protection of Women's Sports Act on April 20th, 2021, directing the city state lobbyists to advocate against it. Okay, you have that right to go up there and advocate against it. But then you turned around and said the school board of Broward County hereby proclaims that their support of transgender youth who deserve a life.
Mr. Nelson, please yield the microphone. You're
And
not
on.
speaking on the motion. Thank you. Next speaker. Yield the microphone. This is your warning. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs. Sorry, I don't know if the rules still allow for us to cede time, but if they do, I would cede mine to Michael Rayner. Thank you.
2 minutes.
Good morning again, board members. Ms. Norton, as it's documented in the report, never lied about her child's gender. She provided the birth certificate prior to being...
This is your warning. Please speak on the motion. This is to table the item.
Could you restate the motion, please, so I
The
could speak
substitute
specifically?
motion is to table number 5 to for staff to bring back appropriate information to the next meeting determined by the superintendent.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I believe a motion to postpone is a
I
subsidiary.
can't hear the general counsel.
A motion to postpone is a subsidiary motion. It is not a substitute motion. So the subsidiary motion is as to the main motion and not as to a substitute motion, which is already on the table.
So which motion am I responding to? I'm sorry now.
To table.
To table?
Yep, only number 5.
The only concerns I had with tabling is there have been a lot of lies, and if we're going to be collecting data, there's already been some data that's been reported within the reports. There's been misrepresentations made, regarding a birth certificate and other things. I think those need to be looked at. I know that there was a remark even as to why this is being tabled about whether this is political. I did speak with Superintendent Licata about last week, and his response on this when we spoke about it certainly was one of a political nature and not necessarily on the actual issue itself. And so, this individual has suffered long enough. The child has also suffered as a result of the family suffering from the angst. I don't know if delaying this is going to accomplish anything. I actually think the termination to its entirety should be voted down. I do believe that SIU did not provide you with truthful testimony today, and so I think a delay in further postponing this is not going to resolve anything. I think you're going to continue to find just more debate over this that will lend to the political nature of, regretfully, this situation and what laws, what proclamations were passed, When the proclamation was passed, it was made clear that it's only the board expressing its sense on the law. It was not directing or giving guidance. And proper guidance has never been given to LGBT students
Thank
or
you, Mr.
faculty
Rayner.
over the
Please
last
yield the
several years.
microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speaker? On the motion to table.
Hello? Hi. On the motion, I support the motion. I also would like for the superintendent to have the opportunity to take extra time to consider his recommendation.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none. So I'm going to speak to the motion first. I second it. I agree with tabling it. I think it's important that we get all the information. There was some documents that were sent to the school board that I would like to have some extra time to review, and then also to Mr. Alston's point, to get that data and information to better drive our decision as a school board. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I also agree. It would be good to have the information of how long, what was the consequence if someone broke a law. And I will just say, very frustrating that we got, I don't even know how many pages it was, but
72, I think.
But the report at 5:30 in the evening, which I didn't get to until 10 o'clock last night, read it all. And, you know, this was a big deal. And it was very frustrating to get that information the night before and not really feel like you were as prepared as you'd like to be. So I appreciate that. If there's any more documentation we don't have, I would hope that you'd send it along to us today so that we'd have a week to be able to digest it.
Ms. Leonardi?
I think some additional information that might be helpful would be around what legal documents can a parent use and provide to register their child, and how those documents relate to this issue. So it's my understanding that there are some documents that can be used that do not reflect the sex at birth, to register a child, so a parent in theory isn't providing false documentation. So I think that needs to be laid out to the board as well. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I would like to mention that whatever actions we take regarding this parent will impact the child, even though the action is not directly to the child. Secondly, I would encourage board members that we all have the agenda, and I understand the last-minute information that we received, but we all have the board's agenda. We have information, and to ask questions that require extensive research, such as comparative data of other similar situations of consequence, that these should be asked way in advance, because we're always going to continue to come up with information, with questions that require detailed research by staff, and I don't think it's fair to have those questions on the day of the meeting. Those questions should have been submitted long before, so staff would have had that data to present to us. So if we needed comparative data to make our decision, then ask for it. Ask for it in advance. Now, the last-minute information that came, I understand that. I understand that it was detailed, it was thorough, but if any board member here needs additional information that will require extensive research, as a board member, I think it's important, even with respect to the public, to ask for that information way in advance and not postpone board items as a result of not being able to get information that's requested while we are here. In addition to that, I'd just like to mention that I do not support delaying this. I think this family has suffered enough. I think the child has suffered enough. And if we're going to delay this, and if we're going to postpone this, I suggest that we have a special board meeting a week from now when we have our workshop to proceed with this item.
Mr. Fogarty?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I understand the motion. I think this is going to be the second time that we postpone this. In response to that comment, I don't think that anybody's prepared to have responses to motions unless we know what's going on, right? So things change. But again, I want to go back to the previous point that I made when we talk about it. Because we make a motion and we say, okay, we want a 5-day suspension. Well, now we want a 10-day suspension. Well, I think it should be 15. Where is the map here? What are we looking at? Because it's constantly going to change of what people's opinions are. So superintendent, I think again, it goes to that question, right? What map are you using? Are you using personal opinion, right? What map are we using here? So again, I'm not a fan of pushing it back. I agree we should have this, but again, we were prepared to take a vote if somebody's going to be terminated or not today. And that took a turn. So now things change. The discussion make things change. So I understand of getting more information, more backup. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of keep pushing things back over and over again. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. We can table this for a while, and we can gather more data. At the end of the day, as multiple people have pointed out, this is a unique circumstance. I want to make sure people understand that Broward County, as a community, though, is dedicated to all people, to LGBTQ people, to transsexual people. They're people, too, to IDD, to hearing and disabled, to disabled in any other way, tall, short. Our job is to educate everybody in Broward County. And along the way, we're supposed to treat them with respect and dignity and caring and compassion. So it's fine to get more information, but the information we're not going to get is what happened throughout this whole case. What balls were dropped? What human beings were devastated? And when we're done with this vote on one person and a personnel action, we're going to have to think hard about the next transsexual student and how we treat them. So tabling this is fine. Gathering some more hard data, it might be interesting. But the right thing to do is to actually figure out how we're supposed to treat students in Broward County schools, all students in Broward County schools. Transsexual students are students too. Gay students are students too. Disabled students are students too. And we failed. And we've got to get that right. And that's what we have. That's really what we owe the community, and that's what we owe this family, is to make sure that there's no other family that goes through this again. Because everyone here has mentioned that we dropped the ball at some point. So let's admit that. We didn't do this right, and let's get it right next time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do Ms. Pham.
Madam Chair. Oh.
Thank you. I find it interesting that on one end, a board member will say, you should have done a more thorough investigation. You should have looked at the birth certificate. And then 5 minutes later say, when we want to do a more expansive investigation and compare how we've ruled in the past and the penalty that's been imposed, that's too rigorous of an investigation and would take up too much time. What we're here, and the reason we're asking for this additional information, which we couldn't have foreseen, is because there's been the allegation that this is all political, that this claim is political. So let's look into the past, what we've done, and dispel that horrible rumor that shouldn't be thrown at us. Because this is not about politics at all. And this is not about the child. No allegation has been alleged here that this student was mistreated. There's never been that. Not about that at all. This is about the actions of an adult, an employee of the district. That's what we're looking, that's what our vision is, looking at that conduct and where that fell. That person had an obligation as an employee to be fair and honest. They put us, as Ms. Hickson brought out very eloquently, in a really difficult position where this district could have been liable in many different ways. If another student had gotten hurt, if another student had not gotten a scholarship that they would have otherwise been entitled to because their position had been taken by someone that was otherwise ineligible. If we are going to be a fair and honest board, which apparently a lot of you have questions about, it's our duty to do our due diligence. So don't quash us and say, now we just want you to look in one direction and be myopic and not have a peripheral view of what's going on. So you can't have it both ways. So I am in support of this motion. I am support that, yes, we do table it, that we get the documentation. I don't even know that we need to go through it. We got that report last night. I don't know if there is anything supplemental. I did not get it, but I wouldn't mind seeing it, of course. But we need to be able to look at what has transpired in the past. And as I said before, firm, fair treatment. If in the past people have been fired for breaking the law in our schools, then that's where we go. That's the direction we go in, period. It doesn't matter that there's a student involved. The student did nothing. Has nothing to do with being gay. If this person, if this parent misrepresented on an insurance policy with our school district that this was her child when it really wasn't, we wouldn't be sitting here saying, oh, but the poor child needed an insurance. It's not about that. Stay focused, everyone. Stay objective and leave the emotion out of it. This is how we fail. Once we go down the emotional path and trip and trot, you know, that's where we flaw. We falter. Because you have to look at this from an objective position. And that's what we're going to do when we get those documents. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to the date you feel comfortable with bringing this back?
Oh, I was going to insert next week. Is that fair?
So we will bring this back August 21st. If we collect all this information prior to that, we will send the information in the memo to the board. Just so you have that information. If we get all this information prior to next Tuesday's meeting, we'll try and add it.
No, I want to, yeah.
Sorry. Charleston?
I appreciate the recommendation, but I'm going to meet the board members in the middle here because I know that it's readily available because I've been on both sides of this. HR has clearly a list of the last 10, I'm making up a number, 10 years of every employee that would fall in that category. So I was ready to make a decision today, board members, but I also know that based on my questions and many that just came up, were not answered. So I will never be rushed into making an informed decision that is not informed. I hope the board actually appreciates demonstrating transparency. I think the chair always talks about one of the character traits of honesty. Honesty is looking the community in the eye to say this board actually has looked at every piece of information, has asked every tough question, and then we made a decision. This board will not take a decision or make a decision that some have made in the past. I won't do it. We all know state law. Let me speak for myself. I will follow state law. I will follow board policy, but I will also do what's right. So I am making clear in the motion, Madam Chair, that we do this next Tuesday. We already have a scheduled meeting. Let's not continue to push this out. This is readily available information that I'm hoping staff will start working on in the next 10 minutes. And within 2 days, if there's any information that this board needs, that we'll have it so we can bring this to hopefully conclusion by next Tuesday. So that is I want to be clear, I want to clarify, that's the motion on the floor. We work on the information, staff brings it, they have 2-3 days to get it done, and this is back before us next Tuesday. It's already a scheduled meeting that we're meeting. Thank you.
July 30th. Ms. Rupert?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Speak louder.
Okay. Okay, great. What I would like, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I would like to speak on the recommendation for the postponement or defer it, and I wanted to add to the list of data that is being requested. Any emails from the state of Florida, DOE, to the superintendent and any deputy superintendents and board members. I think it's very important that there is no suspicion that we have been politicking either for or against this. And I think the way to do that is to actually show that either the state has asked for their stuff as soon as they heard about it and what we responded to. And that could be done in a day or two. I'm sure it's already available for next week's vote. That's what I have to say about that. I had a ton more to say, but if we're going to defer it, then I'll ask those questions then. But if we're doing this one, I certainly want to make sure that we defer the one before this, number 4, and ask for the same data for going back a few years to see what the pattern is or the pattern of success, so we can vote with data minds. Thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I'm pleased that we're not hearing the term kicking the can down the road today. I think more information is better to make an informed decision, so I'll support deferring it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so everyone's clear. We're going to do a roll call. The motion is for Mr. Alston. The subsidiary motion is to table number 5 and bring back more information and data to the July 30th school board meeting. Roll call.
School board members Aladeff,
Yes.
Alston,
Highly in favor of.
Pam, Fogenholy,
Yes.
Hickson, Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert. Ms. Rupert,
Yes, I said yes.
Zeman,
Yes.
Hickson.
Yes.
8-1, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Now
Chair.
we're back to number 4. Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very simple. I've heard the back and forth. I'm not going to demean or kind of question the process. If we could also maybe table this one as well. Let me back up. I move that we table number 4 to ensure that all the questions that we've heard, both sides, they can do what's needed, and it comes back to the board also for consideration.
Second.
Moved by
I'm going to do that. Yeah. I'm just gonna-
Alston, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Mr. Fognoli?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. And I think we can learn from this, right? I think in this situation, maybe in future reference, when we talk about any things that are going to be recommended, a history of same behavior coming with the backup as well. I think it would be very helpful. Yeah, just throwing it out there. Thank you, Chair.
Leonardi?
Do we have a date that we're okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Pam?
Yes, specifically in your motion, when you formulate it, I would like to get all the information involved in the last investigation, because mine, again, everything was splattered together. And if we can have the separate facts of what we're actually looking at, that last incident, because that carries the most weight. Thank you.
Any other board member? Public comment?
On? Okay. Michael Rayner. In bringing it back, if we could please post all the documents on the webpage for transparency for the public. It has been a circus trying to figure out how to get documents and how to request them. Also, make sure to request Superintendent Runcie's calendar for February 21, which I have a copy of.
We're on a different item.
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about bringing items back, though, and also if people should be returning to their job, I just would hope that you also have conversations when you bring this back that people don't get quietly non-renewed come next June. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speaker?
Kimberly Mulhorn, Pompano Beach. Just also, I agree with tabling it. However, make sure that you read the policy, that we're following the policy that the board has approved when actually re-looking at all the paperwork, that the policy is being followed. And also, when they make these decisions about, okay, non-renewal, and making sure that when they're giving them the ultimatum, it is either you sign the paper or you do not get renewed. So it is very important that you look at these things and what's behind it all and who's behind it all when it comes to some of the principles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vincente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Thank you to the board for this consideration
but I will also go on the record again and say to the chair and to the board members, you got to do things and be fair about it. And this is somebody's life you're messing with, and I think this body needs to be more sensitive when you're talking about how and what the people perceive you all to be doing. This is, once again, somebody's life, somebody's sister, somebody's daughter, and I think this body deserves to show us as stakeholders that you all make better decisions when staff give you recommendations about people's lives. Thank you.
Hold on a sec. Beacon, can you turn her mic on, please? Try now. It should be on.
Okay, I just want to echo what was said today, and in particular with Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. I would really like for the board to investigate the investigation. The entire investigation into my process was an entire, and I hate to use this word, but it was a sham. Even documents that I submitted to be looked at, I went through almost like I was a court reporter through the SIU investigation and almost line by line pointing out inconsistencies. I don't see it. I also had them to submit a document for this bullying investigation where I pointed out all of the accusers and why they had motive. I don't see it as a part of it. I just think that the investigation needs to be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone.
Try now.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I am in favor of tabling this to investigate because there's definitely an uptick in false accusations, false investigations, and yes, you are playing with people's lives. And if you're going to start terminating people, you need to start terminating the people that are lying. Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Mrs. Pham,
Yeah.
what's your point?
Directed to Ms. Batista, if there is a policy or some law that's referring that we should, if a complaint's not filed within a certain time period, then it's not valid, like 90 days or whatever. I heard reference to complaints surfacing years later from 2011 that they didn't know exist. So if there's any kind of policy, we should know about that. Would you please include that with your information, the cutoff of information when you have to file or come
Lisa?
forward? Thank you.
Yes, that would be policy 4.9.
Nope.
Okay.
Can't hear. Mike.
Batista?
I didn't hear it. Yeah.
Talk closer to the microphone. They can't hear you.
That would be policy 4.9. Yes.
Any other
It
board?
would be included. I'm sorry.
Mr. Charleston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to be clear, also the motion on the floor, I would also recommend if also next Tuesday is appropriate. Again, just want to make sure we've followed all board policies. You've heard the back and forth on due process and appeals, just all of that. You guys work that out between our longstanding employee and whoever HR, SIU, whomever's the appropriate party. So you all figure that out. Bring it back next Tuesday. That's my recommendation.
Okay. All in favor of tabling number 4,
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Item number 4 is tabled. All in favor of H4 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. H4 passes as amended.
We voted already on it.
Great work, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
Voted
hear
already.
H7? No, we have to do RR2. We have a motion second on RR2.
Moved.
We have time certain, which we passed that time, but moved by Fogenholly, second by Pham. Public comment, RR2.
You didn't move that.
That's student generation rate and school impact fee study update.
We have registered Sam Yates and Chuck, I believe it's Becker.
We're at 10:30.
Madam Chair, Board, I'm Sam Yates, the Executive Officer for the Gold Coast Builders Association. I'd like to thank you for accepting my email in opposition to increasing the impact fee. There are others who are going to speak on some of the legal points and some of the finer points, but I trust that you're going to take the correct action based on what I have just seen. Your interest is for the boys and girls, and the population of Broward County. I'm very impressed. I'm going to point out that increasing the impact fee has a tremendous impact on affordability and, more importantly, attainability of housing in Broward County. When I see the number of student station deficiencies that show up in your report, big question mark. I used to be an investigative reporter. Don't shoot me. In that capacity, I would be raising questions on why there are those numbers. The important part of that is by increasing the cost of housing through impact fees, we're impacting, to use the word, our first responders, our teachers, our firefighters, who are being forced out of the housing market or not being allowed into the housing market by the increase that's going to be passed on from the impact fee. I'll let everyone else address the finer points, but I just want you to know that when your students go home, the homes that they are living in with their parents, grandparents, guardians, or caretakers are homes that hopefully are attainable. But if we have increased fees, that becomes diminished. Thank you for listening to me today, and I will let the rest of our speakers here today carry on with the other points.
Our next registered speaker is Skeet Jarnigan.
Good afternoon, everybody, superintendent, board members. My name is Chuck Brecker. I'm an attorney in Fort Lauderdale, but importantly here today as a board member of the Companion Builders Association of South Florida. Sam's organization covers half of the county. We cover the other half. And I want to point out some very essential facts that are so critical to the discussion that all of you are having regarding impact fee increases. This is a very rough economic time. I'm sure many of you are aware. Believe it or not, even builders and developers are feeling it head on. They are seeing construction costs increase, interest rates spiking. We know what insurance costs have happened. And listen, it's no surprise that the national media has described South Florida, including Broward County, as the home of the most rapidly increasing housing costs in the country. We cannot add to that. It would be shameful for us, from an optics standpoint, for us to have to explain how now consumers, buyers who are struggling to buy especially affordable and workforce housing are now facing even more increases. On top of that, it is our understanding that there are about 43,000 student stations now available. We're not filling even what we have in place. There are certainly indications that further closing of schools will take place, and I understand that there are no student stations that are being added for the next 5 years, i.e., no justification for an increase in fees. We believe that it is wrongful for the purpose enunciated to have that increase apply to debt service that doesn't comply with state law. But I won't even get into that legal argument. Again, I'll say from a practicality standpoint, we cannot have housing prices increase more than they have already. I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. How are you? I'm Skeet Jernigan. I'm representing the Builders Association of South Florida and Gold Coast Builders Association. I've had the pleasure of speaking with some of the school board members. Our concerns over the proposed increase of school impact fees arise from both technical and legal questions, but primarily issues relating to public policy and public perception. The public questions why the district is considering increasing fees on new home buyers when there are more than 43,000 vacant student stations. Taxpayers wonder why the fee increase is necessary when the district is talking of closing 5 to 8 schools and eliminating capacity. Is it good public policy to propose new fees when the district has no plans within their 5-year capital improvement plan to build new student capacity? The district is not using school impact fees to create new capacity for new students coming from new homes. The district is, however, using school impact fees to pay down debt services on certificates of participation that are years old and loans that were engaged in before current fee payers ever came to Broward County. We consider this to be the wrong approach. In the year 2023, the district collected $28 million in impact fees. They used nearly $25 million of that 28 to pay down debt service on COPS. Still a wrong public policy. Most importantly, the public policy perspective at this time is the fact that the increased fees also increase the cost of all housing and rental properties as well, which is the entry level and the most attainable of all housing for people who are housing challenged. The proposed fee of $16,600 for a 4-bedroom house has a negative effect on the ability of homeowners like teachers, police, and fire personnel to buy homes. For these and other reasons, the Builders Association of South Florida, Gold Coast Builders Association, contend that this is not the time to raise fees. We collectively urge you to vote no on the fee increase and vote no on the motion to transmit the study to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you very much. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No. Okay. Board member comments? Anybody? Ms. Pham?
Sure. Thank you. I did a little investigative work on my own, and essentially what I came up with, the impact fees are not generated or established for the primary purpose of generating revenue for the general benefit of the community, and that's what we would be doing here. If we impose this tax, we're not doing it because we need more space to expand because we're growing student population. So we would be disingenuous, and on top of that, we've already the board members have voted to increase school taxes, and it's my understanding, based on a public record search I did, that this board is looking to impose another referendum. I don't think the community can withstand it. I don't think they have the finances or the wherewithal. So I will not be supporting an increase. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can staff speak on how increase in impact fees benefit the district, and also the necessity of doing so at this time for the knowledge of the public?
Mr. Akabusa? You can actually come up here, Mr. Akabusa, if you need to open up your binder.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members. Chris Akabusu, Director of Facility Planning and Real Estate.
Can't hear.
Can't hear him.
Can we turn his mic up, please?
This one, right here. Chris, you can hear me now? Okay, sorry. Omar Shim should be coming in very soon. So impact fee, basically what we've given you, we have to do this study at least once every 3 years, paid into local agreement that the school board has with Broward County and 27 cities. Pretty much what you have in front of you have two recommendations: the student generation rate, which is the multiplier we use to determine how many students are going to come from proposed residential development, and then secondly, the impact fee. So what you have in front of you, based on the workshop takeaway, was to give you additional options. So you have 3 options, TIB 11, 12, and 13, to determine what impact fee, and then we also show you what revenues you're going to get for the next 5 years based on each category. Now, to why impact fees? The word impact fee is the impact that the proposed development is going to create to pretty much mitigate that student impact. Pretty much the Broward County Land Development Code, which is where impact fee is authorized, is number 1, to to provide capacity, either via land, acquisition of land, building of a new school, expansion of capacity, to pay debt service. That's also in the code right now. And we, as you know, have borrowed money in the past and built schools. And we're still paying those debt. Mr. Shim just came into the room. He can elaborate further on that. Based on the code also, we can use impact fee to pay for ancillary and then buses. Okay, so those are all affiliated. With impact fee, one of the key languages is rational nexus, meaning a developer who's creating the impact will then benefit. So they, pretty much are creating the impact. Then when we spend that money based on the student they generate, we're using that money that they paid to pretty much mitigate that the student they created. So again, the need for impact fee right now, there's 4 categories, but pretty much to address the impact fee. But most importantly right now is the debt service, and Mr. Shim just came into the room, and you can elaborate on that. And my understanding, we still have at least 4 to 5 years worth of debt service to pay based on what we built before.
Okay, so Mr. Akabuso, so can you reiterate through the superintendent to the public who pays the impact fees?
Who pays the impact fees?
Yes.
Is that a question? Well, the developers pay the impact fee. So impact fee, when a developer proposes new residential development, then per Broward County Land Development Code, impact fees are due. And then the impact fee is based on the type of residential type and then bedroom mix that the developer is built in, and then that determines the impact fee.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff. I know this item is back. I recall during the workshop that there was a split. So that's why I want to understand kind of what staff is asking. I get the recommendations, A. I know staff has been clear under the requested action, kind of, because it's buried under, actually, hold on a second. That's not where it was buried. Anyway, I'll get back to that. Does this reflect the takeaway from the workshop? Because from what I recall, there was no majority decision. So help me understand what is before the board today.
So what's before the board, the takeaway, the key takeaway, it's in the executive summary, in that I remember you made that suggestion that we collapse the categories, and the response was we will do that in the next study. Okay. Because to do that, you have to look at the pros and cons regarding potential impact on the school board getting, whatever revenue. So that's going to be done in the next cycle, which is going to be in 3 years. And then the other thing was to come up with various options regarding the impact fee, because one of the concern is the potential impact of affordable housing in Broward County. And I just want to remind the board, since 1987, the school board has been waiving school impact fees.
I get it.
We've waived over $6 million till today.
All right, so let's just fast forward.
Let's pivot back, right?
Let's fast forward.
So the main, what the board told us was to come back with options, right, regarding the fees in terms of the fee categories. So what we've done is we have 3 options.
So wait, that's kind of my pause, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. So did you hear a majority decision to do what you have in bold on page 3 of 3, which says staff recommends that the school board of Broward County should increase the current allocation? Did you get a majority poll, a majority takeaway from that workshop to do that?
There was before you today. It's not to...
No, I know it's before us. Let's take one step at a time.
Yes.
What you have in bold on page 3 of 3, was there a majority decision, or did you hear a majority of the board direct you to do that in this item?
The takeaway, staff made a recommendation, and there was no objection.
So I think the fair answer is, and I respect you, the answer is no, because I clearly recall the breakdown of the board and the board conversation because I was a part of it. So what I don't recall is the board on page 3 of 3 firmly suggesting that's in bold. That's why I asked. So I know the two-step that this does, having been on the other side. So what you're asking is for several things to happen, and I get the hybrid coming. That's not, that was never a part of the the heartburn of the board, at least from comments that I think you heard. So this, what staff has subsequently recommended, which was not the direction of the board, I don't think that should be a part of this item. That's point number one, this board member. So I'm going to make that motion. The second part of this is when we transmit this over, clearly we have to transmit something. What staff is recommending subsequent to board direction is that we transmit this increase. Is that correct?
What we're recommending, if you look at the resolution, number one is the student generation rate.
I understand.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So that's one. Two is going to be the school impact fee. Table 11, Table 12, or Table 13, based on which the board chooses, because that was based on the directive from the board regarding coming back with options, right? So each of those tables are tiered in 4 years. So the first table is what we brought to the board when we gave the workshop presentation. The second table, which is Table 12, is to, what do you call it, discount Table 11 by 20%, so the impact fee is at 80%, and then tiered again for 4 years. And then the third table, I remember Mrs. Hickson, Chair, School Board Chair Aldef talked about, just as a summary, freezing a category, so not to go into the details in terms of the math. So the single family 3 or less bedroom was frozen, and then the percentage calculation was to use to determine what the other fees may be. So if you look at the tables, right, each option gives you how much you may get, and then option 1 gives you the most revenue in 5 years, option 2 gives you the less, and then option 3 gives you the least.
Right.
If I remember, option 1 is about 26 million, option 2, 20 million, and option 3, about 60 million. So what we're asking the board, 2 things. Number 1, student generation rate. Number 2, the school impact fees. Based on what table you choose, we're going to fill in the blank, and that's the recommendation that goes from the school board.
Well, sorry, Madam Chair. Where was the recommendation to do nothing, to freeze?
Well,
because I recall come on, I want to hit every you heard. If I recall, there were 8 people present.
The freezing was on option 3. That's what I'm saying. So the freezing was one category, and then pretty much doing some math, which increased the other categories but less. The school board can choose today to freeze and retain the current school impact fees.
So based on that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we do exactly what staff just recommended, that I suggested at the workshop. I thought others did as well, that we pause and we freeze the current rates where we are. We've heard from our business owners, many who've reached out to us. We've heard from industry, and I think that we're prudent to do that because we haven't even talked about F3 yet, Mr. Superintendent. That's my motion. Second.
Moved by Alston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I need to learn a little bit more about the $6 million that we decided not to collect from past impact fees. In particular, my curiosity is, what does that process look like? Developers building a 20-unit complex here in Plantation, the normal impact fee. This is not affordable housing, just general non-affordable housing. I just would like to learn more about the process where somebody at Broward County Schools says no to realizing the revenue that comes from impact fees.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabusa.
So since 1987, Broward County Public Schools has been waiving school impact fees. And the waiver of impact fees as a category in Broward County, Broward County waives park, school, road fees. So since the school impact fees belong to the school board, through time, used to do resolution, right? So when a developer is building or proposing an affordable housing unit, they submit an application. That application, part of that component is a certification from Broward County saying that this proposed unit is either very low, or moderate income. Through time, the school board currently waive 100% of whatever the fees are, right? So if my impact fee is, say, pretend it's $50,000, the school board will pretty much waive 50,000 100%. So the school impact fee is forgiven, right? So what the board did, I think thereabout in 2015-16, was the school board set an allocation, initially $375,000 per fiscal year. And so we go through that process, and a developer will propose whatever they're proposing. Again, we use part of the certification. It has to be certified by Broward County. We don't make that decision. And then the recommendation currently is $50,000 maximum per project. So if my impact fee is $100,000, we can only waive up to $50,000. So that's what we're currently doing right now. So from the 375 currently is $450,000. It's a resolution. So what School Board Member Austin was referring to, we were just recommending, because that was one of the comments from Replan Council staff, that we increase that allocation to some number. And I remember before Judy Maite left, we spoke to her, Mr. Shim is here, consulted with him, then we said, okay, maybe we can move it from $450,000 to $600,000. But again, the certification is based on Broward County. And then, as you know, with any affordable housing, there's a condition it's going to be affordable for a time frame, maybe 30 years. So we just, the school board is working to enable housing affordability in Broward County through that process. And so far, like I said, it's approximately over $6 million, true since 1987.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to square that. The waiver of $6 million, I think, is exclusively for certified affordable housing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And how much revenue have we collected last year from impact fees?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Akabuso.
Omar?
Testing. Hi, good afternoon. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. So far this year, we've collected 9.1 million, but that's only through 3 quarters. We haven't collected the final quarter this year. The prior year, we collected 16 million, 16.3, and the year before that, 15.6.
Terrific. And according to the report and the summary that we got, a bulk of that money goes to pay debt service. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if, in fact, this revenue doesn't roll in, how will we pay the debt service?
We would have to take it from capital millage.
Terrific. And I know you're very familiar with this, and I'm going to ask this in the reference of 2014, which I think is the last time we documented a facility shortfall. But in terms of facility shortfall, what would it cost today to have our facilities up to code and up to standards for K through 12 education? What is the backlog of facility and building in Broward County schools?
Large. I mean, I don't have a number.
Well, let me update. I mean, we've talked about this number. In 2014, it was $3 billion. In 2024, it's not $3 billion because it doesn't cost the same to build things today. We have not invested in our facilities in a way that allows that backlog to get smaller. It's grown, we would agree. Like the original $3 billion is bigger and it costs more. So, I mean, I'll just say the backlog's significant. If, in fact, we don't collect these impact fees, if we don't allow for the market to kind of set the value, and if we do continue, Chair, to waive certified affordable housing. I love the idea, by the way, of extending that up. You know, I don't think $450,000 is the reasonable limit anymore for affordable or workforce housing or modest income housing, so I love the idea of raising that. Chair, is that increase in the affordable housing limit where we raise funds, is that part of today's item?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Akabuso.
No. We will bring, so that was the reason it was highlighted. We just want to reemphasize it. If the board chooses, we'll bring a separate resolution because you set that set aside based on the resolution. So if you gave us directive today, then we'll bring a resolution at some point to increase it from $450,000 to $600,000.
Terrific. I would be very interested in that coming back to the board just as one board member. One more question, Chair. What is the estimate of revenue? What's the difference in revenue between option 1 kind of allow for Broward County Schools to continue to collect school impact fees, phase it in over 4 years, doesn't start until 2026, but then even then it phases in over 4 years. What's the difference, say, in revenue in 2029, expected revenue under option 1 versus the motion that's on the table to freeze impact fees at current rates?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabuso.
If you look at the exhibit, executive summary on page 7, table D1 gives you that number, right? So in option 1, from 2026 to 2030, you collect $26,175,000. Option 2, again from the same time frame, 2026 to 2030, $20,940,000, and then option number 3, the same time frame, you collect $16,875,000.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I thought I was done, Chair, but I didn't get an answer really. I don't think the motion that's on the table is option 3, is it?
No. We're just recommending that the school board can choose whatever option. That's what's before you in terms of an option that the school board is willing to.
Thank you very much. But option 1 is estimated to generate or to cause $26.175 million to be paid to Broward County Schools. The motion that's on the table would generate how much revenue to Broward County Schools?
No, that's the revenue we're going to receive, not to pay. So what the school board is going to collect based on those 3 options is what is shown on table D1.
Terrific. But does one of these numbers represent the motion that's on the table to freeze impact fee rates?
No.
Great. So how much revenue would we be foregoing if we froze impact fees at current rates and not take any one of these 3 recommendations from the study or from the staff?
Omar, based on what we've collected so far, I don't know if you give an extrapolation. If we collected, I don't know, whatever we collected last year, because it's still the same rate, the current rate if you look at the adopted fee. So if you use those numbers, maybe you can.
I haven't done a projection to see what the difference is of what we would raise based upon the different options and how much we would forego, if I think that that's your question. I just know what we've been collecting based upon what our current rate is, and that's what I just stated to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm still a little confused on the numbers. I think what we've been told is we collected $16 million in the last 2 completed years, roughly, 16.6 and 16.3 in impact fees revenue to Broward County Schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So how could a 5-year estimate under one of these enhanced options generate only $26 million?
I believe that's on top of what this is.
No, this is based on if you look at the fee increases based on from 2026, because you're phasing it out in 4 years, that's what you're going to be getting.
In increases.
Yes, correct.
Terrific.
Based on, yes, correct.
All right, so this is important because right now we collect $16 million, and over 5 years we'll either collect an additional 16, an additional 20, or an additional 26. And so the increase over 5 years is $5 million per year under option 1, give or take. We have an option as a board to extend the affordable housing from 450 to 600, as is discussed here but not proposed as part of this item. And I think that the particular issue about affordable housing is important. I'm our school board member representative of the Broward Planning Council, and we deal with affordable housing every time we meet. And right now in Broward County, you can't drive 3 blocks without running into a big derrick or a major set of concrete trucks waiting to build more. As the Broward Planning Council deals with all the time, there's no land left. And so now we're tearing down low density and building high density. It's a tremendous effort through the Geller Amendment and other things to increase affordable housing. But if this board is already waiving impact fees up to 450 and could, if they chose to increase that limit to a more appropriate level, I still would support option 1, which is to generate the revenue that's needed. And why would I do that? Because when we build housing, we create more demand for student spaces. And this is a way to get a tiny piece of that to be paid by the people that are buying the houses when they buy it. It is true that overall our revenue in public schools has declined, but the opposite is also true, which is when we build new units and families come with children, that's going to increase the load that we have on our schools. That's the whole theory behind impact fees, and I don't see any reason why not to leverage the opportunity to pay off the debt service and to build down that $6+ billion backlog we have in facilities when it makes sense. And I appreciate your discussion about the affordable housing. It's an issue that is near and dear to Broward County, and to the extent that we can contribute to that, that would be great. But my preference would be to contribute to that through a collection set aside that says we're not going to collect up to a certain level for certified affordable housing. And that takes the brunt of this really off. For the people that can afford $2 million condos, these kind of generation rates and these kinds of fees seem incredibly reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my question, Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I just wanted to give a little bit of input. I'm on the Oversight Committee, and we discussed this at the Oversight Committee, and it was brought up a number of times that when you pass along the impact fees to the developer, it does become part of what they pass on to homeowners, and it does increase the cost of housing, and they had a lot of concern about doing that at this time. So we wouldn't be not collecting fees, we just wouldn't be increasing it, and that was really the recommendation of the Oversight Committee, the kind of the consensus at the Oversight Committee. So thank you.
Just to clarify, we're on RR2. So my question is, the impact fees, are any of the impact fees, that the money that we receive, does that money go to pay the Smart Bond Program projects?
Mr. Akabusa? Or Mr. Shin?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Mr. Shin's mic, please.
No, that does not go towards paying the SMART program. It goes towards paying debt that is related to capacity that we built in the past.
Okay, so
for example, West Broward High School we built using a debt mechanism. Heron Heights we use building a debt mechanism. We're still paying for those schools.
okay, so you're saying that and there's no Smart Bond projects that are paid with this money?
No. We haven't financed a project that's built capacity with the Smart Bond program, to my recollection.
Okay. And then to the motion with the freeze, and I don't know if it's page 7 with the different options or it's a different page. Did you represent the freeze anywhere in the packet?
No, the freeze, zero freeze, based on school board members Tori Austin's position, the freeze is not represented in this three tables.
I think that's very disappointing because I think that was discussed at the workshop. And as a school board, we need to know and be able to weigh all the options. And then, and so it's difficult. I would like to know what those numbers are with the freeze. What does that look like? That information I don't have. So it's difficult for me to vote on this when I don't have all the information in front of me. Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Akabuso, can we provide that info today, sometime today in the meeting?
Omar, so far Mr. Shim talked about how much we've collected, right? So the current school impact...
Hold on, Dr. Hepburn. I would like to I move to table this to later in the meeting
Second.
today, and then have staff come back with the numbers written down on a piece of paper for the freeze.
Okay.
Been moved by Alda, second by Zeman. Public comment? The table.
Mike?
Microphone.
We would be, from the industry, we would be happy to come back again if you want to table this. Having said that, I'd like to just clarify one thing that's been going on relative to the back and forth conversation. This is a school board document, and it represents the school year ended June 30th, 2023, and it is receipts, disbursements, and balances of impact fee collected in 2023. The total impact fees collected in 2023 was $28 million. So let's don't get confused about the amounts. It's $28 million. And
All right,
how
thank
mu-
you, sir.
And how much
If
was
staff
this?
can please get a copy
Thank
of that
you.
and please give it to
Thank
the
you.
board. All in favor of tabling this to the for tabling RR2 to the end of later in this meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Item is tabled. Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter: West Construction, Inc. versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Broward County Public Schools, case number CACE 24-008645. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Lori Elhadef, Chair; Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair; Tori Alston; Brenda Pham, Esquire; Daniel Fogenholy, Dr. Jeff Holness, Sarah Leonardi. Mrs. Rupert will not be attending. Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; Thomas C. Cooney, Esquire; and Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, July 23, 2024, at 12:45, in accordance with Section 286.011, paren 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I sure did.
Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS.
Who's called the school board members?
message in error, please hang up and try your call again later.
Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools. The best teachers, the best schools. From pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools. The best programs. From academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools. The best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, your partner in education. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best programs, from academics to trades, athletics to STEM. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Broward County Public Schools, the best schools and programs for families. Choose the best. Choose BCPS.
Oh, is Zeman there?
Do I don't know my mandatory and I'm right the answer so you make an A+. So, yeah, I didn't even, I'm looking at what's going on and when I look at the agenda, I thought it was Doris,
Yeah, anyways, I'm not.
Yeah, they used to put that on the calendar, but they don't anymore.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't know about it. That's the superintendent told me last night. But anyways, oh my gosh, my sister is a hot mess. It's just, I swear to you, she just creates situations in her head, and it just is like the worst thing. I mean, I go through the worst. I'm still here, Ellen.
Welcome back to the school board meeting. We are going to resume our school board meeting with item GG2, which is Special Counsel Services Agreement, Weiss, Sirota, Helfman, Cole, and Bierman, PL. Any public comment?
Madam Vice Chair, there are no public registered speakers.
Awesome. Any board member comments? Okay. All those in favor of GG2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Aye. GG2 passes. Excellent. Okay, next we're going to go to A1. Oh, I forgot to ask for a motion.
Chair, I'm happy to move the item. Are we going to then progress through this left column for priority items after
Yes,
A1?
so yes, I should have mentioned that. We're going to go through the priority items first to make sure we get everything that has to be voted on today, because we do have a 5 o'clock public hearing for the DEFP.
And Chair, just in the interest of our community and anyone else that's watching, can we share this list either online or just read it out loud, or both?
Dr. Fulton, can you have someone put this online?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, next item of business is A1, which is, sorry, jumping around causes an issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just for the sake, I'm not sure how fast we're going to get this online. Do you mind if I just read the priority items real quick?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right, the priority items that the board will consider are A1, O1, O2, AA1, HH1, FF1, II1, OO3, OO33, OO34, PP1, PP2, PP3, PP6, PP7, PP8, RR2.
Thank you. Okay, so
And GG7.
Yes, GG7. A1 is self-assessment and improvement plan and program goals and objectives. Can I have a motion and a second on A1?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mr. Fogenholy. Any public comment on A1?
No registered public comments, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay, Mrs. Pham, you pulled A1.
I have AA1 on my list. I don't have A1.
Okay, it says A1 there, but all right. Dr. Zeman, A1.
Yep, thank you much, Chair. And this is going to take a couple minutes. So first, it's amazing to do this process, to look at Head Start and look at early Head Start, gather all of this amazing program data, and build an assessment leading to an improvement plan is definitely a best practice in K through 12 education, if not a best practice in virtually all organizations. Look hard, make an assessment, figure out where you can improve, particularly if you focus on root cause and think about outcomes of what you're trying to do. The item says on page 258 that our goal by June of next year is 80% of 4-year-old children enrolled in Head Start will meet or exceed age-appropriate developmental progressions in early literacy and pre-algebraic concept as measured by early childhood assessments. That sounds like an amazing goal. We would love to have our Head Start students ready to move forward as 5-year-olds entering our schools and be fully prepared. And we know from tons of education research that kids who start kindergarten at the kindergarten level make significant progress compared to those that do not. Chair, do you know where we are right now on that critical metric? What percentage of our 4-year-old children enrolled in Head Start meet these standards?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. We're going to have staff, Ms. Bailey, come up to address that.
Good afternoon. I'm proud to inform you that at the end of this year, our 4-year-olds, we had 90% of those children score 80% or higher on those assessments.
That's terrific. It's great news. What I'm wondering then, Chair, what should our goal be for next year? Because obviously, if we're at 90% of our students hitting 80% or better, which is a remarkable cut score, very high standard 80% score, and 90% of our Head Start students do this, I don't want to sign off on a plan that says now next year we hope to get to 80. I mean, that's in general not the kind of direction we want to go. What should the goal be besides the 80% that's listed in our improvement plan?
Well, usually we try to aim at least 3 to 5% gains for the upcoming year. So if my memory serves correct, I believe we aimed for another 2% increase for our children. But I will verify and let you know.
Oh, thank you. And Chair, what is the world record for this standard? Because this is a big deal, and I'm from Broward County. We don't like coming in second to anybody. But what is the theoretic limit on getting Head Start and early Head Start kids up to this level of proficiency?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Bailey?
I don't have the answer for that, sir, but I will definitely get back to you with the data that we do have.
Terrific. And last question. We have subordinate goals as if they are root causes of that supreme goal of getting to 95 or whatever number you end up putting in the final plan that says you're going to increase parent workshop participation by 7%, increase sharing of one community resource by 2 percentage points, and another increase of 10% for some participation in training. Are those the three things that we think will get us to the 95% or whatever your goal is?
Yes, I do. In conversating with our team, as well as with our parents that attend the meetings, including Policy Council, those are some of the suggestions that did come about as a team effort of the goals that will help us achieve what we set out to do.
Terrific. So subject to picking a different goal besides one that's 10 percentage points lower, I think this is going to be phenomenal. I just want to applaud how Head Start and Early Head Start, programs that are not always steeped in deep measurement and great root cause analysis and picking grid totals and coming up with those things to make sure it moves forward, have set a standard in Broward County. Thank you very much for doing that, and I appreciate your work and all the work of your staff.
And if I may go back to your question
Madam
with the
Vice
80%,
Chair, may I go on the list?
are you looking at what's on the report where it has the metric of 80% of the children will score? That's a standard percentage. So,
right, but I'm from Broward County. I don't like standard percentages. I want to break world records, and our community really wants that as well. So I get it that it may be a national standard to get to 80%, but we're already at 90, and you know systems work better. There's an old expression in business that often companies don't rise to the level of aspiration, they sink to the level of processes. And I want to avoid that sinking to the level of processes, and the way you do that is make sure you set aspirational goals that are still achievable, but really get people excited about running into work. And Head Start and Early Head Start is just critical to our community.
it is. I will follow up with you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. You guys, I've been a fan forever for Early Head Start and Head Start, and way back when board members were appointed to look at all the documentation. I do have my one question I ask every time we go through this, which is how are our babies doing when they enroll into kindergarten? Because we would see in the past that our kids made incredible gains in Early Head Start and Head Start, and then they had a little leveling off in kindergarten. So I guess it's a two-part question. Is that still behavior that's happening, and or what is our solution, or how are we handling it?
Bailey.
That's it. I don't know who's going to answer, but that's all I got.
I'm here. I was just waiting for the mic, Ms. Rupert. It's Sharonda Bailey. What we did do last year, we did get data from our data department about our children who transitioned into kindergarten from our 4-year-old program. We used the data from the FAST assessment PM1 to look at how our children did comparing to leaving the program and now being assessed in kindergarten. And we were on average, I don't have the data exactly, but we were at an average percentage. I am waiting for the data to come back when they do the FAST, this time the children that left the 4-year-old program. So once I do get that data, Ms. Rupert, I'll be able to share that with you, how our children progressed, or if there was a concern with their performance when we get that in the fall.
That's great, and I'm sure the whole board will get copied on that, as should be. But I'm very appreciative. I love you guys. just with our babies, you make an incredible difference. And of course, Dr. Zeman talked about getting them ready for kindergarten and really hitting the road there. But we also know that if you're in a pre-K or in an early Head Start or Head Start, and you start at one of our schools, you usually stay there for kindergarten. So I'm all for even expanding anymore if we have the possibility. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next item up is 01, which is technology. Oh, sorry. All those in favor of A1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? A1 passes unanimously. Next item up is 01, which is technology, computing devices, accessories, and deployment services. Can I have a motion and a second for
So moved.
01?
Second.
Okay, moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mr. Fogenholy. Any public comment on 01?
There are no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, board members, Mr. Alston?
Sure. I've had a lot of back and forth on this. Simple question, and this is, we're on 01. Was a short list done on this item? Was there a ranking or firms? Just kind of understand the process, and I read the backup. So just kind of maybe first question,
Dr.
initial
Fulton.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Andreu, Business Operations. I would have to check and confirm that with the purchasing agent because this was just an ITB based
Right.
on price, as you know. And so an evaluation committee wouldn't need to be assembled. I'm not sure if the purchasing agent did look at the priced options that were proposed.
Okay. For me, that's an important question, only because I know this is, well, at least for me, there's been commentary on this item. Is there a way for us to know that? I don't know if it's IT or whoever is appropriate. Do we know if there was some additional due diligence?
Mr. Bradford, do you know if you had staff that also looked at the price points?
Before I even get to the, the other item.
I can tell you, Board Member Alston, that I personally recommended this rejection because there were errors and missteps made. This
Right.
was done, unfortunately, under some previous staff back in February. There were over 6 addendums with this invitation to bid.
Got it.
And
I'm going to get to the discrepancy piece. I got it. We're on the same page. I just want to know kind of the first step, if we know, just kind of in that area.
Good afternoon, Matthew Bradford, Task Assigned Chief Information Officer. The Technology Division did not have any access to any ranking information as far as the bid is concerned. So at that point, what we did, we communicated to procurement when it came to specs and things of the magnitude, and then we let the procurement process take over.
Okay. Were there multiple responses, respondents responsible to this item? Do we know?
Multiple responses?
Were there any responses to this item before the decision was made to reject all?
I think so.
Do we know what that number is?
I do not.
Okay.
Is that what this 14 means, School Member Alston?
I'm sorry?
Is that what this 14 means on page 488? It says 14
Well, I know what it means.
respondents.
I'm talking to staff. But thank you, Dr. Zeman. Mr. Bradford or someone, whoever is appropriate, just want to know if there were a number of responses to this item.
There were a number, but I don't have that specific number.
Okay. I'd like staff to tell me because you're the experts.
Can you hear me? Yes, there were 14 responses to this particular ITB.
Got it. So now jumping to the second part of this. So where there were various well, actually, before I jump there, we can confirm that of the responses received, all 14, that we, the district, did not open, we did not look at any information and then subsequently made a decision?
From a technology perspective, no, we did not.
Okay,
The purchasing agent may have. I would have to double check.
got it.
But if they did not share that information.
Okay, I just want to confirm that. Okay, and we don't know, we can't quickly get that by chance.
This went through, as I stated, 2 or 3 different purchasing agents
Oh, okay.
because we had some turnover in staff.
Okay.
So I can check with the current agent if you give me a moment.
Okay, got it. I'll pause.
But the purchasing agent that initially handled this back in February is no longer with the district.
Got it. Okay, one or both? One or both? Just the one? One of two?
The chief procurement officer as well as the purchasing agent.
Okay, got it.
Did you have more questions, Mr. Ellis?
I'll pause for now.
Okay. Next is Mrs. Pham. We're on 01.
Oh, no, I'll pass.
Thank you. Mr. Fogenholy?
Oh, she didn't have questions. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. So, Ms. Andre, you just said errors and missteps throughout the whole process. What errors and missteps? What kind of errors and missteps are we talking about here?
Forms were not part of it particularly for EDDC, Economic Development Diversity Compliance. I think it was unclear to the proposers if those forms were mandatory or optional. So that led to some confusion. There seemed to be a lot of confusion for the vendors, and we want to make sure that we get this right. This is usually around a $95 million item, and it over 3 years. So from a procurement standpoint, we want to make sure, again, that we're operating with a sense of transparency and integrity. So it was my recommendation to reject, and I will personally work with Mr. Bradford to make sure that we have a better RFP that goes back out to the vendor community, and we don't lump everything together as this one was, and make it clear for all participants involved.
So when things are unclear, who's responsible for that? Because this is not the first time that this item went out to bid, correct?
I wasn't here in the past, but it's my understanding that this did go out previously,
It
correct?
says multiple times. It has gone out. We talk about, and then now, again, we're doing this again to go back and fix something because something wasn't right, errors and missteps. This advertised date was February 8th, correct?
Correct.
And at what point did we see that there were errors and missteps? At what point?
It was brought to my attention probably sometime after spring break in April. That's when I personally got involved with the process. And as I said, several addendums were done, but I felt strongly that if we would have awarded this ITB, we would be facing a bid protest.
Okay, so and then you also said that it was unclear if forms were optional and mandatory to the vendors. Out of the 14 people that responded, did any fail to respond or fail to send that in? Did all of them fail? Is that why we're rejecting all bids?
Not all of them, but some.
So it was clear to some vendors and unclear to others.
Correct.
So I would think that the people that were unclear would maybe be left out, or you didn't do what we asked, correct?
Correct, but I think the failure was on part of procurement, and I own that.
Okay. Now I'm asking these questions because I feel a certain way about reject all bids. And in this situation, when we see the same item come back here multiple times, this is why I feel this way. Because it feels like if I wanted to put out for a new vehicle for the district and I wanted a Lamborghini and maybe Ford won out, I'm just going to say there's something wrong with the item and I'm going to go back out until I get what I want. Almost feels like we're trying to funnel a specific vendor, and that's why we keep going out to get things right. That's why I don't like reject all bids. It feels like these vendors go through all the work, they do all these things, and it feels like we're not providing them with a fair shot. So, yeah, I just don't. So like to say, the forms were filled out by some of the companies, some of the vendors. At which step did we say this stops? Did we get numbers? Did we get bids from people? Did we get almost to award the bid? Where do we get to say, then now we're going to stop?
We did receive submissions. We could have moved forward with an award. I don't believe that would have been the right thing to do. I understand exactly what you're saying. I assure you that's not the case. There was no, if you will, for lack of a better term, bid tampering, because, again, the user department, from my understanding, they were not privy to the price points. So a decision had never been made other than, of course, the purchasing agent seeing the bids that were submitted. And that purchasing agent doesn't have the authority to say we're moving forward or reject. I just thought this was the right thing to do for our vendor community so they can feel as if everybody had a fair opportunity to bid on this. And we want to break this up because it's multiple issues, if you will, and it was all put together in one bid. I personally don't think that was the way to do it as well. So I've already had that conversation with Mr. Bradford and his team, that instead of having one large ITB with 6-7 groups, we should probably break this into smaller proposals, requests for proposals, where we can look at multiple things. We want to make sure we look at, for instance, past experience, because again, if we just go on price, they might offer the lowest price, and we don't know if that particular vendor can service a district of our size. So I personally would have done an RFP from the beginning. I wasn't involved in it, unfortunately, in the beginning, but I am personally involved now.
I understand it now. So now it feels like it was on the final step until we said, wait, something's wrong, we got to go back. Feels like it was the final step, correct? Between awarding it or stopping?
It was the final step in a flawed process.
Okay. You said it was unfair. I think it's unfair for the people that put the work in. It's unfair for the people that submitted the paperwork that you said it was mandatory or not mandatory. They still submitted it. They answered the question. They did everything that was asked, right? So now we're doing a reject all bid. Again, back to my Lamborghini point. I'm going to bring it back because Ford won, and I'm going to say, vendor must be Italian. Vendor must have a bull in the logo. Right, awardee must, to me, that's bid tampering. I think that's bid rigging and bid tampering. You are funneling exactly who you want. It doesn't matter if you just said that. If somebody is big enough to service the district or somebody's good enough, they answered your questions. They answered your bid. Now you're rejecting all bids to go back out and do the same thing. You know what's going to happen? 6 months from now, when it comes back in front of the board and you don't like who won, you're going to do the same thing. And this is a practice of this district that has been going on for years. We've seen people get in trouble for this type of stuff in the past. I don't want to remind people. But Chair, I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't feel comfortable voting on this. I really don't. I reject all bids. The other ones, so until I see that information, until we see the whole story, but we got people in the department that are saying, well, I didn't see that. It was on the final step to being awarded. And we don't have the IT director knowing the results? We don't know people knowing that's really, it doesn't sound right to me. So, like I said, if there are multiple people that did the work, that answered the questions, I don't see how this is not getting involved in the process to sort of make it what I want. So I'm gonna sit back, Chair. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but those are my thoughts right now. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. What I'm curious about, Chair, is the impact of this. I understand Ms. Andrea's point and your points about we didn't get the ITB right. We literally didn't ask for the right things. I don't share any concerns about bid rigging, but I am, aware that the leaders of both of these departments are both gone. And, it is unfortunately something that we've just inherited, and I trust Ms. Andrea to have made the right decision. And a protest could have caused this question I'm about to ask to be even worse. But, Chair, what's the impact on students, on schools, or on the district for having to reject all these bids?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea,
I don't believe there's a negative impact from the conversations that I've had with Mr. Bradford because I asked that exact question. I would not have wanted this decision to negatively impact students or student achievement. And I was assured by Mr. Bradford that would not be the case.
So I'm going to assume then, Chair, that principals, teachers, other people who needed this equipment on school sites to get their job done are still going to have the opportunity to continue to buy those under an old contract until we get a new one?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Bradford?
If I may. The current contract that we had expired, so there is no vehicle currently to purchase any equipment for schools. If reject all bids happens today, the vehicle, we will go back to procurement and do another process with another vehicle. As soon as that vehicle is done and approved by you, we can move forward with purchasing equipment for schools. We have enough equipment in schools now to start, but I wouldn't want this to drag out for an extended period of time because we do need to buy equipment moving forward when it comes to the school year.
Okay, put me on the list of someone who says that that has an impact on students, schools, and the district because they cannot buy technology equipment, which is fundamental to our core process. So the impact of this, and again, I don't understand the big rigging. I just don't see the evidence of that right now. But I sure see an evidence on our school sites who would like to buy smart boards and buy laptops and buy iPads and all kinds of technology, and they can't do it because we had to reject all this stuff and get out. So I'm hoping that we can minimize the impact. But that sounds to me like real impact. I mean, you can't run a school district without technology. And so I hope that we can reject this today, get the RFP out, hopefully, to several of my colleagues' point, get the vendors that participated in this and then kind of wasted a hell of a lot of time. You know how much time it takes to write one of these proposals? For a $30 million a year contract, you're spending thousands of hours per vendor to do this. And now we're going to go back to them and ask them to do it again. And now we want it real quick because Siemens screaming about students and schools in the district, as we all should be, because that's what we really care about. We're concerned that there'll be an impact on us achieving our strategic goals. So I hope we can reject this and get this out quickly and get this ability to buy technology back as fast as possible.
Mrs. Pham.
Mrs. Pham. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. My ears are clogged. Thank you, Madam Chair. In my investigation of this has gone out 3 times, okay? And the reason you put, at least in the executive summary, that it needed to come back out was that you didn't comply with Florida statute, okay? I can understand maybe once, but 3 times having that issue, that's really far-fetched, in my opinion. But moving on from that point, so you didn't comply with the statute, you comply with the statute, but then you turned around and you split up the bid. After these poor people have not submitted once but twice, and now they're doing it a 3rd time, and you're telling them, but we want to bring new people in to get the offer. Now, what gives you the right to go and penalize them for you failing to comply with the statute? Why all of a sudden do they have to get penalized where now it's more competitive because you didn't do what you should?
Mrs. Pham, the question should be going to the superintendent, not the staff member.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Dr. Hepburn, where do we stand with our vendors and alienating our vendors if we we make the mistake and we penalize the vendor not only in time and effort that they have to put into it to get started on a project, but we invite others to bid on something that the bid has already been solicited and otherwise accepted on 2 prior occasions.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea.
So the previous bid that was awarded had 4 vendors. 4 vendors that made approximately $95 million. And 1 vendor had the lion's share of that. We want this bid to hopefully, or these bids, these solicitations, these proposals, to incorporate more vendors. So the purpose is to try to, again, increase competition and bring more people into the pool. And it's not to penalize the the current vendors, the current 14 who may have already proposed, they should, I hope, and we will reach out to them after the cone is lifted and encourage them to submit a new proposal. They can still utilize their same price points that they submitted. So hopefully this will not be an additional burden for them, but we want to get this right. Like I said, I could not understand what a non-standard laptop was and the specs that we were looking for in a non-standard laptop, and there shouldn't be 9 addendums to any of our solicitations. Right there, it's a huge red flag for me.
Mr. Alston,
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, just a follow-up question. She just said they wanted to split this out to give this contract, because it was a large amount, to other vendors. When we did our metal detectors, we only got one response from one vendor, and there was no issue with that contract was handed over. We didn't put it back out. We didn't rewrite it. We didn't expand the time period for the person to bid. Now, this seems like something discriminatory is going on. Either we have a policy in place or we're shopping vendors. I just want you to say that this does not look good on the district, and I think this is going to push away other vendors from even coming near us if we allow this to happen. We put it out, but we're not going to do it the same way for everybody. We're going to pick and choose how we do it.
Thanks. Mr. Alston.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Let me just follow up. And I know the work of these two folks, one at the podium and one at the microphone. And they've done great work in different places. So this is, at least for me, I want to now focus on what I think I heard I was going to say Assistant Superintendent, Executive Director, I think, reference on kind of what the next steps could look like. And then I want to go backwards to understand the current folks, whoever they are, in this. If the board does what you're asking on 01, is there any remedy to work with the current providers? Sounds like I think you said no, but we'll come back to that. So the going forward plan, at least I know what we've done in different places. So if there is a intent to break this up by quadrants, multiple, vendors based on region, however you choose to do it, the intent sounds like to go from 4 to more, but I'm assuming the 95 million or whatever the number is pretty much probably the same, plus or minus, right? But the intent is to increase the number of larger and small firms who can do the work. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
Okay. So now to go to the other piece. So I think I heard you say, and I didn't know, so the current contract has expired with 4 providers?
That was the initial.
Right?
Yes.
So if this goes forward, I know this takes a period of time. What happens in between? Is there any, and I think you said that there is already enough sufficient supply. Those are kind of my words. But is there another mechanism to work with those 4 or whoever vendors in the short term while this other track proceeds? No? Okay.
No. As the contracts expired from those previous vendors, we would have to go into another agreement with any of them short term while we work on a procurement vehicle long term.
Okay. Let me ask a boilerplate question. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming boilerplate, now I know we have 2 new leaders, so I'm talking forward. I'm assuming boilerplate going forward, all of our contracts have a mechanism to extend if needed. Or was this done because someone waited to the last minute? Those are kind of my words.
No, so we exhausted all renewals from the previous contract, so there were no more renewals to move forward with this vehicle. So we literally had to go back to the market for that to be the case.
That was the case with whoever the 4 folks were?
Right.
Got it. And how long was that agreement with those 4?
I think that...
Were they standard or different?
It was a standard agreement, if I'm not mistaken, 3 years, I think, and a couple of renewals on the back end. I think it was a 5-year total, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right.
Are you done?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I just want to comment. Thank you both for the work that you do. You stepped into a role. You're finding things that were not didn't pass the smell test for you, and you're asking us to make it right in order for us to make sure we're following state statutes. So I apologize for members making you feel like and calling out things that are illegal, because that's not what you're doing. So I appreciate both what you do, and thank you for bringing this item to us. So are we ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor of 01 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call. Yes.
All right, roll call on the motion. Board members, Alston.
No.
No?
No.
Pham.
No.
Fogenholy.
No.
Dixon.
Yes.
Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Ahodev.
Yes.
6-3. It passes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do you want to take over? Oh, okay. The next item up is 02, which is web-based assessment platform. I need a motion and a second for item 02.
So moved.
Who's second? I heard Zeman from the back. Zeman, and seconded by Leonardi. Any public comment on 02?
There's no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. 02, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The academic department has used this as a web-based assessment program in the past. I'm curious about, with some data as to what type the academic department is currently using as a web-based assessment program, and the data on the accomplishments, the positives, and what we're getting for our money.
Dr. Hepburn.
Essentially, if there's any difference between the two programs.
Yes, there's tremendous differences between the two programs. I'll let Dr. Cohn, I see him itching to get to that mic so he can express what those differences are.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cohn, Executive Director of Academics. So this particular platform is what is housing all of our state-adopted assessment tools. It replaces one that we had before, which was Mastery Connect. All of our data is what our teachers and our principals are using. So as far as the data is concerned, it's regarding usage. So we typically have over 90% of our teachers and administrators using the platform or will be using the platform. So this particular item that's coming forward is to reject all bids so we can find an appropriate web-based platform that houses all of our state-adopted assessments as well as our formative assessments.
And just to add, it provides better data analysis for administrators and teachers, so we can intervene appropriately throughout the school year when we're diagnosing concerns or discovering concerns as far as academic progress with our students. And being able to house all of our assessments in one tool provides better data analysis, so we can correlate different assessments with different types of assessments to monitor progress throughout the year.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board members in 02? Okay. All those in favor of 02 say aye. Aye. All those opposed? 02 passes unanimously.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Are we going to bring back RR2, since I know staff, it sounds like they were ready for that? And I know
Yes,
that
when
it had a motion, there was a motion on the floor as well with that one.
Yeah, when I first started, they weren't ready.
Oh, okay.
So we can go back to RR2. Okay. So we'll,
And now that it's back on the floor, if I
Yes.
could, Vice Chair, thank you. So I know the motion was on the floor. I think it was properly seconded. Let me just clarify for everyone. So the resolution that's on our page 2,726, under number 2, under the now therefore be it resolved clause. So the motion on the floor essentially would remove number 2, and it would add the following language: maintain the current adopted fee as reflected in BCPS student generation rate and school impact fee study update dated June 14th, 2024. So it's consistent with the motion that's on the floor. I'm just highlighting for the board. Number 2 under the resolution was the item that I was attempting to modify.
Okay, can you, I was trying to write it down. Can you say?
It's the same motion that's on the floor. I'm just clarifying. If someone's looking for what changes,
Okay.
the,
So on the
no
bottom-
change scenario, which is the motion, essentially number 2, staff is looking to insert something on the resolution on 2,726. That's what we inserted there, essentially.
Okay.
If there's no change.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to amend the resolution, and on number 2, it would say maintain adopted fee. Can you finish the
Sure.
motion?
Maintain current adopted fee as
Current.
reflected in the BCPS student generation rate and school impact fee study dated June 14th, 2024. Right.
Okay. Well, I think that it just passed an open and regular session. This, it would say 23rd day of, you don't have to add that on number 2, do you?
I defer to council.
Right, so number 2 would have to be amended by striking the language that is currently there and adding the language that Mr. Alston is proposing.
Which is the motion that's on the table.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any public comment on the motion? No registered public comment. Thank you. Board member, comment on the motion. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair. We had a question outstanding when we broke, I think, which has not been addressed yet, which is what is the difference, either an annual or 5-year revenue from keeping the generation rates and the impact fee at the current rates versus option 1, which was one of the other proposed options? What's the difference in revenue either over 1 year or over 5 years?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabusa.
I'm sorry.
Microphone.
On page 7 of your executive summary, where it says advantages, you will see on the sentence, which starts as shown in Appendix D, but the actual sentence says, BCPS is likely to receive 1.5 million to 7.5 million of additional impact fee revenues annually. So if the fees increase, so that's what you're going to be losing if you stay with the, what the amendment is. So based on the increase for the 4 years annually, because the variation is the building permits, you don't know how many building permits, so the estimate was if it increased, table 11, 12, or 13, we will receive approximately 1.5 to 7.5 million per year. So on the flip side, this is what you're going to be losing per year.
Chair, I'm not comfortable with those estimates. They're just too wide. What I think the board needs to know with certainty is if in fact we freeze impact fees at the current schedule, what impact does that have on our ability to pay for facilities, facility maintenance, capital kinds of expenses in general, or debt service, which is also legal with these impact fees. And then I want to continue, but I'm not comfortable with a 5x swing in the estimate. So is there another estimate that that would separate option 1 from the keeping everything at the current fee?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Mr. Shim.
Yes, the first thing that I'd like to clarify is that in our budget currently we have not projected out for these rates to be included in our budget. So the plan that you see tonight is going to be based upon our historical projections. Now those projections are based upon what we've received, which is based upon how the number of permits that come in and the rates that those permits are charged under the current rate. Now, these projections that are shown in this is based upon the increase. So the range that Mr. Akabusu just referenced is based upon what the consultant and what this report that's done. There isn't a better one that I have than what's there.
Terrific. Then let me just continue. Let's just use those estimates. 1.5 to 7.5. The average of that is $4.5 million,
Sure.
and that's per year?
Per year.
Thank you so much. So, Chair, I want to broaden this conversation a little bit because I'm not sure that we're approaching this from more than one angle. These are funds, rough $4.5 million per year, that are paid by developers that want to come in and enjoy the schools that we have, the schools that we have paid for. We borrowed money to build, and there's a debt service that's owed for us to pay those things back. In addition to that, they're bringing additional students in. And I think, if I'm correct, actually, let me just ask you a question, Chair. What's the average impact fee paid per unit in Broward County?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabusa or Mr. Shim?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If I build an average size house in Broward County as a developer, what do I pay on an impact fee?
On the table, on each of those tables, the current adopted fee gives you residential type. So 3 or less bedroom, you pay $8,809 per unit. 4 more bedroom, you pay $11,070 today. That's single family. So it goes by the different categories. So the current adopted fee, those are the actual fees you pay today.
Terrific. And what's the bottom end of that scale, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, we have mobile home. You know, we normally don't build mobile home, but right now 2 or less bedroom mobile home, $3,688. 3 or more, $8,016.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what I needed to know. So a developer comes in, builds a house. The average price in Broward County is between $1 and $1.5 million for a home. I don't think that a $3 to $11 million impact fee is going to make an appreciable difference on what a developer can sell that house for, given the houses are 100 times bigger than the impact fee. There is also a current certified affordable waiver set at $450,000, and that could be raised. Staff's recommendation is to raise it to $600,000. Not part of this item, but that's certainly already taken care of. I also want to add for the board's consumption that we collect $2.1 billion from our community to pay for education. These fees, these impact fees, are one more way to collect money to pay for the facilities that are required for K through 12 education. I don't think it's responsible as a board to freeze these impact fees. I think we should continue to track as we have in the past. And I am in favor of option 1 as the most reasonable way to collect these fees. It raises the fees from $3 to $11 to substantially more than that. But again, if we hadn't built these schools for which we owe debt service on, they wouldn't be able to build what they're building and take advantage of the schools that we offer in Broward County. So given that there's really negligible impact on the cost of a house, given that we're already taking care of affordable housing, I don't think it's responsible for us to turn down $4.5 million of impact fee per year over the next 5 years. The last point on this, to make sure that the developers aren't hurt too much, is we phase any increase in over 4 years. So we have a ramp, we have an off-ramp for affordable housing. This has almost no impact on the cost of a house in Broward County, but it does generate over 5 years between $20 and $25 million of additional revenue, and our schools need that revenue in order to put this together. In addition to property taxes and other sources of revenue for Broward County, I think it's just actually smart taxation policy to continue to tax new developers so that they pay a fair share of what they get in terms of the education benefit. It certainly allows people to sell homes because the people who buy those homes and their children get to go to our great schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other board members? Okay, are we ready to vote? All righty. All those in favor of item...
The motion.
I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion by Mr. Alston, which was to change the resolution for number 2 to say that we would maintain the current adopted fee as reflected in the student generation, as far as I go, and impact generation rate and school impact fee study update. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 I think the motion carries. Did Ms. Rupert vote?
Did you get me? I'm a yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 7-2. Now we have to go back and vote on the actual item. So all those in favor of item RR2 as amended, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
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 The item passes 7-2. Thank you very much. All right, do you want me to keep going or are you ready? Okay.
We have a motion and second on AA1.
Moved.
Moved by Fogelholy, second by Hickson. Public comment.
Madam Chair, there is no public comment. However, there is a Scrivener error on the item. If I'm able to correct it, please.
Okay. What is the Scrivener's error?
On the dollar amount, you will see $2,882,000. It's $2,822,000.
Okay, please correct that for the record. And I have Ms. Pham.
EB1.
AA1.
Oh, we're still on AA1. Okay. According to what I have in my notes here, there is really no measurable outcome increase in the Florida assessment of student thinking. For the application we're looking at is for June 2025, our students are at 57%, and then it's anticipated that in July 29-25 that actually it says we'll go up to 60%. I don't know if those years are correct because the dates, they're both in the same year, so that's one thing. But I just would like us to aim higher and have a look for a bigger increase in our target than 3%.
Do you have a question?
No, I'm just commenting on what I researched on my notes.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member comment? AA1? Sullivan?
I'm going to have Mr. Bamoja just explain the Scrivener's error just to make sure we got it correct on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Gabriel Moja, Director of Secondary Learning. There have been 3 Scrivener's errors. One on page 1 where Mr. Sullivan mentioned the $2,882,012. It should be $2,822,012. And then on page 2, the top number is $9,278,040. It should be $9,279,040. And then one more error, I apologize, board members. The third to last line item, $85,288, should be $85,228. And we'll send out a revised version of this so the board can see it. But just a couple of Scrivener's errors in typing the numbers in there. We apologize.
Okay. So all in favor of AA1 with the Scrivener's errors corrected to approve the Broward County Public Schools 2024-2025 K through 12 reading plan, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on HH1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment. Board member comment. Dr. Zeman.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There's a registered public comment, Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich.
Okay. Go ahead. You may begin.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich. I do not believe that you should approve the proposal for a possible new, quote, teaching position, which will take money away from scarce Title I funds. This proposal is for a teacher to focus on collecting and analyzing more testing data. The district has a research department with many people who do all the things proposed here. Teachers are already overwhelmed and do not need additional micromanaging. Since it appears these teachers will be task assigned to area offices and not be working with students directly, I feel you should not put another layer of unnecessary emphasis on analyzing testing. If you want to make a real difference, then you should provide additional reading, math, science specialists at all Title I schools. Remember, the overemphasis on testing has already greatly affected the time for actual teaching and learning. This position is unnecessary and an unnecessary expenditure of scarce Title I funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. In my mind, this is such an amazingly appropriate and overdue, very necessary kind of change. You know, we see things here on the board constantly, and I'm going to talk about this later on some of the OO items where the measurement is either about inputs rather than outcomes, or there's just a lack of data to help us make good decisions. So having data coaches out there working, improving kind of the overall system view of data and analytics, I think is great. The only challenge I think we'll have is once we get 4, we're going to want 40, because the need to really inform decisions by the board or by the superintendent or regional super or principals is really omnipresent in our school system. So I applaud the people that are bringing this forward so that we can get data coaches out there doing the critical work. Thank you.
All in favor of HH1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
HH1 passes with 1 dissenting vote. Mrs. Leonardi. May I have a motion second on FF1?
So moved.
I said no.
And Ms. Rupert.
Thank you.
He said no. May I have a motion second on FF1? Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Hickson?
This is her Hickson's paper.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? All in favor of FF1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. FF1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on II1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Rupert? Ms. Rupert, mental health.
I'm sorry, I don't remember pulling that item. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you tell me which one it was, and then I'll see if I can find my notes?
Mental health assistance allocation plan.
Yes, thank you. Very appreciative to see this. And one of my questions that I always ask about, and I saw that in here we have increased our reaching out for suicide at risk. I wanted to make sure that we still are helping our communities that are very high risk, like our Deerfield Beach community, and to make sure that when there is suicide ideation or a death by suicide, to make sure that we follow the family, meaning if it's a high school student that sadly passes away, then, and if there's elementary school kids that are in that household, that we are making sure that there's a connection for the for each of the siblings at their schools as well, which I know that we've done that in the past, and I'm assuming we're still doing it, but I wanted to make sure.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for the question. Ms. Hudge.
Good afternoon, Vetta Hudge, Executive Director of Student Service Initiatives. So, Ms. Rupert, hi, how are you? So, yes, we do follow through with the parents. As a matter of fact, this year we launched this summer, in addition to what you were speaking about, doing wellness checks with all of our students that have SRAs or who have a history of, suicide ideations and things like that. There were over 600 students that we followed up with this summer. So I had a team of individuals who actually called and contacted those families to make sure students were okay.
Amazing work. You guys do it, and I always am very appreciative about how expansive we are, and yet we still lose some of our kids. So I know for me, it's make sure that there's never one, and that is our goal, but to also make sure that there's the prepping, and to make sure that it's, that we're trying to prevent by having that conversation, and then for the children that are having ideations or stress and family stuff, that making sure that they are under our wings, which that's your department. So thank you thank you so much, and thanks for really following through. And that number of 600 kids is pretty astounding. You know, I'm very happy when we are able to get out into the community and have our mental health town halls because it's just that important. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. You bring up a really valid point, and I just want to say I think it's really important that we all look out for each other and for all of our students, and that we also give our students the skills to know who they can speak to, that they can report something on the Safer Watch app if their friend is thinking about committing suicide. So we need to make sure that our students are aware of these resources and that we work with the student advisor and students and his team to make sure that you're not alone, and it's okay to not be okay and to be able to get help and ask for that help. All right, may I have a motion? All in favor of II1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. II1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 003?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No register comment, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I really don't have a question. I wanted to make a point because most of my questions that I sent 2 weeks early, like I'm supposed to, were very similar, and they were, what does the survey say? How many schools use this? And so I want to say 003 is a great example of what these items should look like when they come to us. It listed the schools, how many teachers, it talked about the surveys, it talked about all of those different things, because just telling us how many times a teacher uses it, I was a teacher, and I know sometimes they'd say, you got to use this because we have to show the data. I want to know what the teachers really have to say about it, because these things are a lot of money. So I just wanted to say I appreciate how 003 came to us, and if you'd like me to stop asking questions about this, you should have all of the items come to us like 003. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Wow. This is reminds me of teaching college for a couple of years. They had just come up with the rate your professor. And the comment about Zeman was, boy, that guy gives really hard grades. And I will on this one as well, because to Ms. Hickson's point, there's tons of data in this item. We know, by the way, that Newsela for $500,000 is designed to improve reading skills. But whereas I appreciate, the performance scores, the user-friendly scores, the number of teachers, to Ms. Hickson's points, that 88% of schools have 10-plus teachers using Newsela. I'm just stuck by the lack of outcome-based metrics, which is if this software is designed to improve reading skills, and we measure reading skills for all the students in Broward County, why can't we decide to look at those that use Newsela versus those that don't and see whether or not this really does what it's advertised to do? So I love the data. I love, learning about the number of participants and the teachers' success rate with it and how good the software itself is. If software is sold to do X and we measure X, I'd really love to know how X changes for those people that use it. So great item. I agree with you, Ms. Hickson. But the outcome metric is the thing that was missing, which is how much better do they improve reading skills. Thank you, Chair.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 003, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 0033?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No registered speakers, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Pham. Adult Workforce Education Advertising Agency Services.
Oh, I think if I recall correctly, this really had a...
Talk into your microphone.
Sorry. If I'm recalling correctly, this really had a large dollar amount for advertising, and my question was really, what other alternatives have we looked at? Because it just seemed extremely expensive for what we're getting, and if there's a possibility, I don't know, just to explore other alternatives just for financial comparison.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton. Or Dr. Toomer?
Hi, yes, speaking to the back of your head. So the advertising that funds this comes from workforce funds, and as you know, this is one of the governor's initiatives. So we want to make sure that we take advantage of our workforce dollars and use them wisely so that we can really advertise and get students in that can benefit from the vocational training that they'll receive. In terms of looking at other avenues, we have to, because these are unique programs, we have to market them uniquely. So we'll look into that, but I mean, it comes from the funds that are designated for workforce.
Thank you.
Okay, so the financial impact is $4.2 million. Dr. Hepburn?
That's correct, over a 3-year term.
3-year term. Okay, and how are they going to be using these funds?
Specifically for marketing and advertising for their unique programs that they have at their particular schools.
How are they going to market it?
Various ways: TV, radio, all kind of different type of media sources. So it's not just one. It's just not throwing things out on social media. It's also TV commercials and things like that. So done by professionals.
Okay, so we're going to start seeing more TV commercials for Broward County Public Schools?
For the technical colleges, which I've actually seen on TV already myself.
Okay, so we're already doing this?
Yeah, I think.
It's separate from what my office does. This is the tech colleges. They're funded in a different mechanism, so they use their own. But yes, they currently already do some of that stuff, so this will be a continuation.
Yep. So I would add, unlike our general population of students K through 12, where we have access to them and things like that, when we're trying to recruit adults, we don't have access to those adults. So this is the other avenue of how we actually advertise to adults that are at large, trying to get them into our technical colleges to take advantage of some of our vocational programs.
Are our technical colleges, vocational schools under-enrolled?
That's a good question. Mr. Toomer, I don't think so, because we're trying to expand, actually.
You're thinking of a different way. This is to really recruit students to their programs. My marketing that the board approved, the separate budget, is really to try to fill some seats and stabilize our enrollment. This is really to expand their programs, because remember, it's a different funding mechanism. It's not through the FEFP program.
Yeah, because we've been trying to find some additional space to redefine it to actually expand their programs.
No, I understand, but I understand it's separate. But my question is, though, are they under-enrolled?
No.
They are not.
They're not under-enrolled, so is it wasting this money to put that money there? Can that money go somewhere else?
Well, I know maybe Ms. Matawala can answer this better, but they're different buckets of money, so I couldn't take the money from the tech colleges to market our K through 12 schools. I believe that's how it works.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Matawala, if you can talk about the categorical use of those funds.
So the monies that the technical colleges get, especially like workforce education, that would have to be reinvested in those programs to sustain those programs. So those funds cannot be used for other things.
Like what?
So as long as it's supporting the programs at those technical colleges, it's fine. But if we wanted to use it for any other purposes, for any programs that are outside of those technical programs, we wouldn't be able to invest it in that.
Okay, but so it could be used for something very specific at that school besides advertising?
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Okay, so for me, I think there could be an opportunity, like Ms. Pham said, this is a large amount of money to use for advertising. The schools are not under-enrolled. They seem to be getting full enrollment. And so maybe that it can be used to expand some type of program there, robotics, I don't know.
Yeah, it could
And
be reinvested into different
reinvested in the
programs.
school.
Yeah.
So for me, I would rather see that money go reinvested into the schools.
So let me also add too, one of the residual effects of advertising is keeping the school sustainable. So if we stop the advertisement, because it's not like a traditional school where you're going through K through 12, you graduate and you go on. These individuals are getting certificates in vocational skills, and then they move on after a short amount of time. So you have to keep the enrollment constant, that's what the marketing helps to do. So as one crop leaves, the marketing ensures another crop comes in, so that it stays sustainable. So I want to be careful in diverting money, which could affect enrollment later on. Literally probably a few months from now, because some of those programs, individuals can get certifications within a couple of months, depending on the program. So it keeps this constant churning. So the investment in marketing and advertising keeps adults at large aware of what's going on and interested, so they can come into the program.
Okay, so I'll meet you halfway. I move to make the financial impact $3 million.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Moved by Alda, second by Pham. So what my motion is so they would get $3 million to use towards their marketing, and then the 1.2 would go back into the school to be used for whatever the principal, whoever, Dr. Hepburn, you think is best needed for the school.
Yep, I see some hands up before I talk.
Public comment? Board member comment? Mr. Fogelhorn?
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the spirit of the motion. I can use your line, but no, I just one of the things, just thinking about our technical schools, I use a specific example, right? If we're talking about automotive, we're talking about at Sheridan. Is it possible that we could use those funds? Because one of the things that we talked about was we have the truck that can go to a high school, right? And that trade program can be offered at a high school, which it was offered in Hollandale High School, that we were trying to get it over there. But they could not afford the teacher for automotive. They couldn't afford to get teachers to be able to bring that to our high schools. Is it possible that we talk about reallocating or getting those things towards that? Is it a possibility?
Dr. Hepburn?
So all of those are follow-ups that we'll have to research to see what are our current capabilities with these funds, just to make sure that they're not so categorized that they can only be used for marketing and advertisement. So we need to make sure if they can be used for equipment or actually personnel also. I know Ms. Batiste is looking up because this is a negotiated contract. So if we do anything different, we would have to go back to the table with these companies to negotiate the contract, which takes some time, a few months. So the decisions could have some form of impact and not being able to move forward with these services because this is a negotiated contract, and also really understanding the full capabilities of what we can use these funds for.
Got it. Understood. And then another point also, Chair, I just wanted to use, because of course these schools may not be under-enrolled, right? Again, using automotive at Sheridan Tech, when I look at a classroom, and about 95% of the class is not even from Broward. So that's another conversation we have to have as well, right? When we talk about our advisors and when we're telling kids to go to our technical schools, we want our students there as well. So we had kids, especially the automotive, when you're talking about GM, nobody from Seminole County South offers what we offer. We're the only ones that offer certification doing that for GM, Chevrolet, all these guys. And I had kids coming from Miami, Palm Beach, Orlando. These kids were from everywhere but Broward. And that made me feel a certain way. So again, not only do we talk about teachers, but I'm talking about, is there sort of a way that we can reward getting kids in the program, right? Brace advisors, whatever the case is. What can we do to get our kids? Because these programs are amazing. They're going to technical school, Sheridan Tech, and coming out making six figures immediately. What are we talking about? So we want to make sure, of course, we advertise it, but as well, we want to make sure we get our kids here in Broward to get these opportunities as well. Because other counties are getting it right by talking about how great our programs are. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I love your motion. I just want to make sure we get the facts right, though, for the community's consumption. Are we advertising right now for these schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes.
And what is the amount of money we're spending for advertising for these schools that are fully enrolled?
Dr. Hepburn?
I don't have that figure. I don't know if you have that figure, Ms. Toomer. No, we don't have that figure. We could provide in a follow-up.
I think it's a lot more important than something that would come in a follow-up. If we're spending $3 million, then we probably should keep spending $3 million, because it's not just numbers of people, it's quality of people, it's getting the word out. If we're spending $300,000, then I'd be in favor of spending $300,000, because we are filling every seat. And I think there's other ways to communicate to our captive audience in Broward County about these amazing opportunities as a way to make sure Broward residents at least are aware of it. So Chair, is it possible to get that number in the near term, or should we, or we could go in another way?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea.
Can we turn on the public speaker, please? The mic?
Board Member Zeman, we spent approximately $5.7 million since under the current bid since 2019.
If I'm doing my math correctly, that was a 5-year period of performance?
Yes, sir.
So they're basically asking for a slight increase in the advertising, go from 1.2 to 1.4. But I fully support this amendment. I just don't see this as a useful way to spend taxpayer dollars. I would much rather spend all this money on the programs and then let the programs sell themselves, because they're already awesome. Make them even more awesome would be great, and you'd have more. I hate to hear, as my colleague pointed out, about not expanding because you couldn't hire one more person. That's a heck of a lot less expensive than $4.2 million worth of advertising. So even if this passes, Chair, I want to make sure we progress monitor this so we can see whether or not the first $1 million we spend over the first year is in fact generating some kind of additional quality or enrollment in these schools.
And I just had a question in regards to how many schools is this advertising going towards? The way it reads now, the 4.2 million.
Dr. Toomer.
So, yes, so there is a cost of services section, which is in attachment B, and there is a certain amount of money that is to be spent per year within the contract. So changing the $3 million or, the total cost as it is stated in the financial impact, that's not possible. All right, this is a response to an RFP.
Put me back in
Okay, so what was the answer to my question?
So it covers all of our workforce schools, which are 8 schools total.
8 schools. So 4.2 million. I'm just trying to prove a point here, because we're spending we want to spend $4.2 million for promoting 8 schools. And then my next question is, how much money do we use on every other one of our schools to do promotion and out there?
I would say the difference between this is, of course, there are 8 schools, but they have many programs. And part of what our workforce schools do as part of our service to the community is be responsive to the needs of what the industry is asking for. So that may fluctuate from year to year depending on what the market asks for. So us being able to be nimble and be able to pivot and to advertise as needed, I think is very important.
I know, I'm just trying to prove a point. We're advertising and we're marketing for 8 schools, $4.2 million. And, we are going through redefining Broward schools. And how much money are we allocating per school for advertising and marketing?
Well, I'll just reiterate that this comes from workforce funds.
Correct.
So that's where the advertising dollars are generated.
I'm just trying to make a point. Okay, so I have Mrs. Hickson, then Mr. Olson. Go ahead.
I think we're also missing the point that these schools make us money. Other schools don't, right? People pay to go to these schools. So, Dr. Hepburn, can you tell us how much money the 8 schools bring into the district?
Dr. Toomer or Ms. Matawala?
Mr. Alston?
Sure.
And then we'll come back
While
to
we're waiting
Ms.
for
Dixon.
that, similar kind of line of thinking. Miami-Dade Schools also does advertising for its, let me make sure I get this right, adult workforce education. Is that correct?
I can't say definitively.
I can say
but
yes.
I'm pretty
Nope,
certain.
I got you. The
Okay.
answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
So other school systems do this exact service. I don't want the board to cloud because I guess I can now say publicly now that I'm no longer in a different setting. We had the opportunity, Mr. Superintendent, to cut $100 million, and the board chose not to do that. And the board still has that opportunity, if the board chooses to do so, to make sure that we can get all the types of services and needs that this district deserves, that our children deserves, and our employees deserve. So that's point number one. If other school systems, if our neighboring districts are already doing this exact advertising service, attracting folks to their system, why wouldn't we be doing the exact same thing? That's just a rhetorical question. We can debate the dollar amount all day. There are going to be many contracts, as we all will be on different sides of this, on different items. But the bigger point is not to shave $1 million here, $2 million there. As the vice chair pointed out, which I agree, and we don't have the same talking points. I don't have any. There are benefits and there is value to our workforce programs. Other districts are doing it and doing a phenomenal job. If we cut back on this, this is different than the conversation I just pushed a couple weeks ago with communications. Should we be doing more highlighting all of our schools and school sites? Yes. We're not doing that. We haven't done that. But the board, thank you, we all just allocated more marketing and advertising dollars to do that in all mediums, including minority media and black media, because the prior superintendent chose not to do that. So that's not what this is. I don't want the board to get clouded by that. But I want to go back to the first point. If the board is serious about finding dollars, if the board is serious about turning around the hole that we know exists, then the board should do that. But we should approve this item as is. We should not be number 2 or number 3 to a neighboring school district. Thank you.
I just want to clarify my motion. My motion is that I'm not taking any money away from the 8 schools. I'm just saying that the $1.2 million would go back into the school based on how the superintendent believes and not into the marketing aspect. That's all I'm saying.
1.2 million, right, Chair?
Yeah. 1.2. Dr. Holness?
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, if the marketing funds should be reduced by the 1.2 million and you have 3 million, in your opinion, how would this impact the volume of students that would be exposed to the good things in these 8 workforce schools?
I would have to sit down with the team to really understand the impact. I don't know, Dr. Tuma, if you want to weigh in on it, but I know I have to sit down with the team, understand the impact, and understand the reason why we went for the 4.2 instead of a lower amount. So I'm assuming there's a specific reason why we went for the 4.2. So I'll have to sit down with the team and the leads for those schools to find out
Okay,
what the impact will be.
understand. Is Dr. Toomer going to respond?
You got any info to add to that, Dr. Toomer?
I'll attempt, and then I'll
Batista.
kick it to Ms. Batista.
May I get on the list?
Yes.
So very briefly, I'm looking at the attachment B, which is the cost of services, and in very, very tiny print, it says the price, so the monthly cost for 12 months is $29,400, which a year, that would be a lot less than the $4 million or even than the $3 million, is $352,800. Times 3 years, that's $1,058,400. So So the language in attachment B states that the prices offered shall remain firm through the first 3 years, which, as I just said, if the first 3 years, it would amount to a little over $1 million, and then a request for a price adjustment with proper documentation justifying the adjustment may be submitted in writing 30 days before the third anniversary date of the contract. So the contract itself is only, the financial impact is $4,200,000 if you go the entire amount of years, which is 3 plus then 2 renewals after that. So you definitely don't have to do that. So even if you approve the contract as is right now, you're not approving that that the district will be disbursing $4,200,000 immediately. It's only $352,800 a year. And then you can change it after 3 years.
Okay, Madam Chair, I can continue. Okay, so, and I appreciate that information, Ms. Batista. I am one who believes that it's important that we market the good things we're doing in Broward County schools. I believe that's one of the areas that we falter. And I appreciate that added information, Ms. Batista, because it clarifies that that will be over time. So I am in support of the item as it is and not reduce any marketing aspect of our workforce. I think it's important that we continue the exposure. When we have great products, you have to keep marketing. That's why Coca-Cola keeps marketing their products. Once you start to cut back on marketing, you start to reduce exposure, you start to reduce student volume, and then we end up with other issues. So I'm not in support of the current motion. I'm in support of the item as it is.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I would like to encourage my colleagues that I briefly ran into Bob Crawford, I don't know, a couple weeks or so ago, and he said that he'd like to talk to the superintendent at some point, and me and some other people, about, because I think we've had this discussion before as to do we want to, I know that Mr. Fogenholly has brought this up, and we've had conversations about, we have high schools that want to do programs. What's the plus to our district and what's the minus to our district? And he said it's a larger conversation when it comes down to funding, and we do quite well getting the money from Tallahassee and have a great relationship. Bob Crawford and his whole team, Nita now, I mean, everybody does a great job, and when they go up there, they really listen to Broward County because of that. So I would just caution my colleagues that I really wouldn't be upsetting the apple cart on workforce education at this time until we really have a bigger picture, because I would feel much more comfortable if they could say, yeah, you know what, as part of the repurposing, perhaps we can get other grants or we can tweak some of them and be able to work through this and bring more people in. But I certainly appreciate the motion that our chair has made about reducing the money, having it go back to the schools. But I personally think that the item as is the best for our district currently, and I don't really want to upset the apple cart until we have the whole picture. So that's my 2 cents, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Madam Chair, I like your idea in working or partnering with Mr. Fogenholly and getting that bus or that truck moving. I mean, we could wrap that. That would be its own advertising, and that would sell so many more people. They see all these students in something that they hand-built or participated in creating, and I think that would bring it to life where people say, wow, that's really interesting. And I think if we do more things like that, where we have a hands-on approach, hands-on touch, that we are going to create and generate so much more interest because people are going to want to be a part of that party. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I just wonder if this is this motion's a moot point, because Ms. Batista has pointed out that the annual cost for this is, it looks like in the contract, I mean, we might have thought it was going to be $4.2 million, but the bid price is $290,000 per year. So they're not going to get to $3 million, let alone $4.2. I just wanted to confirm that. Are these figures accurate on page 2291 that roughly $290,000 was the bid price to do the work that was required in the RFP?
Mr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea?
Yes, sir, that is accurate. The figures you see on attachment B.
Terrific. So even if we approve this motion, it's not going to constrain the dollars because the dollars are constrained by the contract at $290,000 per year.
Correct.
Terrific. So how should we proceed, do you think, Chair?
I'll remove my motion.
Would it make sense to make a motion that caps this at the 290 for the 3 years, or should we just leave it at 4.2 million? But they're literally not going to spend more than the 290,000. That's the agreed to price.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Batista?
Right. So, as you know, Ms. Andreo confirmed, for the 24-25 school year, the expected will not exceed 1.4 million, and then each remaining year of the contract, the budget will not exceed 2.8 million, and it may be lower.
I'm just curious about what we should do as a board,
Yes.
because the contract says 290,000. And so, in some sense, I think the public would be better served if we put 290 times 3 and said, hey, that's the limit, because we got a contract in front of us. Why would we approve something that's so significantly higher than what the contract says?
So that's the contract, right? Whatever it says on attachment B, and I may, the numbers are very small, so sometimes I'm not reading them correctly.
Sure.
But as I stated before, and I think that's a good point, that it should just be an approval of the contract for the 3 years. After the 3 years, then you are able to do, lower the price or do something different.
I think that would make the most sense, Chair. If you'd like, I can make a motion.
Yes, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'd like to move that the contract limit be set to the total of the figures on page 2291 times the duration of the contract. And if I'm not correct, that's 3-year contract?
Correct.
Thank you. So I don't want to give a number because I can't do the math in my head and the numbers are small. I don't want to make a mistake. But the motion would be these two numbers added together times 3 would be the limit of the contract.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Holness?
Yes, Dr. Hepburn, based on the current motion on the floor, is this what you intend for this item to achieve? Does it satisfy your item on this particular, does it fulfill what you're looking for?
I would defer to Dr. Toomer on that. I see that the contract year amount is $260,000 per year, but just want to make sure.
I think perhaps Board Member Holden is in the short term, but for the duration of the contract, probably not, because I would imagine that the team sits and strategizes with the marketing team about a multi-year plan. So I'm sure there will be some impact, but to what extent, I'm not sure. I can't say.
Okay, so the current motion that's on the floor, which is a definitive amount, is this any different than what was in the original item? And if you think it is different, how will it impact what you're trying to do with this item?
Well, my understanding is that this is for the first 3 years, and again, that won't be the total of the contract as it was submitted. So again, I would imagine that the marketing plan consisted of the entirety of the amount asked for. So I'm certain there will be impact, but to what degree, I don't know. I do know that our marketing for our workforce schools and our tech colleges in particular are second to none. We are the standard in the state as it pertains to workforce. So we definitely don't want that star to dim. So again, I'm sure there will be some impact, but I don't know to what extent.
Okay, so the implication of the original item, I'm just trying to understand the difference. The implication of the original item is more years or a greater amount, or is it similar?
So I don't have the contract right in front of me, but my understanding of what the amendment was to only fund the first 3 years, if I'm understanding what the motion is.
Okay, and the original item is looking to fund what?
I think it's 5 years, but I'm not certain.
Okay, can we get a definitive answer on that? Is it 5 years on the original?
Yes.
It's 5 years, so we're looking to do 3 years instead of 5 years. And so the next question that I would have is, I would imagine, do you believe that, through the superintendent, Dr. Toomer, that this will impact marketing? What is the benefit of having 5 years versus 3 years?
Dr. Holness, I believe that the original contract was always 3 years, from 2024 to 2027. What possibly, and I'm not sure Dr. Toomer could elaborate more, but what might be changing the price would be maybe how many commercials are going to be run. So if they're charging $900 for, say, one advertisement a month, but maybe in their original plan they were going to do 10 of those.
Okay, so the original plan provided more latitude because to do more.
Right, the quantity.
The quantity.
Right? Correct.
Okay, I understand. And how important is it, in your opinion, that we have this sort of ability to do more in terms of student enrollment at these facilities?
I'd say it's vital. Obviously, we want to continue to grow our programs. Again, there's a state initiative around workforce. We do know that more students are choosing this option, and we want to be the choice, because if not, then they go to other community colleges or to other tech schools, and we want those students. These are fee-based courses, so it brings in revenue to the district. And also, I think it's marketing in and of itself that our schools are seen in such high esteem. So I think we need what the contract is asking for.
Okay, so I would caution the board again that for me it's important that we have adequate marketing. It's not an area that I believe we should be looking to cut, especially if it's going to have an impact on enrollment. I believe we're proceeding in a direction that is in opposition to what we're trying to do. We are suffering from a decline in enrollment in Broward County schools. That's what we're suffering from. And to provide motions or options to sort of reduce the ability to market in order to put more money into programs, I think it's counterproductive. I think we need to proceed with the original item to market our workforce schools so we can continue to attract a high volume of students, and also continue to proceed in figuring out how we can even get more students so we can be competitive with the other districts around us. So again, I'm going back to the original item. I would like to, I will support the original item as it is, not a motion to reduce marketing that will impact enrollment over the long term. I don't think that's good business sense. As a small business owner, marketing is really important, and I understand the importance of that in continuing to have a strong customer base. We shouldn't proceed in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments on the motion? Mr. Charleston?
If you could just, what is the motion on the floor? I know I stepped away for a minute.
The motion on the floor is to fund the contract amount. It's roughly $290,000 times 3 years.
Okay. So here's what thank you, Madam Chair. So here's what I thought I understood from the information in front of me, and I've been doing a sidebar with council. Attachment B, and please correct me if I'm wrong, these are advertising placement services, right? This is placement,
B.
right? Attachment B is in bold. Yes, ma'am. 2291. Is that correct, Dr. Toomer?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Toomer?
Yep. Correct.
All right, so now let's go to the spending authority on the $4.2 million. And I read the scope of work, so I think I know how to read and put this all together. The $4.2 million, this clearly is not an advertising placement fee, correct?
Hepburn?
Dr. Toomer.
Correct, as I understand it.
Got it. So the 4.2 million, my assumption is for all of the media that we just spent 45 minutes talking about, looks like that's the budget for that. The ad placement is for company ABC. They're only receiving what's on attachment B. Do I read that the same way?
Dr. Hepburn?
Actually, let me refer to our procurement professional. I just want to make sure I'm reading it right. Sorry, Dr. Hepburn.
No, you go. I'm trying to figure out where this feedback's coming from. Ms. Andrea?
That is correct.
Okay, got it. So two different things we got. You gave us information on the placement services, and this is how they charge to design, to do all these things, working with some internal committee that you reference on the scope of work on attachment A, okay? And then the 4.2 million spending authority covering 36 months is for all of the marketing and advertising, all of those things, right, that we do over the period of time. Is that correct?
Correct. And
all right. I just want to make it, because that's counter to what I just heard. And I know I've been in and
can
out.
I add?
Yeah, okay.
You asked for this, so while you discuss, I want to add the revenue is $97.7 million from state allocation and fees where they get money. So the 4.2 is about 4% of their annual budget that they actually receive.
And I'm supportive of this. I'm just trying to bring clarity to the conversation, because I think we went from this is only 200 and something thousand to it's only 4.2, but it's two different things we're looking at, right? I just want to make sure the professionals agree with that statement. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Dr. Zeman, still want to go with your motion?
No.
You want to pull your motion? Okay.
I think what we have is a contract for developing content and another one for placing content. And I'm tempted to table this until we can actually know for sure that that's what it is, because this is confusing. And I just want to make sure, Chair, that what we see on page 2291 is not the price for the whole contract, but just for part of the contract.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea?
Through, I believe, to clarify what Mr. Alston was saying, that would be the contract for this particular vendor, Omni, but there would be maybe some additional services, because if they were doing a billboard for, say, Omni might not own that billboard on I-95, so they're going to work with the marketing team to maybe come up with the concept, but they still might have to rent that space per se, or pay for that billboard. So there absolutely could be some additional cost, and as I mentioned, that is per item, that attachment B. I have no idea how many items are needed.
Does this contract have a cancellation for convenience of the government clause?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm fine. We'll move forward with the knowledge we have, I think. But if the knowledge is different, a board member might bring this back to do something different with it down the road. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of,
What's the motion, Madam Chair?
it's the approve the request for proposal between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Omni Automotive South LLC, DBA Omni Advertising.
The original item?
Yeah, the
Got it.
original.
Okay.
Yes. All in favor, and this is 0033, staff correct? All in favor of 0033, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote. Dr. Zeman. We have a motion, and actually we need to take public comment. Public comment. Mr. Sullivan? I don't have a list.
0034.
No, we have to do public comment. It's public 4 o'clock. Michael Sawyer Brown. Michael Sawyer Brown. Wilness Brunat.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Willis Brunat, and I am an educator at North Broward Community School. I am here to present you a motivational children book, and the title is Yes, I Can for Children. What I did in this book, I portrayed President Obama's life as a source of motivation for children. So I'm going to read 2 or 3 passages from this book to you. Please be patient. Yes, I Can for Children. That's the title. Obama in elementary school. As a student, Obama liked schools. He obeyed the school rules. He completed the classwork as he completed the homeworks. Since he was a good listener, he was a good learner. Then, because he had good learning skills, he has a lot of success. Obviously, children need to go to school so they can have their education. Like Barack Obama, I can be cool and stay in school. Yes, I can. Then I have activities followed the text. From that text, one of the questions would be, have you notified? At the end of the story, the author uses today contemporary language in the passage. Find the sentence and rewrite it. So that would be, I can be cool and stay in school. Another passage that I'm going to read is Obama in high school. He attended Academy of Panoho. This is a prestigious high school in Honolulu. His classmates were different, but he was still confident. He was a good basketball player. They called him Bowie or Bomber. Along with other seniors, he graduated with honors. Like Barack Obama, I'll do well in high school and make my family proud of me. So follow this text. I have activities, and I'm going to read just one question. Connect your life with the story. Obama graduates high school with honor and makes his family proud of him. So children will get back to the
Thank
text.
you so much.
And thank you. So I will ask
Please yield
the
floor.
board.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. That's our PM speakers. Before I turn it over to the superintendent for his report, I wanted to share great news regarding student achievement. On July 1st, the Florida Department of Education released the Florida Assessment of Student Thinking Test Results, also known as FAST, for the 2023-2024 school year. The collective effort of our dedicated school administrators, motivated teachers, staff, and hardworking students has truly paid off. I'm thrilled to share that our students outperformed the state in the majority of the test areas, as well as end-of-course exams. As a board, my colleagues and I have maintained a focus and priority for the superintendent to elevate student learning and growth, raising Broward County Public Schools to an A district. And while we await to learn if this significant progress means we met the grade, it most importantly reflects that we are making an impact on young lives through tireless commitment, collaboration, and a shared vision of academic success. Together, we truly are shaping a brighter future. Now I turn it over to Dr. Hepburn to expand on the district's FAST results during this superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, Broward County Public Schools made significant progress and outpaced the state in all grade levels for English Language Arts, grades 3 through 5 and 7 for mathematics, and end-of-course exams for algebra, biology, civics, and U.S. history. Based on the third and final assessment of FAST in the spring of 2024, our students scored higher than the state average in 12 out of 14 tested areas and grade levels, increased or remained the same in math and ELA in every grade level compared to the prior year. We're eagerly anticipating the release of the 2024 school grades, as we will have many things to celebrate. And we remain steadfast in our goal of 100% student achieving proficiency and becoming an A-rated school district. I would also like to thank the board for their continued focus on student achievement and thank all of our staff, especially our teachers, for making this success a reality. I'm also pleased to share that our weapons detection pilot program conducted over the summer has been a success. This initiative allowed us to gather valuable insights and refine our approach as we prepare to roll out the program across all high schools for the 24-25 school year. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our dedicated staff for their hard work and committed to ensuring the success of this pilot. Their efforts have been instrumental in making our schools safer for everyone. Together, we can maintain a safe and secure learning environment for all of our students. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I have a motion and second on F3?
So moved.
Moved by Hickson, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we've had a series of conversations on cuts and other items, Ms. Superintendent, is this your formal budget recommendation?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes.
So, but meaning we're going to get some additional information other than this one-pager I know coming soon. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. What additional benefits would you say that our students will be receiving based on this tax increase that is being proposed?
We'll be able to leverage more resources, leverage opportunities to build teacher and also principal capacity, and also be able to address some of our shortcomings when it comes to facilities to make sure they're up to par to have a conducive environment to learn.
Got it. Do you think in the recommended budget that the board will see that we are guaranteeing all employees a raise in this upcoming year with this tax increase?
We are in the midst of realizing savings throughout this first semester to accomplish that goal. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Austin, and also everybody at the board, at our last cabinet meeting, I've challenged my team, and we've made a goal to find $100 million by December to realize some savings for this district. So we're taking the bulls by the horns ourselves, and we're meeting weekly to go through our budgets. We know a lot of our budget is tied up into people, so we're going to start having some tough conversations early because I know our student population has declined, so our employee base cannot stay the same. And so we're doing a lot of things week to week to realize as much savings as possible by December and hopefully meeting our $100 million goal that we set for ourselves as a cabinet.
Sounds like you said $100 million before we vote on the final budget, so we can do all the things you just said, along with doing a employee raise for all employees. So I'm going to push back and hope that we can still move that $100 million number a lot sooner. I know we tried, a couple weeks ago. The board started, but the board didn't finish. But I'm happy to help you do that in this budget, by the way. Mm-hmm. And I don't have only the one pager. So is the intent that we will be reducing all vacant positions in the next budget year?
Yes, correct. Matter of fact, once we get school started, I plan to do a hard freeze on hiring and a hard freeze on purchasing. So everything that comes across cabinet is essential and definitely needed to execute what we need to do to get to our goal of 100% proficiency in the A school district.
Excellent. So the LaCata budget actually increased FTEs from one fiscal year to the next. Will the Hepburn budget increase FTEs? Will they stay the same? Will they be reduced?
Possibly staying the same or reduced.
All right. Last question, and maybe this is you / CFO, because I only have a one-pager, so you can imagine most of my questions. Is the intent that we will get the details behind this proposed tax increase soon?
Ms. Matawala.
So today, you just have the advertisement in front of you. That's why it's the one pager. This is only to get it advertised in the newspaper. Next week, Tuesday, we have the tentative budget that will be presented to the board. So that's when we bring you with the details and go through it in more detail.
And to that, Madam CFO, do you intend to recommend a decrease to the discretionary millage?
No, not at present.
Got it. So the intent is to maintain all current, to maintain and or increase the millage rate. Is that correct? Is that what this advertisement is telling us?
Yes, so the RLE is already what the state provided to us, and the others stay the same.
Okay. And there is no intent by the administration to do something different in terms of reducing cost to families. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, because I think we all know the property appraiser and what the percentage increase is to the district. So we're receiving more money, which is counter to comments I've heard from the board. Is that fair?
Yes.
So we are receiving more money, we're receiving more state money, we're receiving more local dollars from taxes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Got it. So we're receiving more money. We are guaranteeing, Mr. Superintendent, services won't go backwards. We're providing the best education and quality to our children. We're working, hopefully, to get some additional reductions so we can do more. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
F3.
Mrs. Pham?
F3. Hold on. I don't think I have much on that. Hold on.
Okay. F3, Ms. Pham.
Hold on. Going back to my notes.
It's just the notice of the millage rate. That's all this
Yeah.
one page. Gotcha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the reason that I had put that on there is because I wanted to speak to that in reference to the earlier discussion that we had about the impact fee. So I think I just combined them by mistake. But thank you.
Dr. Tiemann?
Thank you so much, Chair. I look forward to getting this advertisement out. Look forward to getting the details next week when we put this all together. Like some of my colleagues, there's a lot of unanswered questions about the overall budget. There are going to be some opportunities to reduce overhead, reduce management costs, put more money into schools, and to continue to fund the things that get us to our strategic goals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Roll call on F3.
I think we're all in favor of this.
Approve the submission of the advertisement of the proposed millage levies and tentative budget per chapter 200 of the Florida statutes.
And I know it's just an advertisement.
Roll call. Ms. Pham? Board Member Pham?
Yes.
Fogelholy?
No.
Hickson? Honus?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Yes.
Zeman?
Yep.
Ahodef?
No.
Mr. Alston?
No.
And Ms. Hickson?
6-3.
5-3. Sorry, 6-3.
6-3.
Passes.
Wow.
Okay, 6-3, F3 passes, 6-3. 3 dissenting votes, Aldeff, Fogelholy, and Alston. May I have a motion and second on 0034?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Pham? Pham?
Yes, ma'am. I'm flipping back. It's at 003, right?
034.
Oh, okay, sure. All right, because I don't have an 003.
Hospital home.
Okay, yeah, I have just in my notes, yes, I think that's a great idea for us to have the nurse on call with at the hospital to work with the kids, and I really think that's going to help ESC. I've attended several meetings where we just don't have a nurse to attend to some of these children. I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
All in favor of 0034, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. 0034 passes unanimously. We have a motion and second on 0034.
Nope.
We're done.
Double P.
34?
We just
We
did
just
that.
did it.
What, did we do 33? Yes. Okay. PP1. May I have a motion second on PP1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
We have several registered, Narnique Pierre Grant, Ms. Greaves, Nicole Most, Morris, sorry.
I'm giving my, 3 minutes to Ms. Moist.
6 minutes.
Good afternoon, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. Like I said earlier, we would ask that you would send this policy back to looping. There were 3 pages added. It's vastly different from when we last saw it. The version that you all got at the May 29th workshop is what we last saw, and this is kind of a new policy. So I'll start with the over-enrolled. So right now the definition of over-enrolled is 100% of gross capacity. So schools that do not have portables, that is also their permanent capacity. Permanent and gross would be the same. Schools that have portables are now modulars, has permanent capacity and gross capacity. So I sent you the ILA, the interlocal agreement, earlier. So in the interlocal agreement, it states that school board policy 5000, which will now be 8010, should be consistent with the interlocal agreement, which says that the level of service capacity is 110% of permanent capacity or 100% of gross. So if a developer were to come in and build next to Coral Glades, which is right now at 104% of their gross capacity because they do not have portables, the growth management department would grant that because they're under their level of service capacity, but that could trigger a boundary change because they would be considered over-enrolled by our policy. Mr. Beck has said that they will not, again, do a boundary change based on the capacity or if they may be deemed over-enrolled. But if your policy says that a school is over-enrolled at this capacity, your policy should mean what it says and say what it means. So right now we have 5 schools, 6 schools that are currently over-enrolled. They do not have portables, so they are over their gross capacity. Coral Glades is at 104%. Fort Lauderdale High School is at 107%. Bayview Elementary is at 101%. Harbordale Elementary is at 103%, and Silver Ridge Elementary is at 103%. These schools are all below their core capacity, meaning they have the space, but they're over their gross capacity, or their gross capacity because they don't have portables. So a school that is next to that could be at 107% of their permanent capacity, but still not be considered over-enrolled because they have portables. They haven't met their gross capacity. So we're asking that this policy would mirror and be consistent with the interlocal agreement of 110% of permanent capacity or 100% of gross. My next concern is all of the areas where community engagement has been removed from the policy. You've changed community engagement to stakeholder, and then they've clearly defined what a stakeholder is, and it doesn't have community at large. So it has PTA, it has committee members, it has churches and education advisory boards. It doesn't say community at large. If you go to page 7 of the previous version that we had on May 29th, they have changed from district leadership shall establish and facilitate community meetings and other opportunities for stakeholder participation. They've taken out the part that says facility at community meetings, and it just says district leadership shall have stakeholder opportunities when warranted. In other portions of this policy, they're removing diversity and equity guidelines. There's an entire portion under repurposing and closing schools that states that students will maintain equal educational opportunities in the event of school closures. I can't remember the page number, so I'm going to go to it. So in the workshop version, under K1, guidelines for the use of closed schools, it said a review will be conducted by the demographics department to ensure that access to high-quality educational opportunities is maintained for all students in the event of school repurposing or closure. They have stricken that, and it now says that students will be guaranteed appropriately placed into a school in the event of a school closure. So they have removed guideline, like Mr. Foganholi had said, so what if we close Olson Middle School and they don't have a soccer field in the elementary school that they're going to go to? So we had made a guarantee for that, and now they have removed that from policy. So I just hope that this will go back to looping so that we can come back with something that is going to ensure that this is done in an equitable fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final two speakers are Jackie Lipscomb, which I don't believe is here, and Dr. Nadia Lynch-Walsh. Oh, and Ms. Greaves, sorry.
Tester. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Superintendent Hepburn, and board members and staff. Speaking on community boundaries, proposing community involvement. If it is not broken, no need to fix it. Pages 11 and 12, I'm asking the board to keep number 5 in policy so that the voice of the community and diversity committee remains. Every year, communities submit boundary proposals for the board to review. Allowing this to be removed affects advocacy for needs. Page 5, letter R, I'm asking the board to request that the definition of stakeholder include the community at large, as this is part of the advisory boards. You do have at large individuals, so that this should remain as part of the definition of stakeholder. Page number 8, 4A, I do disagree with adding designated district staff in conjunction with, quote, district leadership. It is too general. Currently is assigned to demographics and student assignment. My rationale is that this would create no transparency to the public and no accountability to a specific department. So to designate a district staff can be Tom, Jerry, John, and Jill. Who knows who district staff would be? And who knows who district leadership is. So I think assigning it to a specific department would be very beneficial. Thank you for your consideration. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I concur with the prior speakers. From a big picture standpoint, the way this is being perceived is that there's a movement to create less transparency, bypass informed or affected stakeholders so that we can go out and have these town halls, and giving too much power to whoever the superintendent is. In a district that has had 4 grand jury reports and a failed bond program. Like I said this morning, long-range facility master planning has to be controlled by the board. The framework, which a prior board paid AECOM to develop a framework that if you pass this language, they don't have to use. They don't have to have a long-range facility master plan steering committee. It's too vague. What's not in here is no definition of long-range planning. Who knows what this means? It's so broadly mentioned in here, they could do anything with it. The version in front of you is not, the version from 529 is what was shared at DAC and other advisories, except the facilities task force, which they never looped it through there. To this version, where they're claiming that the addition of long-range planning is merely a structural change, no. All but one sentence referring to long-range planning was struck in what you saw on May 29th. I went back and checked and Googled the recording. You didn't say put it back in. There was no direction from the board to put it back in. There was one lone sentence under the school board that remained. So this should have never been put back in, and because it was already struck, nobody addressed it. So you either pull it out now or send it back to looping. If staff cannot prove that it is absolutely mission critical for this thing to be passed today, it needs to go back for looping. And at a minimum, all of that long-range planning would need to come out. But there are other concerns, as the other speakers mentioned, and you have language where it changed involving affected communities to things like providing the opportunity for stakeholder input. Those are words that are red flags, because it's a lot easier to go out to uninformed community members who don't know what the policies and the state laws are and get something past them. That's how we wound up with the bond. Other things, let's see, long-range planning, the language was struck. One subject per rule. Now we're cramming in long-range planning in here. Thank you.
Thank you. First up is Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. So based on the public speaking and the idea that if we leave the policy the way it is, that it's written more to allow builders to, it's more favorable for builders than our students, I would like to make a motion to table this and send it back for looping.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion.
I apologize. I can't hear you back there, Ms. Hickson. Can you repeat your motion?
Yes, I was making a motion to send this back for looping, the looping process.
Perfection. I didn't hear you back there. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. I agree. I mean, I can't even find where I was sitting with Mr. Beckett, and he's been great at answering our questions. I was sitting with him earlier saying, show me where this is over here. And he and I were both confused. He couldn't find things. I couldn't find things. We have highlights. Like, we're all confused. And so it would be nice if we could bring it back, work together, get one copy so we can say, see exactly where this is. All of the languages have been changed. I thank you for the motion.
Thank you for the motion. Obviously, I support it. I think re-looping it, now that we have basically staff's best effort, and everybody works together to come up with a policy we can all buy into. Thank you.
Try now. Can we turn the mic up here on the right, please?
Hello. Thank you. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Oh, can I? Just real quick, the reason is, as it was mentioned earlier before, this is kind of our blueprint for what it's going to look like to close schools or repurpose our schools and how the boundaries will change. And we want to be sure that we're doing it right. And it seems like there's a lot of questions on this. And, I appreciate staff for all the work that they've done. I don't want to come across as if I don't think it's right. But I have a lot of questions in here. And if I have that many, it seems like we need to just try a second time. So thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do support the motion, and but what I would like to see, because it appears that based upon input from the public, that what we have is drastically different. I would then recommend that as we go back to reloop, that the public's input is valued. We have really great individuals in the public who are working diligently to make sure we get this right. So I would suggest to the staff to be sure to involve extensively the public's input and to value their input, and to bring this back that is reflective of stakeholders' concerns. I think that it's important to work concertedly with our community, and I do hope that when this comes back, it's not drastically different than what's presented to the public. And if you're truly seeking public input, it cannot be one-directional. It has to be it has to be done in a manner that public input is also significantly considered, and we're not just telling them what we're going to do, but we're taking their input and we're valuing their input, and we're seriously listening to what they're saying and incorporate that into what we're doing. So I do hope when it comes back to us, it is reflective of the public's feedback as well.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
May I have word also?
I support the motion.
Rupert?
Thank you. I support the motion, but I would like to ask additionally for information. If you have a child in a cluster and their regular school is overcrowded, then they're going to be sent to the second one. We don't really have very strict procedures and policies in place that would be able to speak to our SWD, so students with disabilities. So in that mind, when you bring the information back, please make sure that you talk to our ESC parents and community so they can share this information, and every one of our students, all of them, are taken into consideration. So thank you.
Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm going to make it quick. Of course, I think we're all on the same page when it comes to supporting a motion. I just think it's kind of pointless, though, especially if it happens again, right? If it goes through the whole looping process and it gets changed last minute, it ruins the whole purpose. So, Superintendent, I guess it's a question, like, why did it happen this way? Like, why did it change from the last conversation? Because I feel like everybody was on the same page. This is from here in public comment. And how can we make sure that doesn't happen again? Because last thing I would want is a whole looping process to happen, then we're here again.
So for this specific item, I'll ask Dr. Wanzer to chime in on this one, and then I can talk about how do we ensure for this policy and future policies, how to ensure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, addressing you in my new role. So I would ask Mr. Beck if he could chime in on the changes from the workshop to what is here today, and then I could talk about processes going forward.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joe Beck, Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning. Thank you. Okay, so the version that you see today, the version that was last aired in public on May 29th, after that juncture, it began the legal review process. All of the changes that were made to this policy were made explicitly under the guidance of the General Counsel's office. She and I worked, not the General Counsel, but Attorney Kathleen Shock Adams. We spent 30 hours going line by line to make the policy legally sufficient. The changes that everyone sees that are confusing are mostly structural. Things were moved around. It's now organized in a linear way. The attorneys have confirmed that none of the changes were substantive. Even the section on long-range planning at the end, the language was there. She put a heading on it because this is something that, well, it was sort of floating orphan in the policy as it was, and she felt that it needed to be structured, given context. So none of the changes that were made were new material. None of the rules were changed. All of the things that the speakers were speaking about the level of service, those were all already taken out of the policy that was presented on May 29th. These are not new features. This is not a new policy. This is just a reorganized, and some of the language, some of the words were changed for consistency. I had added a word. I'm not an attorney. There are attorneys present. I'm not one. I had, for example, in the looping process, I had added a word throughout the boundary process. Our attorney suggested that that was not a legally appropriate word because throughout means 100% of the time. They can come and sit in our laps in our offices while we develop scenarios. So that was changed to during because that was a more precise thing. So everything that was done to be more precise and more legally sufficient, not to change any of the rules. So I want to make that completely clear. We didn't just go out and say, okay, we got your blessing. Now we're going to write the policy we really wanted. That absolutely didn't happen, and this was all to obtain legal sufficiency approval from the General Counsel.
Awesome. That's extremely helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Beck. But so that's sort of solidifying what I'm worried about, right? Because the steps you're going to go back into to loop, going through the looping process again, it's going to end up with legal, and that can change drastically again. We're going to be in the same point again, right? So what is the solution to make sure this doesn't happen again? Is it legal being with you the whole time? Is it making sure that what's spoken with the community, with stakeholders, to make sure we're not changing verbiage? Or how do we prevent being here again?
So I think the response to that, Mr. Fogan-Holy, is if there are changes that legal has said are necessary for legal sufficiency, then we have that conversation with the community so that they understand before it gets here to the board for final consideration for rulemaking. But I do want to say something, if it's okay, Dr. Hepburn, you can say it. I just want the board to understand that our committees don't start meeting again until August or September at the latest. So that means that we would have to get on their agendas if they aren't already set, either in August or September. So the soonest this policy may come back to the board may be October. So I just want to give the board a sense of, what to expect when.
Understood.
Go ahead. And if I may, Superintendent and Chair, I'd like to piggyback on that because I'd like this is not to frighten anybody, but this is the policy that governs redefining Broward schools. This policy explicitly is the policy that drives closure, consolidation, and repurposing of schools, as well as school boundaries. So the existing policy, which is what would be standing if we don't move forward with the amendment now, has some very problematic features in it that would pretty much make it impossible for us to really embark on that work this year. So that would delay us a year in doing any school closures because the policy that's kind of encoded there, enshrined there, was envisioned to begin in May. So the workshop that will be happening in August, at the end of August, would have happened in May. The board would have given direction to proceed, and over the summer, the staff would have been doing the work to assemble the committee that's required in this policy, which will not be able to happen because that committee is recruited through SAFs, and they don't start meeting until the end of August. So we wouldn't even. It will just really throw a wrench into any of those plans if that's what the board's intent is. I don't want to be non-transparent, and then, by the way, when we get to the fall, say, well, actually, we have this other policy. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Another feature of that policy, and not to ramble on endlessly, is that it allows anyone in Broward County, once a boundary process is open, anyone in Broward County can submit any boundary proposal for any school they want. It doesn't have to be qualified. They don't have to be even necessarily a stakeholder. So if we're actually looking at long-range planning or master planning the district, that is going to be a tremendous hurdle to overcome because not only will we be talking about schools that staff and the board have identified as priorities for addressing, that any other community issues will also be folded into the same process at the same time concurrently.
Got it. And I appreciate that. And Mr. Beck, you're saying that this is one of the main policies that's going to focus on redefining schools, right?
This is the policy.
Correct. The stakeholders are aware of that. That's why they don't want it to get out of hand and then sort of, wait a second, we don't recognize this thing. And then you're going to find yourself on the tail end complaining later saying this is not fair. That's what they're addressing. My concern is that it's going to go through a looping process. And again, we're just going to repeat what we're doing. So again, I really want to think about what's the solution to prevent it going to legal on the final step. But like you said, then it's like to go back and meet with them and making sure
Yes.
that we're all on the same page.
Mhm.
So that's just, like I said, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page and making sure we get it done. I agree, but if it just happens again, it's going to be painful. Thank you.
I need to make a motion to extend the meeting by 1 hour to 5:49.
We have a public hearing at 5 o'clock, Madam Chair.
We
can't do that.
Okay.
Recess.
All right. Nope. Then.
Recess.
Board wants, is going to want to do
Can I
that.
just add one more point before you break,
Yeah,
Chair?
Dr. Zima.
I really appreciate it. I'll be quick. I know that we imagine advisory councils have a fixed agenda and a fixed time schedule to meet, but this is such an important policy, and there's been so much work done on it. It might make some sense to invite them to add meetings and to get together faster. We go back to school on August 12th. If it's possible to get the committees that need to loop this together in sequence, or to have ad hoc meetings with people who are members of the advisory committees who care about this, I think there's a way to loop this the second time around that includes the critical people, either by scheduling additional advisory council meetings or by having open sessions on this policy and inviting any member of an advisory council to come, or running it through the DAC and have the DAC invite anyone else that wants to come to an August meeting so that we can get this back. We cannot be held hostage to the timing of looping this. We have looped this. We need to loop it better, but we don't need to, wait until such a long period of time that we're using a dated policy to make some significant changes. And we can't hold those changes up to the fact that advisory boards don't have a schedule to meet. So one way or the other, we got to figure out a way to loop this so we get the critical input from community members and still get this back to the board in a reasonable amount of time.
If I may, one of the remedies to that could be, and we've done this before, is to advertise an open meeting and make sure our advisories are aware, and the general public, any and everyone who wants to come and provide input. What I would just remind everyone is that we are still bound by time constraints for advertising when we bring policies back to the board.
I have a question. How much time is the looping process going to take?
So if we do what I just suggested, have an open meeting sometime in early August, we would have to advertise it in the paper, have it at a centrally located location. It would still take us probably until September to get it back to the board.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the earliest.
Let's do it.
Okay, Dr.
But what I will say is, I'm sorry, Mrs. Al-Hadaf, not to cut you off, but what I will say is once we receive the community input, we have what we believe coming out of the community is a working draft. It goes to legal, and there are changes. I'm hearing the board that there's an expectation that those changes are at least explained to the individuals who participated so that they have an understanding of what's coming to the board. That's why I said September, at the September board meeting at the earliest, October would be at the latest.
Okay, so I suggest that we should vote this down, and then, Dr. Hepburn, you put it through the looping process and bring it back to us in September.
No later than, if you don't mind, Chair. Right? I mean, we need this.
Dr. Hepburn?
So just Dr. Wanza and Mr. Beck, just a thought. I heard the concerns from the advisory committee members, and what they're saying is what was looped to them prior to May 29th is different than what they're seeing right now, correct? If you can nod your head. So can that be a starting point? Right? Instead of us starting the whole process, can that be a starting point and then provide the information that the General Counsel's office went over with them? With them?
Yes.
So just to kind of, because I'm listening, and maybe we don't have to start from the beginning. We could start at the last stop with the committee members and do the invite over the summer and whatnot, and
So
from there.
what you are explaining is essentially what I was thinking. So yes, but we still have time constraints as it relates to advertising. So we would have to advertise it by August 7th for it to come to the September 12th meeting. So So we would try to work in earnest, understanding that people, still may be on vacations, they may be, but we would do it virtually. We would advertise the meeting so that there are options for people to attend in person and simultaneously virtually.
Hickson?
Thank you. I don't know if this is possible, but just a suggestion. Once it goes through legal, is it possible to send out an email or somehow make that available, what the version is that's coming to the board so that they could see it before?
So that's what I explained, I think, when I answered Mr. Fogelholly's question, is that once we have something that the community believes is the working draft to go to the board, and it goes to legal, and if legal makes any changes, we would send that right back out to them so that they can see what they are.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, so I move to vote down PP1, have policy 8010 go through the looping process, and then to come back to the board no later than September.
Second.
Moved by Aldev, second by Zeman. Public comment?
Come on, guys. You don't have to do this.
Okay, thank you so much for voting that down, but I'm not in agreement with the open meeting thing. I don't think that's going to work. The May 29th version is a great version except for 2 or 3 items that are really minute, and if legal can say that that's fine, we won't have to go through this until September. I just think that legal needs to let us know why they came up with what they came up with, because it's all over the place. But I'm not in agreement with the open meeting thing. I think we should all have an opportunity in our advisories to have that conversation.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So I'm not in favor of the open meeting. I appreciate you guys relooping it. Just so you know, and today I've been texting back and forth because staff is working on scheduling meetings. Diversity meets the 1st of August. FTF meets on the 8th. DAC doesn't meet till the 21st. I think that the area advisories are somewhere in there, and then the school advisory, that may be less of an issue because they may not even know who their SAF chairs are. So all of the advisories will be meeting in August, so that's not a problem. And then there are usually additional policy subcommittee meetings that, if need be, that can all be pulled together. So there's no need for this open mic night, because the advisories are meeting in August. Thank you.
Hello, I just want to say that when we got the policy, it came from legal. It had been through legal twice. We were satisfied with the workshop version, the May 29th, except for the over-enrolled. We were actually asked for these policies, school choice and boundaries, to be put on our agenda. They weren't on our schedule. We were asked during spring break that if we could get them rushed. So I'm sure everyone would be happy to bring them back at the very beginning of the year, but it had already been through legal twice. So I don't know why, if it went through legal twice and we made minor changes, that it was changed how it was. But thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment on the motion? Dr. Holt? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're on.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of the open discussion. My whole concern is that what happens is a lot of changes happens before it gets to the board and you're not aware, and staff tends to have their version, and then when you see a version, it's not the version that the community sees. So again, this is going against your characteristics, traits of the school board with transparency, accountability. There's a lot of shift going on. We need a discipline matrix for your staff. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions. If we do have this open discussion, what is the anticipated cost to do that? Or estimated cost? Will there be a cost involved? And
No,
if so, approximately?
No, I don't think there's a cost because we're attending their meetings that they've already pre-scheduled to loop it through.
Yeah, but we're looking to have an open, I guess my understanding is different. We're looking to have an open discussion.
So from what I heard from the speakers, which some are chairs, they're not amenable to an open
No, I understand, but I'm talking about the motion that's on the table. The motion on the table is for an open discussion. I do hear what the chair said. We haven't amended the motion yet. So if we were to entertain the motion with an open discussion, will that open discussion cost us, and if so, how much?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanzo.
There would be no additional cost because you're looking at staff. We would have it in a school board facility if we had to, designate a time. So we'll make sure staff is already there. Even if it's in the evening, we have schools that operate in the evening. And then we would do a Teams link to allow for virtual participation. So we aren't looking at any additional cost, if you will, for the board to occur.
Okay, so
Dr. Holmes, I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. I move to recess this meeting to continue after the public hearing for 1 hour. Second by Mrs. Pham. All in favor of recessing the meeting to continue after the public hearing for 1 hour? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
One dissenting vote. The meeting is now in recess. Good evening. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida for the tentative district educational facilities plan is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. We ask that all attendees maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interruptive speakers, or engaging in personal attacks, will not be tolerated. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. The purpose of this meeting is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to conduct official business of the district and any other items that the board deems necessary. Today, the board is considering the following business. 1, approval of the tentative district educational facilities plan for the 5 years running from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2029. Dr. Hepburn, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Fogelholy, second by Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. As we begin to take public comments for this evening's special school board meeting, the public will have the opportunity to speak on the item. I remind the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. May I have a motion and second on item number 1?
Moved.
Moved by Fogelholy, second by Hickson. Good evening and welcome to our special meeting for the Broward County Public Schools Tentative District Educational Facilities Plan for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2029. The purpose of this meeting is to keep the public and the school board fully informed as to whether the district is using sound policies and practices that meet the needs of students and warrant public confidence in the district's operation. The law requires the public be given the opportunity to provide input into the district educational facilities plan. This evening is the first of 2 special school board meetings for the district educational facilities plan. This plan will be presented to the school board for adoption at the second meeting on September 4th, 2024. The superintendent will now give a brief overview of the district educational facilities plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to submit this tentative district educational facilities plan for the school board's consideration and approval. I want to start off by thanking the board for their input to staff at all the workshops when the district's budget and capital plan were discussed. The budget workshops were held on the following dates: January 30th, 2024, February 27th, April 23rd, May 29th, and June 25th, 2024. I would like everyone to know that the district and the school leadership remain committed to providing our students with a world-class education in a safe, secure learning environment. We're focused on keeping our schools secure and implementing upgrades that were previously approved by the board, along with the funding for security cameras, public announcement systems, and other ongoing security upgrades. This district educational facilities plan continues to deliver commitments we made for the SMART program and has committed resources that are needed to address managing these projects to continue towards completion of the SMART program. This plan also includes the leasing authority needed to purchase school buses and to replace aging vehicles in our fleet. In this plan, funding is being recommended for high-priority needs, such as facilities projects to bridge the gap by addressing critical capital facilities needs, such as structural repairs and Americans with Disability Act, otherwise known as ADA projects. Information technology funding for enterprise software, communications, safety and equipment, athletic funding to provide artificial turf fields at all high schools, and athletic equipment replacement, environmental, health, and safety funding to address underground storage tanks and mitigate the district's risk, as well as flood control measures and traffic safety issues. In addition to these investments, the district is embarking on a strategic effort to redefine our schools. Long-range facilities planning is a focus of the 5-year capital plan, along with the funding previously approved by the board for the facilities condition assessment. The district has identified funding to begin addressing the effort to reimagine our schools or redefine our schools and the projects that would be recommended at the completion of this facilities condition assessment. We appreciate the board's support for these important capital funding needs. Now the Chief Financial Officer and the finance staff will make a brief presentation, and staff will answer questions that you may have after that presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent. This is the first of the 2 special school board meetings to discuss the District Educational Facilities Plan, also referred to as the DEFP. The second meeting will be on September 4th for the final adoption of the DEFP. The tentative DEFP presented today incorporates the board feedback from the budget workshops for the 2024-25 budget. Are you doing the clicker? This slide, which is the 3rd slide, It's not.
We get the. Okay. Just a second. Ms. Matawaller getting that presentation up.
Is there a clicker? So, it doesn't work? Who's going to do it? I can see the slide number. If they want to do it, that's fine. Yeah, but for the public that's watching.
Here we go. Give a clicker.
Okay. Third slide, please. This slide shows the projected revenues of $3.9 billion over the 5 years from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2029. Fiscal year 2025 millage revenues reflect an 8.22% increase over last year's millage revenues based on the July 1st, 2024 certified values for Broward County Public Schools. The estimated capital reserve funds as of June 18th was $51.6 million. Next slide, please. This slide, which is the fourth slide, shows the appropriations the board approved in last year's DEFP, along with updated fixed costs such as debt payments, leases, salaries, and fringe. This table also includes the new funding recommendations that have been discussed with the board at the last two workshops and summarized on the next slide. The majority of the carryovers are ongoing SMART program projects and other facility projects that are not in the SMART program. Unallocated reserves of $70.4 million include the funding available for board priority and the minimum 10% reserve balance. School by school and district-wide funding details are included in the tentative DEFP. Next slide, please. Slide 5 shows a summary of the funding recommendations that were presented at the last two school board workshops. Next slide. Slide 6 shows the difference between the revenue and appropriations that would be available for new capital funds initiatives related to redefining our schools and the facilities condition assessment. Next slide. And this concludes our presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Ms. Hickson. Thank you. I just have a couple. First, I want to say thank you for getting all of the projects that were up to 2015 and completed out of the DEFP, but it is concerning that we have about 17 projects that are still listed as 2015 projects, and we're in 2024 and they're not done yet. So there's a follow-up, and I appreciate that, to tell us where we're at on this, so I don't need to go over it all. I just wanted to say that, we need to make sure we're moving along on that. The one that I would like to ask about, though, is the Stoneman Douglas High School. It's there as a 2019 renovation. It's listed as not complete, but we know that the building has now been demolished. So can someone please give us an update? Because I do believe that that project is pretty much to completion. Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Dorsett.
Good afternoon, Mark Dorsett, Executive Director, Physical Plant Operations. Yes, Building 12 has been totally demolished. We're doing some superficial work with the ground and clearing the ground and leveling it off and getting it ready for sod. But for the most part, the majority of that work is complete.
Okay, so my question is, because we know we're going to put a memorial or something in that space, do we need to add that into the DEFP since this is a 5-year plan, or is that money sitting in the DEFP now? Dr. Hepburn?
No, the money for the memorial will actually come from the money that's left over from the demolition.
Okay, is that going to be enough to cover? Well, I mean, we haven't discussed what we're doing yet, but do you foresee that being enough to cover it?
Mr.
Yes.
Dorsey, you want to speak?
Yes, we're expecting to get the preliminary design from our architect by Friday. 3 different concepts for the parents and for faculty to look at to see if they agree with what's being proposed, and if there's any changes that needs to be made to those plans, we'll incorporate that. So we haven't started a physical design yet. We're doing 3 concepts, and we hope to have them for you by no later than next week.
Okay, and I love you, Mr. Dorsett, but we have to remember to say families, because I'm not a parent.
I'm sorry.
So it's important that we I mean, I am a parent, but you know what I mean. So I appreciate that, and thank you for getting the demolition done and the building down quickly. I know the community appreciated that. I just have a couple more questions. On the on page 3 of the, I guess it's the executive summary, where it's Margate Middle School, the kitchen cafeteria design, I'm guessing that's just for the design. It doesn't include construction costs. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
Having a brain fart. Ms. Paul.
It's on page.
No, it does not. That is for design, but I am working with finance to put a number in there for the construction of a new cafeteria.
Okay, thank you, because my concern is we'll pay to design it, and then someone will say, no, we're not going to build the cafeteria, and then we would have wasted all that money.
So apparently you were listening to my conversation with Mr. Shem, so.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. One last question, and that's in the back in the back of the book, page 308, this big book we have here, portable transition plan and covered walkways. So I appreciate that we have information, and we've put in here covered walkways for going from portables to portables, but there's also been discussion about covered walkways for the bus area, the bus loop, where they're walking in the beginning, and I don't see anything in here about that, but we have been discussing it, especially as Ms. Paul knows, we were talking about it for Quiet Water. So where will we see that in the DEFP?
I think it's important that we get an assessment of what our needs are in respect to the covered walkways. So we know of the ones that are failing, but I think a true assessment of what that dollar amount is and the condition of our walkways will give us better insight into where to go forward.
Okay.
So we have the ones that are on our radar, but I am concerned just across the district that we need to get a better handle on, just what the needs are.
Okay, so, and moving forward, there are some places where there's no covered walkways at all. So it isn't just replacing covered walkways that are failing. There are places where those students don't have any protection from the weather.
And I understand that, but I also think it's important that when we change the flow of traffic or move a bus loop or something like that, before we do that, we take into consideration what the total needs are. So I've seen a sampling of that has occurred over time. And so I think it's just very important that we take we're mindful of those kind of changes. And again, that's what the assessment will do for us. It will help us understand what the total needs are, regardless of what the circumstances
are. And I appreciate it. I just wanted to say it out loud. I know it probably won't go in here, but I don't want it to get lost in the conversation.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Any other board member? Okay. I have a question on page 66 of 347, Coral Glades High School. Can staff explain to me where it says with the scope, the construction of the auditorium, and there's an asterisk with note that the funding is an order of magnitude estimate and that the scope of work, schedule, and a detailed estimate will be reviewed with the board at a future meeting. Can you explain that?
Ms. Paul.
So the good news is that there's $23 million set aside for the auditorium. The bad news is that when we expanded to 800 capacity as well as a black box, that tentative number right now is about $36.5 total million.
Thank you. And when is this workshop going to happen?
Tentatively, we're scheduling it for August 27th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have one public comment. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good evening, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Seeing as I was still here for the DEFP, I figured let me whip out the matrix from earlier that the Facilities Task Force has been compiling. So I'll start with the two things that I just heard. You may recall that there was a workshop where Deerfield Beach Elementary's historical building, Markham, and Coral Glades came to the board, and there was a discussion about next steps, and it was supposed to come back. So I'm glad that Coral Glades will be coming back in the discussion about the black box, which, to be clear, black boxes are not part of the district standards. However, Markham needs to come back for discussion because what ended up happening, instead of that coming back, is within days after we got a new superintendent, he went to Markham and started talking about how soon they were going to get their new building. But as I keep saying, it is not in compliance with SREF, which those are the district standards, that your classrooms have to be a specific size. In fact, they are so small that you cannot put the Head Start program into the new building. And there was a whole redesign initially to have Head Start where the parents could easily pick them up, and that's all out the window because Head Start needs to stay in the modulars if the classrooms are not big enough. So I would hope that Markham would come back for discussion because the delays have been staff created because 2 years ago when the architect was at 50%, to stay within budget and understand that over 60 years what we're squabbling about. At the time, I'm not sure what the difference was, maybe 8 million, maybe it's 10 million. Now take that and divide it by the life of the building. I promise you that we could find $167,000 worth of waste every year that doesn't need to be spent that you could have put into Markham Elementary. If you're going to do it right. That has been an ongoing discussion. Margate Middle, you have not as a board had a larger conversation about the current status of all the cafeterias. Cafeterias were not part of the SMART bond. And high school cafeterias, huge problem there, but middle and elementary as well. So how did Margate, and I'm not saying they don't have a bad cafeteria, it probably is. How is that one getting funded? And you haven't discussed, and this is where long-range planning becomes important, and the longer we go without having a meeting, things like this keep happening. The piecemeal crazy quilt approach to doing capital programs. Because they keep shoving stuff at you guys, and this list are the things we've noticed, but we acknowledge they need to be part of a long-range plan. There are things that are happening in the short term and things that are happening in the long term. I don't know where Margate Middle came from. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, can you please provide to the board on email the dates for this long-range steering committee, the meeting dates? I believe I've asked for in the past.
Yeah, we'll get those to you bright and early in the morning.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Nope. Seeing none. Board members okay. So all in favor of approving item number 1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay. Item number 1 passes. The scheduled order of business for this special meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligations, I now adjourn the meeting. going to start with Dr. Holness, and then I have a change in my motion. Dr. Holness?
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll let you go ahead and have the change in your motion because I was going to make a motion and I'm suspecting it's similar.
Okay. If there's no objection, I'd like to change my motion on PP1 to postpone indefinitely and have the policy looped.
I second that.
Moved by Alda, second by Zeman. Public comment. Board member comment on the motion.
Only that,
Dr. Zeman?
Chair, our rules about looping are very generic. They're about getting out to the stakeholders, getting out to community members, getting out to advisory board members. I would just advocate that this motion is spot on with the wording because there might be some ways to accelerate that looping in a way that we meet the intent. Maybe it's not going to 7 advisory committee meetings over 3 months, but a way to gather critical input and get it back to this board certainly by the September deadline. Thank you, Chair.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to postpone indefinitely PP1 and have the policy loop, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. PP1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion in second?
No, it's postponed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Postponed indefinitely. Sorry, that's what I meant. May I have a motion in second on 0029, 0033, 007, 0014, 017, 023, 0028, and DD3?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment. Board member comment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Items passed unanimously. May I have a motion in second on PP2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment.
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Board member comment. Dr. Holness?
I don't have any comments, Madam Chair. You can move on.
Ms. Pham?
No comment.
Being any other board members, all in favor of PP2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Oh, that's right. You have to vote down.
So it was memo to vote down, so.
Correct, yeah. So it's
say
fine.
aye,
Yep.
yeah. So all in favor to vote it down, say aye.
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 I think it's supposed to be no's. It's different when it says vote yes to reject all bids or something.
Ms. Batista?
It's supposed to say no.
I had you just say yes.
Yeah.
Spoke in the microphone.
So a vote of no would be to vote down the item.
Correct.
Better.
Okay, the executive summary is asking us.
Madam Chair, the item had to come back as it was because it was postponed. So the item came back as it was, but then through the superintendent, a memo was sent to the board asking the board to vote this item down because item double P3 was coming for the board to consider in lieu of this item.
Okay. So we will be voting no.
You have to vote no to vote it down, right, Ms. Batista?
Correct. On PP3.
Yes.
On PP2.
I'm sorry,
PP2.
double P2.
Okay, so all in favor of PP2, say aye. Those opposed, say no.
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 Item is voted down. May I have a motion and second on PP3?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Pham. Public comment.
Yes, we have a couple registered speakers, Ms. Graves, Natalie Lynch-Walsh, and Nicole Morris.
Microphone.
Beacon, the mic on the right, please.
The clock is saying 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yep. If we can get the clock correct too, please.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Dr. Superintendent, board members and staff. I just want to start off by saying perception versus reality. Just want to say to you, I know you cannot get involved or you should not get involved in day-to-day operations, but I do want to bring to your attention before I kind of go through is that the version of this policy that went through the looping process, and even when it was voted down the last time, the version you have is not the version that the community has. Your staff is not providing you with the clean version of the original 5004.1. The clean version of 6400 is not the same exact version of 5004.1. I don't know if they're doing this intentionally or not. I just want to bring that to your attention, okay? So you may want to vote this down again so the staff give you the accurate information so you're not looking crazy. I don't know if they're doing it intentionally to make you look crazy, community look crazy, but I'm telling you, it's not the same. I did line by line on my own time. So with that being said, I just want to say you have a guardrail in place on the executive summary that talks about alignment to 2027 goals. Throughout this policy, they're not using it for accountability. Monitoring and reporting has been removed throughout the policy, specifically under the innovation program, opportunity, scholarship, throughout the entire policy except for one. The application process, perception is that it's not working. The reality is it is working. It does not need to be changed. I disagree with the word confirmed. It is not, and this is in reference to full-time, part-time employees verifying under assignment priority. They want to remove the word confirm. Again, that goes against your guardrail. Because if you don't confirm if they're part-time or full-time employees, how do you know they should get assignment priority? That goes against your guardrail. I disagree with adding choice seats assignments. It does not realistically take all those departments to verify if a seat is available. I disagree on page 3 with the feeding patterns whenever practicable because it's very vague. Homeless students need to be there. On the word parents, the Florida statute 1002.1 does define Florida statute. The attorney, well, I'm not supposed to say name, but the actual parent definition in here is not exactly what Florida statute states, and staff should not be able to dictate the law. The law is the law. So I'm asking you to make sure that it states exactly what it actually is supposed to be. On the last page, I disagree with removing the verbiage. The rules used below shall govern. That needs to be there. You need to add Florida statute 1002.394 to reflect the new name for McKay Scholarship. I'm trying to go by this time. I'm sorry. Eligibilities need to remain the same. I'm sorry. That's it. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, North Coral Springs. A couple of things for school choice. On page 26, under reassignment appeals, they removed language that says if a parent believes that any reassignment procedures listed in the policy have been violated. So there's no longer going to be appeals for reassignments. When I asked School Choice about that, they said that that's because you can apply for hardship, but the language for hardship states that only a hardship will be granted if, one, the student is currently attending and has a death of a parent, 2, has a sibling who is assigned to an ESE special program, or 3, has a sibling in 5th, 8th, or 12th. So there are no appeals for reassignments if you believe that the process was flawed. And I'll give you an example. So there was a parent that reached out to me last week. She believed that she was wrongly denied a school choice seat for McNabb Elementary. I showed her how to go to the planning and enrollment tool. We looked at the capacity. It looked like they had capacity. She followed up with the school, and she was granted the reassignment. The same thing happened a couple of weeks ago with the student at Riverglades Elementary who wanted to get into their dual language program. So I would hope that would stay in place, so that if a parent thinks that the process was flawed, they would be able to apply for or would be able to appeal the decision. Another issue or concern that I've brought to you all is the change of language from 102% of capacity being the threshold for which reassignments would be granted to the choice, the new language for choice seat capacity. So they're coming up with their own department, and that's going to have a layered system. And I understand it and I appreciate it. And Ms. Collins has so graciously explained the process to me. Where I'm concerned is that a parent can't go and look and see that these are the seats that are available, And so if you have 350 seats and they say that there's no choice seats available, Mrs. Collins is saying, well, maybe that's because they're tied up in special programs or ESE clusters, but how will we know that? And the problem that I have stems from what happened at Park Trails Elementary when they were denying choice seats for years. And they said that we don't offer choice seats outside of Parkland, and they were showing 0 seats available. And now this new program, this new process is coming into play, and there were conversations that were had after that happened with the Department of School Choice, the principal, and the North Region office, the North Region Superintendent's office, where they said we need to figure out a way to stay within legislation while also honoring the special boundary process in Parkland. They were denying seats, and they wanted to figure out how to not offer those seats but still meet legislation. And I'm afraid that this new language, taking out the threshold, may be how they're going to do that. So I just ask for transparency in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Narnique Pierre Grant is the last speaker. I'm not sure if she's still here. She left.
All right, thank you. Board member comment, Ms. Pham?
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to make a motion because I hear you, and I'd like to make a motion that we loop this back so that your input and your ideas and the fact that the statutory number has been removed from the statute and the definition of parents has been changed. I want to make sure that that all gets put back into place. And if it says here, formerly known as policy 5004.1, that should be mirrored. That should be the same policy unless they're setting out what is different. In addition, this policy now as it appears, and I spoke with Dr. Wanza, they explained that they had removed the Hope Scholarship. And I have people that contact me. I get called at least several times a week about Hope Scholarships because I help children escape so they're not cutting themselves, they're not suicidal, they're not quitting school, they're not being tardy because they are, or skipping school because they hate school to get to a better place where they flourish. So father was actually, he's been texting me, he was trying to get here to speak. They only have one car, so it's very difficult. And we just got his daughter a scholarship. So it's not about tax money, it's about saving that child. That child deserves to have a good middle school, high school, and elementary school experience. And if that means the tax money goes with it, then that's what it costs, and it's worth every penny. Because we had, last year, what did we have, 2 girls that allegedly fell out windows? Come on. So we need to be acting and acting quickly when we have situations where kids are being bullied to the point where they want to hurt themselves. So I know that Hope Scholarship is included in the disciplinary matrix, but I think because it plays such a crucial and vital role and it's not promoted as much as I'd like it to be, we need it also with the other scholarships so parents are aware of that. Their child doesn't have to be being disciplined to be bullied because a lot of people or a lot of children remain silent about it. You don't even know what's going on until it's too late and it's escalated. And I can say that based on the fact that it happened to my own daughter. So I think we need to have that also in this policy on PP3 and 6400. So my motion would be that this policy 6400 school choice gets rolled over and that these ideas or the ideas that you advised us of today, as well as the changes that have been made from the prior policy, be made mirrored, the prior policy, as well as the definitions contained in the Florida statutes for parents. That should not be altered in any way. So, and that this come back, I'm going to say it, the next board hearing in September.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, Chair. Can she clarify that motion one more time?
Sure. My motion is that we roll over this policy, so it's or postpone this policy so that it can be heard at a later date. So the policy 6400 mirrors the policy that it was replacing, 5004.1, which is how it's set out formally policy 50041, so it should be identical, that the definition of parent that's contained in the Florida statutes should also be identical to what our state holds, and that we also have statute numbers contained that were pulled out of the prior policy reinserted back in to 6400, and that the Hope Scholarship get re-added back in to policy 6400, and that the suggestions made by the ladies that just came up now are considered and incorporated into those changes of policy 6400.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, Chair.
Moved by Pham, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion.
I agree to an extent because this policy did not come to North Area. It came. First, it went to DAC, and then she wasn't ready to present, so then it went to the area. So it skipped DAC, went to the areas, came to North Area. It was one of the policies we were asked to rush through. It came with Mr. Beck's policy. We made a motion almost immediately because there were so many issues found in the policy that there was a motion made to reject it for them to come back. Ms. Collins said she would not come back, and so it was never brought back. And so any issues, questions, concerns that we've had that have stemmed from what we didn't know or learn is what we have now. And like it's the summer, so people didn't come. I'm here, but I did speak to Ms. Collins. I will give her. I like to assume good intentions. But it would be nice if we could come back and get a thorough presentation and ask and get the questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. Just a suggestion, being that charter school is one of our challenging, and it currently sits with demographics and enrollment currently right now, that maybe it may need to be in the hands, this whole policy, in another different department, because it's the second time, and these are continuous same situations and concerns that keeps coming back. We're dealing with adults, and they're not getting it. The board directed the staff to do certain things. They didn't do it. We're back again. So that may be a consideration because it's being overseen right now by a charter school division, and that's our challenge. So to put school choice with charter schools, that might be part of why we're having these challenges with whoever is sitting at the table, because I don't know who's sitting at the table with this policy. Thank you.
Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do understand the motion to reloop. The motion does have added language as to recommendations for what to be included to present to the public. So I guess my question is, so I can understand voting on the motion, am I voting to reloop, or am I voting to include this language in the relooping process that's suggested, and that will be presented to the community stakeholders?
Ms. Pham, maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Holness. I would like it to be, personally, I would like it to be identical to what's stated in the prior policy, because we're carrying it over, and it says that formally policy, that number. And I would also like the definition to be identical to the Florida statute number. And to keep it consistent, I think we need to have the Hope Scholarship. These are scholarships all together, except this one is omitted. And I think it's important, very, very important, that we have this out there for those people that do need help and want to flee. I mean, I can tell you, I have parents that they're hiding from spouses and hiding their children. And when they need to go quickly, But so you don't know the circumstances, so we need to have this available so people know their options when they're desperate.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I did get the clarification. So I do want to possibly make a substitute motion, but I wait for Board Member Leonardi to have her comment because her hand is up.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, just I guess holistically, a piece of the conversation that I think needs to be addressed as well is our students with disabilities. And I don't know if that's in this policy or in 8010, but our students who are with disabilities who are being assigned to clusters at different schools. It's my understanding that they are assigned to clusters nearest to their home school, but lately they've been being assigned to schools that are not necessarily the closest. So I think just for the future, if we could have that discussion or have that be a part of the policy discussion as well, so we have some clear guidelines for our parents of students with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'd like to make a substitute motion that this is reloop back to community stakeholders to get further input without any suggested added language, and then that be brought back to us for discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion.
Can you just clarify what you said? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I need to, okay, I'm sorry.
Beacon, can we have the mic on the bottom right, please?
Hello? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I would like for the community, because they did give their input today, and they did agree with the possibility of relooping because they don't believe they had adequate input. So I want this to go back to the community so they can give us added feedback. We did hear some suggestions, for example, as mentioned on page 26, appeals on hardship, languages that were removed. I think it's prudent for us to get substantive community input, so I don't want to include languages here. I would like for the community to have the latitude to discuss what they believe would be necessary to be in the policy, and then it can come back to us for discussion where we can then revise it as necessary. So I rather it not be specific. I rather it goes back for relooping, get the community input, and then we can always make changes when it comes back to us.
Any other board member comment? Roll call on the motion.
Roll call on the motion. School board members, Fogelholy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we be clear about which motion?
Dr. Holness' motion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Hickson. Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Halston. Pham.
Yes.
5-1.
Okay. So PP3 passes. Substitute motion. We have a motion and a second on PP6.
So moved.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment. Board member comment.
We have a couple of registered speakers. I don't think they're here, but just in case, I'll call their name into the record. Nadia Lynch-Walsh, Jackie Lipscomb. Those are the two that we have.
Mr. Alston. Mrs. Leonardi.
I'm good, thank you.
Any other comments? All in favor of PP6, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. PP6 passes unanimously.
I said aye too.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert. We have a motion and second on PP7.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Fogelholy. Public comment.
One register. I don't believe they're here. Jackie Lipscomb.
Mr. Alston, Ms. Hickson, and I have Alhadeff. Okay, so my comments are, I'm just going to go back to on page 2 of the policy 5090, where it talks about reading the Code of Student Conduct. I know I talked about in the workshop to have a video for the Code of Conduct, Student Code of Conduct, for parents to watch the video. Dr. Hepburn, where are we at with that?
Ms. Washington, I was trying to give you some time to kind of walk up before I call your name.
I'll let her confirm, but I believe there's 2 videos already.
Good evening, Jody Washington, Director, Equity, Diversity, and School Climate. The 2 videos that
are currently there are out of date. We're taking those down. We are in the process of creating new videos for parents to be able to watch.
So, Dr. Hepburn, would it be okay then for the policy to read video or read the code of, watch a video or read the code of student conduct?
Ms. Washington, can parents acknowledge by saying watching the video, or it has to be read and the video supplements?
I would hesitate to have them acknowledge based on the video because it's going to be very difficult for them to understand what the consequences are for breaking the rules by simply watching the video, because in the video we're not going to go into specifics about the consequences or as in-depth, because otherwise the video is going to be
7 hours long.
So
Okay, so is the acknowledgement form, is that electronic?
it is. It's going to be in the back-to-school forms that are going out through the Focus Parent Portal.
Okay, but there will be a video.
Yes, I'm actually going to break it up into smaller segments so that it's not as long, but we are trying to make it more digestible for parents to better understand it, but I do still think they need to be able to read it.
Okay. My next comment is well, first of all, the policy name Code of Student Conduct. From my understanding, that's state-driven. My next question is, has this policy, everything in this policy, is it driven by state statute, or did we randomly just put things into the policy?
So this policy has evolved significantly over time, and it seems like it has become a repository of information that we want everybody to be aware of. So I am working with my team as well as the community to completely revamp the Code of Student Conduct and then look where there are redundancies from other policies so that we can streamline the Code of Student Conduct. It is driven by statute. It does have certain requirements, like dress code, for example. The statute specifically says consequences for dress code. But there are other things in there that go beyond what the statute calls for.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, does that mean then staff through the year will come back and try to revise this, to put things that are in this policy into the right policies?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my last comment is in regards, it's on page 2 of 119, the last bullet point where it says at the start of each school day, all teachers will log into SaferWatch through their Clever portal on a district-issued device. So from my understanding that if staff does their initial login at the beginning of the year, then they are logged in throughout the entire year. So should this say something to that regard? Because the way this reads, it reads that every single day that they're going to log in. So should there be something to say about doing an initial login to ensure that they are logged in every day? Dr. Hepburn?
I would say probably keep it the same, knowing technology. There could be a day when Clever and what we intend to happen every day, which is after the initial login, it automatically pops up after that. It may be a day that technology not function well, so I would prefer to err on the side of caution to say teachers log in every day. If it's up, it's up. If it's not, log in.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, go ahead.
I apologize for speaking this late, but it's very important regarding the cell phones. On page 16, 26, 11 of the packet. The board members were emailed survey results from students that clearly show strong opposition to a complete cell phone ban, but also show that students are really willing to compromise on this. I'd like to begin my comments by really stating the obvious. A survey sent out to students regarding a ban or restriction on cell phones will most likely result in students not wanting the ban. That's pretty clear. But as our survey represents 98% of the students that were surveyed, not all students, simply students that were surveyed stated that they believe cell phones should not be banned. However, the survey provides meaningful feedback regarding why students believe they should not be banned. For example, a student said, "As a female, if I have a bathroom emergency, I can quickly call one of my friends to help me out." Another student said, "If for whatever reason there is a situation inside school and there is no one around, a cell phone could quite literally save someone's life, for example, in the morning or when students are there after school." Another student said, "I believe that teachers should be the ones to impose or tell students when to come off their phones, especially when work is given." So I'd like to encourage the board to adopt language that states that phones must be put away during class time and give teachers the discretion to decide whether or not phones should be allowed in that time or not. I can give you an example. In the policy that's currently, if the board didn't make any amendments, in the policy that currently would be approved, would mean that students during study hall or during their personalization period would not be able to access their cell phones. I can tell you that 95% of my study hall time, I'm either doing research that I need to use my phone because there may not be computers available, or I'm using my phone to submit assignments. And that's a shared experience by a lot of students. I think a lot of students would agree that it's very beneficial to be able to have their phones turned off during class time. That's something that myself and many other students would want to see to really limit distractions, as well as ensure that there is a lot of academic integrity. But I do believe that an all-out ban or an all-out restriction on cell phones, especially including passing time and lunch, would not be beneficial to students and would really not be something that our students would easily adapt to. Happy to answer any questions regarding this. Thank you.
Landon, is there a certain bullet point you have an issue with, and what page number?
On page 16, the line that says, so the policy says that the phone should be placed on airplane mode and kept in the area. Use of personal wireless communication during the instructional day is only permitted under the direction of a teacher for instructional purposes. Instructional time is defined as time from the beginning bell until the end of the school day. What's being taken out is saying that time before or after the school day or during lunch is not considered instructional time, meaning that during lunch cell phones would not be able to be used.
Okay.
Or during passing periods.
And that's Florida state statute. Spam?
Yeah, I just, Mr. Sullivan was supposed to help me bring this motion before we close today. It's on BB1.
On this item? On this item?
No.
Okay, we're not there yet.
Oh, I thought we were at the end.
Okay, we're on PP7. Any board member comments on PP7?
Skip it.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, just I want to thank the student advisors for doing that survey and collecting student feedback, and I respect that feedback. I will say, we've had an exhaustive discussion about it, going over research and data on the impact of cell phone use during the school day and in life in general, right? I think one of the examples that was given was, before or after the school day if someone's on campus and there's an emergency, but this is merely during instructional time defined in the policy. And so I think it's very important that moving forward, we as a district, if this is approved as is, we are very clear about how this is to be enforced, who is enforcing it. We really, really need to over-communicate this because I don't want this to be just something that we as a board checked off and it's not really happening in the school day. But also, there were, I think, some legitimate safety concerns about this that we need to figure out and work out so that, people can feel safe in our schools as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Luscombe, we have one speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was outside and there was no live stream on, so it was difficult to see whether the meeting was even back. I'm sorry. Thank you for this. I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm not here to speak for it or against it, but to try to introduce some perspective and ensure that some certain things have been thought of. Because as you know, something like this is going to cause community freak out. This item is tucked at the back end of a meeting after 2 lengthy adjournments, and you'd have had to be here about 8 hours to still be here speaking about it. And you do know that once this comes in, if this is something that you pass, the cell phone part of it particularly is going to be met with some dismay and outcry and pushback from some folks who this is going to be a shock for. So I want to ensure that that is being preempted, because time after time after time, if there's something controversial, and take backpacks as an example, it's kind of the way it's done rather than that it's being done, or an element of both. And I think you can preempt some of that by convincing us that some of the things that we're thinking of but haven't been asked are things that you too have thought of. I sit on the Student Code of Conduct Committee. Jodie Washington runs a very fine committee. It's got a very diverse makeup to it, so that there's a real richness of opinion and perspectives and viewpoints. So what a principal might bring up is not something that a parent might bring up, which is not something that a teacher might bring up, and you all feed into that. So I'm a little troubled that you didn't refer it back to the committee to say, hey, bring us some perspectives on this. It's this cell phone part particularly, where there is currently an allowance for students to use their cell phones at lunchtime. That does, I'm all for that. I call my kids buttheads 10 times a day for being on their phones. So I get it, and something needs to be done. At the same time, technological progress isn't something to necessarily be frowned on. So if kids communicate different ways than we did when we grew up, I've told my kids, you know, I didn't have a cell phone at school and nobody died, and I turned out, I think, reasonable enough. But there are some things to be embraced about it, and I want to give you some examples. Frequently, after-school clubs are cancelled on the day, and they're only communicated to the kids by the teacher, or, you know, they log on in Canvas and find it's cancelled. After-school activities might come up, like, hey, Mom, I'm going to be home late because actually I'm staying for JROTC activity that I didn't know about or that they've just come up with. Those kind of scenarios are the things that students do legitimately communicate about at a lunchtime, and I think if you introduce a total and utter ban, it's not necessarily, I think there's a view that it's all going to suddenly create students who all go off and do social things together at lunchtime. There isn't time anyway. They have 36 minutes to get from where they are to the cafeteria, get round the cafeteria, wolf down some food, and get back out again. So I get it if cell phones are hindering that process, but please find a balance and convince us that you have considered some of those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I brought this up back in May, and it was the chair that recommended that we go through TAC. So Ms. Greaves, my appointee on TAC, requested that it be put on the agenda for August. So we are trying to go through committees and get input. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to second how much of a robust conversation we had about this already. And I want to remind people of the dramatic improvement in mental health when this has been implemented in other districts. We are not the first district in the United States to implement a cell phone ban from bell to bell. They did it in the Los Angeles Unified School District. They've done it in Orange County. There's significant evidence that the use of cell phones, particularly the addictive nature of social media, is causing our children serious mental health. 10% of American high school youths have tried to commit suicide. This is one step in the right direction. We did come up with some mitigations. In particular, having a cell phone in an airplane mode would allow people to turn it right back on in the case of emergency and do the things that they need to do. It is all about us doing this together. It's about us saying to students that we care so much about you, we don't want you to use these harmful devices with these addictive tools on them which cause you mental health problems. So what we've seen in other very large districts that have done this before is a dramatic improvement in academic performance, a dramatic improvement in mental health, and a dramatic improvement in safety because people are paying attention to each other rather than paying attention to their phone. And as much as I appreciate new data all the time, I didn't expect students to jump up and down and say this is a great thing, but I've also gotten hundreds of emails from our own employees and from parents, and not one of them has said that this is not going to be good for Broward County schools. So this is a bold move. We need to be careful about how we train principals and teachers to deal with it, but it is going to make our school district a better school district, and it's no doubt going to improve the mental health of our student, and I look forward to this passing today.
Okay, so
Can you add me?
go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, guys. I totally agree, Dr. Zeman. I really want to say that it's a much needed timing for us at this moment. And here I am up in a small province of 21,000 students in the entire island. And this week's paper, what did it say?
Hold on, team. We stop, we pause, we assess before we evacuate.
I'm going to recess the meeting for 5 minutes.
Speak and cut the feed till we reconvene, please.
Welcome back. Okay, everybody safe, false alarm. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I didn't really expect a pregnant pause, but here it was. What I wanted to say is here I am on an island, a beautiful province, and there's 21,000 students in K through 12, and they are implementing a cell phone ban because they have seen the numbers from the districts and also from the United States and from other countries. And I thought, wow, 21,000 students, that's easy, but that doesn't exactly mean anything. What it says is every single child in Prince Edward Island, they're worried about their mental health. And for the 6th largest district in the country, we are worried about our students' mental health. And I can tell you, I'm up here, I have no television, blessing. I don't go on any news, blessing. And I only turn on my phone to get my work stuff and my personal phone for my kids twice a day. And it is extremely freeing and less chaotic. So don't we want our students now to go through the kind of childhood that we went through, which was blissfully naive, and we weren't attached to our cell phones. So I am fully supportive of this, and I know it's going to be a pushback, but if parents up here in a province for 21,000 students can understand the mental health issues that their kids are suffering through, we can in Broward County as well. So I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion and second to continue the meeting to 7 o'clock?
Second.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Fogenholy. Thank you. All in favor?
No,
say
aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we're back to 7. Thank you. Ms. Fogenholy, did you have anything?
Yes, Chair, I had it on that item.
Yep.
Because really quick, I know we just voted on it, but I had a quick comment on there because I know
we voted on the time.
Oh, extended time. Yes, I'm sorry. Jeez. Sorry. Thank you. That's why you were late. It's like, why are you rushing? Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. No, I did want to comment on this, and I'm proud of everybody. Yes, with the cell phones, been very clear on that. My question is to our ESC students, right? So in situations, I know that there are certain students, families, parents that have, whether it be cell phones or devices with their children, wireless devices that they're able to call and turn it on and listen into the classroom or check in on their child. I know Mr. Moyer was one of them, that he would explain that situation. So is there anywhere in this policy that explains to that, or is it something that we can make a motion to add that on there?
Ms. Washington.
What? I don't know. Is it working? Okay. Yeah. So as far as the other devices that are, I know that the one that I know of is the Angel Sense that goes in the backpack. I don't believe that those require a wireless device. I'm not 100% sure. That's not my avenue. Anytime there is a student with special needs, there are accommodations that are made, and that would be the case for this as well.
Okay. That's Angel Sense was the one I'm thinking of, but of course accommodations, I would want to know that that's being done as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I just want to get some clarification on bullet point number 2, page 12 of 91. The sentence that says all wireless communication devices shall be turned off or placed on airplane mode and kept in the area designated by the teacher during all instructional class time activities, that's Florida statute. So that's not something that the Broward School Board created. We're following Florida statute. So is there something that we added differently that's not the Florida statute that I'm missing?
I think the only thing we added in there was the airplane mode part.
Okay, so the airplane mode is not Florida statute.
Correct. It's another mechanism to make sure the phone is inaccessible to students. So technically off.
Or it's off or airplane mode.
Correct.
Okay, so do we have, because we quoted Florida statute, but maybe it needs to be worded differently because it's not specifically Florida statute.
Ms. Washington, you want to expound? Let's see.
Yes, so the part that is relevant to the Florida statute is where the teacher designates that where the phone is kept. Statute requires us to define instructional time, but it does not say what instructional time is. That's why in the previous version of the policy, instructional time for elementary was from the beginning bell to the end of the day, but for secondary students, it did not include like passing times and lunch times. So we do have the authority to define the instructional day, but what is relevant to statute is that the teacher gets to determine where the cell phone is kept while the student is in their classroom.
Okay. And then bullet point number 3, I just want some clarification. I mean, very happy this is in here. Due to school safety concerns, headphones, earbuds, or other accessories are prohibited, but then it says during instructional time. So does that mean when students are in between classes, they would be able to pop in their headphones or earbuds?
So the revision to policy defines instructional time from the beginning bell to the end of the school day. That all of that is considered instructional time, so that does include your passing time as well as lunchtime, personalization periods, beginning bell, end bell, all that's instructional time with the change to policy.
So lunchtime, passing in the hallways, they will not be allowed to wear the headphones or the earbuds, correct?
Correct. That's considered in the revision instructional time.
Okay, perfect. And I just want to make sure that is communicated effectively.
Yes.
For the start of the school year.
Yes, thank you. As I heard loud and clear from the chair and also Ms. Leonard, and I think Dr. Zeman alluded to this too. So we'll make sure and put out a blast way before school, letting parents and students know. We'll also work with our principals. We already kind of preempted this with them, but we'll have them work together since they know their buildings intimately and their students more intimately than us to come up with some great best practices of how they implement this. Versus the staff saying, hey, do it like this for blanket every school in the district. We'll have them work together and kind of check in with us just to make sure the practices that they're implementing for their specific needs on their campuses address the policy in a good way.
And is instructional time defined how you defined it, or do we need to add that to this?
So I'm not sure which bullet it is. I don't have it in front of me, but there is one of the bullets that says instructional time is defined as the time from the first bell of the day until the school day ends, I believe is the language, if I can remember right.
Okay.
I think it might be the second or third bullet.
Bullet 2.
Bullet, thank you.
Just to help you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you.
Is it Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, just real quick, when we're talking about communication, I appreciate, putting out a blast, but I also think we need to use human beings to communicate. And so I was pleased to hear you talking about principals, but I'm also talking about PTA, SAC, SGAs, everyone possible. And I think we also need to make very clear what instructional time means, because to some people it might just mean in the classroom. Yeah. So.
Dr. Zeman?
Just some of the feedback that we got in my office, particularly from school leaders, principals, and assistant principals, is how simple this policy is. You may not use a cell phone during the school day. It's that simple, unless an instructional personnel, usually a teacher, says, I know you broke your arm, you couldn't take notes in the class, you can take a picture of the notes and then put it away. And so they really appreciated the fact that this is crystal clear, and I look forward to seeing the positive improvements that this generates in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of PP7, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. PP7 passes unanimously. Yes. May I have a motion and second on PP8? Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment?
One registered speaker, Jackie Lepscomb.
PP8.
PP8? No? You're good? We're good.
Board member comments. Ms. Pham? I did all my PPs.
Suspensions and expulsions.
Oh, yeah. It was actually, thank you, Madam Chair. It was really relatively something simple. It was in reference to the suspensions. I know one of the things that teachers have said in response that they're not getting any kind of support from parents when the child is suspended. The child just watches television or plays video games and really doesn't do anything. And I notice all through the matrix is, suspension 3 days, 5 days, or 10 days. So my question is, why can't we, as part of the suspension, make a project or sign that the student and the parent both have to write is, how can I make certain that this doesn't happen again, or how can I avoid this situation, or how could I have handled this better? So that way, at least when the student returns, they have something where they at least thought about the situation, and they can open up a conversation with the teacher and try to work through it so it doesn't happen again. So that would be my suggestion or consideration if anyone's interested.
Any other board member? Seeing none, all in favor of PP8, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Aye.
PP8 passes unanimously. We have a motion and second on GG7.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman.
Second.
Second by Rupert. Public comment.
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Board member comment. Mr. Alston's abstaining. He's not here. Anybody want to speak to GG7? All in favor of GG7, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. GG7 passes with Mr. Alston abstaining, but he's not here. Let the record reflect that Mrs. Hickson and Mr. Alston are not present. Okay.
And Miss Rupert.
Oh, you're on the line, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, I'm okay.
All right. Next, we have a motion and second on B1.
So moved.
Ooh, second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholly. Public comment.
No public comment.
Okay, board member comment.
Oh, this is yours.
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you recall, this came before the board approximately 2 meetings ago, and what this involved is getting turf at 3 high schools for their football fields, so it would improve the area. I specifically, during that time, I questioned what happens, well, actually a statement was made by Mrs. Brown, Patty Brown, and she said that schools get revenues from football, renting out football fields and also from their stadiums. And that swayed my vote to switch.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
That's wrong.
Yeah, this is an item to appoint 2 FSBA members.
Correct.
B1, Bravo 1.
Oh, I thought you said BB1.
Ms. Rupert, do you want to start?
Sure. These are assignments for advocacy, legislative issues, and it's extremely important. I'm on the board of directors of FSBA and have been for a while. I've also been on the executive committee for FSBA 2 times in the last 5 years, and that is the first for Broward since like 1980 something. So it's important that Broward has a voice in the state, but also that we can temper our voice to be able to present what the entire state and the other districts are doing. So it's an important thing. I'm up there. I know Mr. Alston goes as well. We always did this in November because that's our time to do it, but they like to do it now. So this is why, even though Mr. Alston and I are named on there, and we're still named on there, that it's brought up now because they want it, and then we will be able to vote again in November. So I ask that you actually vote yes on this item so we can continue with our year, since November is not here yet.
Okay.
So
So,
that's
Ms.
what I
Rupert,
ask.
you would like to continue to serve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of B1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. B1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on B2?
So move.
Moved by Fogelnwalde, second by Zeman. Public comment?
No public comment,
Board
Madam.
member comment?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Fogelnwalde.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to make this quick because we're rolling. I want to thank all my colleagues for co-sponsoring this proclamation, recognizing Emmanuel George and David Paulo in our community. I think it's important to recognize young people that are doing some great things. And these two guys started the Black Broward Project, and it is a project that was not only, it started on Instagram, but I came across it on Black History Month, but they really recognize the history across our district, all of Broward. All of Black history right here in Broward, and we have such a rich history, so it's amazing. They do great work at the old Dillard Museum, but also if you don't follow them on Instagram, follow them on Instagram. They have prom pictures from Attucks High School from years ago, Dillard, just everywhere across our district, but it's great things, and they get the community involved by doing, gift giveaways and different things like that, but they just did such a great job in Black History Month, and every single day they did a different recognition from a different high school, different middle school, elementary school, but just did all types of things. So just want to make sure we recognize people doing great things in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, all in favor of B2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on H7?
So moved.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board member comment? Who wants it? Who? Me? Me. Hold on one second.
Positive behavior interventionist.
Sorry, one second. I don't have my... Okay, anybody have any other comments? All in favor of H7, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on H8?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board member comment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the minimum qualification and experience, I am concerned. We're looking at the position of campus monitor. It's a safety position that requires one to be cognizant of the safety of our children. And on the minimum qualification, we're removing the second dotted item, a minimum of 4 years within the last 8 years of successful work experience. So from what I'm seeing here, anyone with a high school diploma who is at least 21 years of age can become a campus monitor with no successful work experience. I believe some sort of work experience would be necessary. So if staff could tell me why that line was removed, and then I'd like to make a motion subsequent to that.
Mr. Alberti.
Absolutely. Dr. Holness, the purpose and the intent for removing that line was to not only broaden our spectrum of employees that are coming in, but we need to start considering security as a professional field. In doing so, what we have created last year, the Safety and Security Operations Department implemented a training program to have these entry-level campus monitors be able to apply for the next level of position of security specialists. So we want to be able to bring in, fresh blood, new blood to come into the workforce so that we can train them according to our standards. Our department is now certified to be able to certify individuals in Class D security license, which is something new that we have last year. So we have the systems in place to be able to take that entry-level security officer or campus monitor into the next level of security.
Okay, so when you mention in the prior dotted item here that says 4 years of successful work experience, what was considered successful work experience? How is that defined?
Any work experience.
Any work experience. So in this particular, what we're doing here is removing any work experience, correct? So they can come in, never worked before, and become a campus monitor, and we then train them to become an expert at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I am not very comfortable with that. I believe some level of work experience is necessary. I understand that you're trying to broaden the pool. I get it. But at the same time, I think this creates additional risk for our children. So I would like to have a motion. I can understand trying to minimize the requirement, but not to remove it completely. So I'd like to make a motion for a minimum of 2 years of successful work experience. I believe some level of work experience, assuming a job like this where we're looking at the safety of our children, is relevant and it is important, and I think as a board it's responsible for us to do that. So I'd like to include language for a minimum of at least 2 years of successful work experience. Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by
Second.
Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting vote, Mr. Fognoli. Anything else, Dr. Holman?
No, that's it for that.
Okay.
Yep.
I have some motions. Mr. Follen, Yes. Okay, I printed out my motion. My ad, so you can understand, is in bold. So I'll read my first motion. I move to, on page 2 of 3, bullet 7, proactively communicate the need for emergency proactive actions or a request for a response by public safety personnel when visual, auditory, or smelling senses indicate that action must be taken to protect human life. Use appropriate forms of communication to form of emergencies, including verbal warnings, portable radios, fire alarms, and then I'm adding this, Alyssa's alert, or other communication systems or devices.
Second.
I'm going to put them all together if you don't mind. And then page 2 of 3, bullet 8, take prompt action as appropriate to protect human life in an emergency situation, including the initiation of the standard response protocol. That's what I'm adding, because I believe it said codes before, on school campuses or district sites as appropriate, and then add an additional bullet point to support the implementation and operations of the metal detector screening process, ensuring students and visitors comply with safety protocols. That's an addition, new bullet point. Is there a second? Moved by Alda, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? All in favor of the 3 different changes, a motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motions carry. Any other motions on this item? No. All in favor of H8 as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H8 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on J4?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment?
No public comment.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is some phenomenal work by our Chief Operations and Facilities Officer and their staffs. This has been a long-standing issue with construction vendors in Broward County, and to move forward and pay people without, the threat of potential liquidated damages is the right thing to do. It's what Miami-Dade and Palm Beach and Orange both do, and I just wanted to compliment Ms. Paul and all the folks that put this together, including Mr. Cooney, so that we can move forward to pay people on time. Thank you, Chair.
Other board member comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Dr. Holman.
We're on J4?
J4.
Okay, great. So a couple of questions on the executive summary of J4. On the recommended action, it indicates authorize the Chief Operations and Facilities Officer to waive potential liquidated damages in abeyance until project's completion. So how are decisions made on what is waived or not waived?
Ms. Paul.
So, Dr. Holness?
Yes.
It would be a case-by-case situation. For instance, if we're looking at time and it's not a dollar value associated with it, then that would be something I would consider. If it's an amount that's less than the retainage or what we have for the project, then I would consider that also. So it wouldn't be just a blanket waiving everything. It would be a very a mindful process to look at each individual situation.
Okay. I have a few more questions, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Paul. I appreciate it. Who will be involved in the decision-making process? Would it be just you, or who is involved in
So I would consult, of course, with our program management firm as well as my staff.
Okay, so what happens to liquidated damages that are not waived?
Then we would follow the normal process.
Okay. Does PMOR mean ACOM?
Yes.
Okay. And will Atkins have any role in the review?
Yes.
Okay. Does Atkins have the ability to coordinate reviews?
I'm sorry?
Does Atkins have the ability to coordinate reviews?
Yes, I meet with Atkins.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? Seeing none. All in favor of J4, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. J4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on H17?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by
Second.
Leonardi, second by Fognelli. Public comment?
No comment.
Board member comment? Seeing no comments, all in favor, oh wait, did I have that one? All in favor of H17, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. H17 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on DD2?
So moved.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public
No
comment?
public comment.
Board member comment? DD2. Oh, that's me.
That's mine. Oh, no, on BB1.
I had that one.
Go ahead.
So I just had two quick comments. On page 4/5, there was a prior recommendation that evidence of site visits exist, and that was not addressed in our response. And then I had one question. Do we have an explanation as to why the number of days in the architect resubmittal queue increased?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul, can you clarify what page you're on, Ms. Leonardi?
I think that's on page 5. It starts on page 4 and ends on page 5.
Can I have a motion to extend the meeting by 20 minutes?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Leonardi, second by Rupert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
say no. Motion carries. Continue. Are we waiting for staff?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
So, Ms. Leonardi, can you repeat the question, please?
So on page 5, the RSM report says that the average number of days in the Annie queue increased by 8%, and I was wondering if we have an explanation as to why.
I would
Any
have to get
reason.
back with you to get
Okay.
particulars on that.
Thank you. And then I just had a comment on page 15. It's talking about roof sub-permitting process in the manual printed. So move it 4 years ago, we talked about, or this was before I joined the board, but there was a discussion of using eBuilder to move away from this manual process, and we've been talking about it as a board for a very long time about fully utilizing eBuilder, and it is very frustrating to see that that is taking over 4 years now. So I just need to be on the record saying that it's, we've talked about it over and over and over again. As board members, we can't go in eBuilder and make things happen, but it's very frustrating that there is the same issues over and over and over again in this department. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi. Any other board member comments? So you must have been seeing my notes. One of what I wrote down was, why aren't we using eBuilder?
Right.
That's what I have right here. So I know, we have new staff, new superintendent, so I'm hoping that, the board is, tell us the truth. Like, I don't want anybody to lie to us. Don't say we're using eBuilder, or we're not using it, or we're using parts of it, or we need more money, and So one of my thoughts also was the strategic long-term BCPS roofing plan, and what it said in the report was that there was no system to manage that plan with the roofs, and so I don't know what, Dr. Hepburn, what that's going to look like, if that means you're going to start using eBuilder to that, if you need to follow up with the board or have a plan, but that is one of my great concerns. I mean, we're spending so much money on roofs, and I know the maintenance of roofs, and we need to make sure that we're maintaining them and we're not doing something because we didn't do something. Now the what's it called, I can't think of the word right now, but anyway, we need to make sure that we're focusing on the roofing plans, the long-term roofing plans. And then what also was extremely concerning to me was the roof sub-permitting process being manual and printed with printed plan binders. They said in here it increased the risk for long review processes, incomplete documentation, ineffective audit trail. All these things are a huge issue, and at the end of the day, it's just costing this district millions of dollars, and then our students are ones that are negatively affected by this gross mismanagement. So I hope, Dr. Hepburn, that you can come back to the board with a plan.
So if I can speak to that, Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So I've been here, I think I'm on my 7th week, but we are using eBuilder, so I have to look at the report and understand what context they're taking or using in this audit report. In addition, in terms of roofing analysis and so forth, that's one of the reasons as a large district we should do a facility condition assessment every 5 years. So when I go back and I look at what occurred in the previous assessment, it is obvious that roofs were missed. And so as we go forward, one of the things I want to do is have a lessons learned from some of the things that didn't quite go so well on this past bond so that we can prepare and codify that information for the eventual next one at some point. So I will delve into the issue of the 8% increase as well as what you spoke to in terms of using eBuilder.
May I be on the list, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
And thank you, Chief. I really appreciate what you just said. I think actually the nexus for our problem for this entire situation is that when we had the new superintendent come on, he brought his facility chief and everybody else, and that facility chief and the superintendent did not know what South Florida was like in the summertime. Because the roofs, to do all the roofs, they had planned to do that during summertime so it wouldn't disrupt students. Well, you and I know, and the rest of the board knows, summertime in South Florida to do roofs is crazy. So I think actually just looking at that decision and you knowing this, moving forward is going to get us to a better place. And I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to your leadership. And I understand, there's lessons learned, but there's also you've been in Palm Beach, so you understand what it's like certain times of the year for us. So I'm very appreciative of that, and I'm very hopeful that we can get these roofs done because, quite honestly, a lot of my roofs in District 7 are a hot mess. So I actually really need to meet with you when I get back to the country and we need to actually talk about that because it has been my schools were actually rough before. Now they're desperate with their roof situation. So I look forward to your examination for that and your recommendation and meeting with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And it was roofing warranties. I want to make sure that they're not being violated because we're not properly following steps or paperwork.
Understand.
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Understand.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of DD2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. DD2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment? Board member comment? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. This is one that requires a little bit of deft handling. I have nothing but positive things to say about Hispanic Unity. I have nothing but positive things to say about what we do down at Gulfstream Early Learning Academy. It has been a dramatic impact on the community, and we are going through closing schools. And this is one where the mayor of the city has been very out front and vocal about this being an excellent opportunity to do some development in her city. It's certainly something we're going to want to, have in our options. There are people that would be impacted if this is on the list of closing schools, but it's also a different kind of facility with different purposes than a traditional school. What I'm worried about is a 3-year lease to Hispanic Unity means that it may be very difficult to keep this as an active option in our repurposing plan, and I think we need to do that. My suggestion, and again, I'm interested in hearing colleagues' views on this, instead of doing anything dramatic, give them a 1-year lease instead of a 3.
Dr. Seaman, I just want to confirm, you're on JJ1, Third Amendment to PSA Deerfield Beach Middle School?
No, ma'am, J1?
JJ1.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. Thank you, Ms. Al-Hadaf.
I don't know why we're doing JJ1.
Okay, JJ1, Ms. Rupert?
I am actually for this, obviously, but I really have to ask the question, which is 682 extra days to complete from now? That is a question they need answered.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul.
Ella, come on. Yeah, be on the computer. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Kisses. Good girl. Sorry, I had my dog.
That's the total time. That is not from this point forward.
Okay, so what is the number from this day forward, ma'am?
Give me just a minute. Let me get my book.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Just take your time.
I can provide that to you later, but it's not.
I don't want to hurry you.
It's not an additional amount of time. It's a cumulative.
Ms. Rupert, do you need this to vote, or can we do a board member follow-up?
A follow-up is fine.
Okay. All in favor
Thank
of
you, ma'am.
JJ1, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. JJ1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on J1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment, board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
I'll just wrap up real quick, and thanks, Chair. I apologize for the misalignment. This is a really deft issue because I suspect there are many people that recognize the value of Hispanic Unity, the tremendous value of Gulfstream Early Learning Academy, and all the work that's gone in to put that together. And at the same time, a 3-year lease may preclude us from considering this as one of our repurposing options. The only solution that I've come up with is to offer a 1-year lease. I need a little help on figuring how to do that because we have a contract before us that's already signed by the other party for a 3-year lease. And so I suspect if it's the will of the board to do a 1-year instead of 3, we need to make a motion to have this redrawn, renegotiated with Hispanic Unity, see if they're interested in a 1-year lease, and then bring it back for further discussion. So I just want to bring this up to the board. Gulfstream, again, contributed and is contributing in significant ways, but the mayor has been very vocal about wanting us to consider that as one of the closures. And the impact there is different than it would be on a traditional school. I'm not going to say better, the same, or less, but just different. But I do want to preserve that ability to include that on the list should we consider it as part of our closings down the road.
Ms. Batista, would you like to opine?
So, as mentioned, there is an agreement in front of you that is already been signed, and it's for 3 years. So any changes that the board makes at this point will have to go back to the other side to make sure that they're in agreement with it.
And General Counsel, if you don't mind, Chair, would that be done by a motion, or should we vote this down with the intent to renegotiate?
You can do either way. I think at this point I would rather you either postpone it to the next regular board meeting in August to give us some time to go back and make that negotiation and see if the terms are agreeable.
Terrific. How about this? What if I make a motion to postpone this item till next Tuesday, because their lease runs out at the beginning of August. I don't want it to overlap, with the intent of having two options brought back to the board for consideration, a 1-year and a 3-year lease.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Time for one more. We have a motion.
One more.
Second
The
on.
whole motion?
No.
I mean, the whole item.
May I have a motion second on H10?
So move.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment. Board member comment.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so on H10, under essential performance responsibilities, the second bulleted item, investigate student accidents and accident claims, as well as, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet item, periodically inspect vehicles and equipment operated by a school board employee to evaluate their condition. Wanted to find out why those are being removed. If staff could speak on that for me.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti?
Just give me a second. I'm trying to pull it up right now to see exactly what you're looking at. Can you repeat that again, Dr. Holness? Which line are you at? What bullet?
Okay. Under essential performance responsibilities, bulleted item 2, as well as item 5. Just need to understand why those are being removed. That was originally there under the fire safety specialist.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do here, because the job description was written long ago, we're trying to update it to what they're currently doing now. What they're really doing is fire inspections and plans examiners. They support that function. So the fire safety, hang on a second. The fire safety inspector, their job is pretty much to go through schools, do fire and safety inspections. They're not conducting any type of student accidents or student claims. They're not doing any of that work.
Okay, and no vehicle inspection of any sort?
They're not doing that either as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments on H10? All in favor of H10, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H10 passes unanimously. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussions or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Ms. Pham?
I still didn't get to make my motion on
We're going
EB1.
to carry over the rest of the meeting next Tuesday.
The whole agenda goes up.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes, I just want to point out a traumatic success. Broward County published a small business directory, Chair. It's an amazing compendium. It shows our commitment to local small business, minority, women-owned firms. It is a big, big deal, and I want to just congratulate the EDDC staff and the superintendent for pulling this all together. This is going to be a resource that we use throughout the year, and I'm sure we'll update it every year thereafter. Thank you.
Can it be accessed online through our website?
I'll find out, and I'll report back next week.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Holness, do you have anything?
No.
Ms. Pham?
No, thank you.
Leonardi?
I just was hoping if the superintendent could briefly update us on the groups that he's visited for the Redefining Schools initiative, just a real brief recap.
Yep, so far, since early summer, the Broward League of Cities, the City Manager Associations, John, help me out here if I miss anybody.
We also have the mayor's roundtable with city managers on August 7th, so this will also be discussed.
And we have upcoming scheduled meeting with faith-based organization on August 13th, and also we're scheduling all of the cities that we feel like are going to be the most impacted first to meet with them one-on-one to listen and learn about what's to come in their cities, and also talk about some potential strategies and practices before we start going out at large.
Got it. Thank you for that update.
I wanted to ask my colleagues, in light of, sadly, we've had students pass away from scooter accidents, like riding their scooters to schools, that if the board was okay with asking the superintendent to bring back a scooter policy to help try to keep our students safe.
Yes.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Mr.
For me, especially, my dog voted yes. I don't know if you guys heard that. But yes, but also to actually talk about them not wearing their helmets. That's key.
Yep. All items that have not been considered at today's meeting will be moved to next week's agenda on July 30th. The scheduled order of business for the school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed or is being moved to next week's agenda on July 30th. That's it.
Okay, I had one more thing, but I guess not.
Sorry, Ms.
I just wanted to actually tell people about the FSBA regional meeting, which is going to be Thursday, September 19th, at Sheridan Tech in Hollywood. So I would ask that my colleagues who are available to come to that, also the Tri-County area, so we'd be able to converse and speak about state issues as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.